I call this meeting, the work session of the Hillsboro School District 1J to order. Our first activity of the day, as is always the case, there. All day retreat. Thanks again for being with us all day. Is a team building exercise, and I believe George is leading them today, right?
Yes. So I have the clicker here. All right. So we have, I had an experience a couple weeks ago. I actually ran into I originally taught school in Arizona, and I ran into one of my students in Whole Foods the other day. Stopped me. This guy was following me around the store. Finally asked, is your name Beverage? Yeah. And so really cool, got to talk to him for a minute. So in the interest of centering us on our students and teachers here today. So our first question is, what is the name of an influential teacher in your past and how did they impact you? Sort of our sentence frame here with so many of us would be, so I'll model that. So I would like to recognize Gloria Edwards from Central High School. And she taught me, she was a social studies and student government teacher, and she taught me to worry about the things I could control and not to spend too much time worrying or spending time on the things I couldn't. That was a good life lesson. Go around. That's right.
My name is Beth Grazer. For those of you who I haven't met, I'm the communications officer for the district. I would like to recognize Michael Tennyson from Glencoe High School back in the day. He taught me both chemistry and then biochemistry, and he really inspired my love of science. And he was just a wonderful man.
I'm RJ. I'm a student representative. Mr. Vieira taught me how to do public speaking. I remember him telling me, like, after school, when nobody else was around, just, hey, do you want to just speak out in the class about something? I was like, oh yeah, sure. And then all of a sudden he told me, yeah, you're going to speak at an assembly by yourself. This was in 3rd grade and I had to sit in kindergarten through 6th grade all by myself, but it taught me a lot and I'm super grateful for it.
Hi, my name is Aliana. I'm a student representative and I'm a nursing teacher. I would like to recognize is my teacher, Doug Fisher. He was from 6th grade and he taught me how to play cello, and I also learned a lot of life lessons in class, and I really love my time at stuff.
Hi, my name is Hadley. I'm a student representative, and I would like to recognize my teacher from 5th grade. Her name is Miss Avila from Minter Bridge Elementary School, and she always taught me to lead with selflessness throughout life because it'll get you pretty far.
Hi, I'm Tony Williams, and I'm Human Resources Officer, and I would like to recognize Beth Bonanti. She was a teacher that I had in the logging camp, and so she taught me multiple years, and we still stayed in touch, and she recently passed away. But I think that the things that she taught me was it's important to have a sense of humor, and it's also important to have humility. Thank you, Mrs. Owens.
Thank you, Connor. Michelle Morrison, I'm District Financial Officer, and I would like to recognize Ike Kamira. He was a wrestling coach, a typing and office skills teacher, and also driver's ed. So he didn't teach me how to wrestle, but he taught me typing and driver's ed, and both of those things are skills I learn every day. So excellent teacher.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome, student reps. My name is Francesca Zanotti. I am the Equity Access Engagement Officer for the school district. I would like to recognize Minerva Gondara, who was my 7th grade teacher, was her first year teaching, and she was the first time I saw somebody who didn't look like everybody else. She was fresh to teaching, and she taught me how to be an out-of-the-box thinker and how to take risks.
Good morning, Patrick McGuire. First of all, I should say briefly, apologies if I clear my throat a little bit today. I was on vacation a couple weeks ago and caught a cold in the airport on the way home, and I'm through it. I'm not contagious, but I still have a little bit of lingering hoarseness, so don't mind me if I cough a little bit, but, there's so many to choose from. I guess I'll say, I think of my high school French teacher, Rebecca Pierce in Astoria, who had gained among other things, taught us the importance of engaging with and learning about other cultures. And that was less to my life.
Good morning, Travis Bradley. Mr. Myers, I'd like to recognize. He was a AP European history teacher, and I met him trying to do bench presses in the school gym. And he said, "Hey kid, you should probably take my class." And I don't know if I would have been brave enough to do it if he hadn't told me to do it. Now I read history for fun.
Hi, good morning, Anita. I would like to recognize Ms. Hubbard from Glencoe High School. She was my teacher for 4 years in my business program. And she taught me how to be sort of kind at the same time. And I took those skills and I think she's one who's most impactful.
I'm Mark Watson, the current board chair. Your point, Patrick, somebody that do. So quick shout out to Mr. Phillips, Mr. Keel, Ms. Frankenstein, and Ms. Black. But my choice would be Walt Shear, who was the physics teacher at our high school. And we had this like weird innovative program where if you committed to take it for 2 years, sophomore and junior year, it was called ChemViz, and you could learn chemistry and physics are parallel because they kind of lie on each other with the math and the calculus. So we would fluidly move from a physics topic to a chemistry topic over the course of 2 years, and for both of them. And then he helped me get the highest grade in our school's history on physics, the actual physics thing, and then got me accepted for my nuclear engineering degree to get started, which is very far afield of where I ended up. I get that, but it was, he was great. So.
My name is Rosa Vaughn. I'm the executive assistant to the superintendent, and I would like to recognize Nancy Breeden. She's a fifth grade teacher at Rose Valley Elementary School in Hillsboro, Washington. She was my fifth grade teacher, and she taught me about being kind and reaching out to new students. I was a new student in my fifth elementary school in fifth grade, and she taught me about reaching out to new students because I was a new student and always being kind. And I think that I taught my own kids about the importance of that, and always hope that's important. I don't know.
Audrey Neville, assistant superintendent of school performance. I was my first grade girl freshman when I had her my was last week. And she was my young teacher. I had her for 3 years in high school. And she inspired me to be a teacher because I didn't feel like I was a good enough student. Yet she encouraged me to make it fun and engaging, and I learned so much, and that's why I was with engagement. If you can do it, I can do it too.
Good morning. Welcome to the new. Sorry, I'm really excited. Oh, you guys are really showing up. Sorry, students. Love you. First time meeting you, Nancy. I have a senior at the my son is a senior at the this year. So let's see. I would like to recognize I'm sorry, I have no memory of all the people in the beginning. None. So the teacher I would like to recognize is Dr. Cheryl. Last year, she was a contracts professor in law school, and she was the first one to teach me and confirm to me that this law degree that I was pursuing could be used for anything else. And then I didn't have to subscribe to what everybody thought I was supposed to do. So that made a lasting impact on me, and probably one doing many of the things I'm doing today, which have absolutely nothing to do with the law, but that it's the lens upon which I bring to the world.
I'm Monique Ford, and I think about that comes to mind is Mrs. Johnson. Gloria Johnson, fourth grade teacher, and she expected everyone in her class to work hard, to do their best. She accepted no excuses. but she was very compassionate and sweet and helpful, and just those qualities just remained in my mind. Reach for the stars.
Good morning, my name is Brooke Nova, the superintendent for academic services, and I would like to recognize Lynn Miller, who was my sixth grade teacher from Brookwood Elementary. Also, her husband was Stan Miller, who recently has just passed away. But Lynn Miller, similar actually when you were just sharing, really had high expectations for students, but I think embodied even before we have had this now soon to be promised, knowing, valuing, empowering every student to achieve their dreams. And I saw that in her class, her differentiation of learning, but her belief in every student and the leadership skills that she taught us, I think really helped us each to transition also to junior high school, and knowing ourselves better and being able to be better students for taking her class. So thank you, Lynn Miller.
Good morning. My name is Saide Hajimi Kushku, Operations Officer, and I would like to recognize Barry Skolin, seventh grade math teacher. So very similar to Adria. I'd like to thank him for teaching me about believing in myself, believing in my abilities. I actually shared a story about him to new teachers at the new teacher in service like 2 or 3 years ago. And then after that, I reached out to him and called him, left a message on his answering machine, and he didn't remember me, but he was touched by the fact that I still remember him, 40 plus years later. So, yeah, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. She and Kim, and this is my daughter Aurora, and a board member, an honorary board member here. I'd like to recognize Miss Batchelor. She was my third grade teacher at East Layton Elementary in Utah. And she was the teacher who let me know it was okay to correct people's pronunciation by me. Up until third grade, I went by Sidon. And I never corrected anybody. And I remember Miss Batchelor, when we were doing roll call, the very first day of class, she stopped me and she was like, "Am I even pronouncing your name correctly?" And this shy little third grader was, "You actually pronounced it." And she told me, it's okay to correct, even, as your teacher, it's okay for you to correct me if I mispronounce your name, so please correct me. And that ever since then really is what kicked off me saying the correct pronunciation of my name and asking my friends or my peers or my teachers to pronounce my name correctly. And so that was actually pretty instrumental. And I didn't even think about it until the prompt of this question of like, oh wow, that's actually kind of shaped into my adulthood. So very grateful for this question.
Hi, everybody. I'm Erica Lopez. I'm one of your board members. Welcome, student reps. I would say, I think I said this before, but I had Mr. and Mrs. Marcelletti from Felton Elementary School in California, who I had Miss Marcelletti as my first grade teacher and Mr. Marcelletti, her husband, as my fifth grade teacher. So it was awesome to have them kind of at the bookends of elementary. And I know we don't do this anymore, but I would actually spend the weekends at their house. And they had 2 little kids that were basically kind of like my little brothers. And I grew up with them in elementary school. They were very supportive of my entire family, not just me. So they did so much for us. And I'm still to this day, I'm like, I need to reach out to them sometimes.
Well, thanks, everybody. And to be clear, I wasn't saying I had any redeeming effect on Steve. But that was great.
Thank you, Jordan. We'll have more team activities after break and stuff. Try to get to know everybody a little bit better. Our first agenda item, we have a discussion and we approved a policy at a recent meeting. I can't remember the last one, 2 meetings ago, about our transfer process, both internally and from inter-district. So it seemed like we had more discussion left to go on that. And Patrick's going to read the next portion of our discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. I apologize that this is the first agenda item, but it's all downhill from here. Once you start with transfers, it's just going to get better as the day goes on. So yes, thank you for the opportunity to just spend a little bit more time here, just to manage expectations up front. I'm not asking the board to take any action or anything like that. It really is just so you can be a little bit more informed about where we've been and where we are now as it relates to student transfers. Sometimes it can seem a little strange that that is such a major thing that we need to be concerned about, but it really, it affects more than 10% of our student population. And, you know, as I say later in the presentation, it's tied to how we're funded. So really it makes a difference. And it is why it is so heavily regulated at the state level, because the way they account for students determines how districts receive their state school fund. So hopefully you all had a chance to review the document, the full document that I linked in there, because that really should hopefully give you a strong understanding of how things work. And I just tried to summarize as best I could some of the central points. You know, when I first came here, it was still an extremely manual process that was largely handled at the school level. And over time, we more and more centralized that process here at the district office and in the communications department specifically, so that we could take that burden off of principals, because it is extremely time consuming, and we didn't used to observe any kind of timelines for that. It was just whenever they came in and we tried to deal with it, and people already had their staffing in place, and then they weren't sure if they could accommodate more students in their classrooms. And it was just, it was a big time suck for principals. So over the years, we've done what we could to really automate the process. And that also helps for students and families as well, because they can now go online and complete it without having to download and print forms and hand things in either physically or through the mail, et cetera. So I noted some of the bills that have been passed in the last 12 years around student transfers. And a lot of that came from pressure from families throughout Oregon who lived in districts that were not taking necessarily the same approach as Hillsboro, which was to be as accommodating as we could. Other districts were just basically not participating for the most part. They didn't want to release anybody. They didn't want to accept anybody. And so that pressure really came as a groundswell up to the legislature, asking them to step in and do something so that these families could have an option when they felt they needed it. So the first of those was the open enrollment law, House Bill 3681, which was in place for 6 or 7 school years. And that pretty much forced every district in the state to participate in the month of March. But that did have a sunset clause and was no longer in place after the 18-19 school year. So in the interim, there were some other tweaks passed. You can see House Bill 2747 and then 4007, which modified the what we call a quote unquote regular interdistrict transfer process. That's not kind of this free for all time period where people can come and go with relative ease. So again, with the legislature's intervention, a lot of their decisions were based around like restricting the amount of information we could request from students. In the past, we could ask for everything, all of their information, all of their reasoning, you know, so that we could try to best accommodate the students. But the idea behind the restriction of information collection was really, they were trying to make it more equitable to students and families, because if districts didn't know much about those who were applying, then I think the thought was they could be more equitable in how they determined who would get the slots and make it very much, you know, kind of a blind lottery system with very few exceptions. There were still some preferences you were allowed to give to siblings to keep, you know, to try to keep some family units together. You were allowed to give sibling preference, for example. But now, as you know, because we just recently went through this, we to participate and allow students from other districts to come in and to allow our students to move to other districts if that is what they need or choose to do. We do participate in the current iteration of the intra-district transfer process, and typically I come to you in March with a recommendation of an overall number of students we're willing to release and willing to accept. And then by school, we kind of identify who's got some capacity to take potential students, and we go from there. And we've never before had more than one window. However, law does allow for you to open secondary windows as long as there are no students that are currently in the pending status. You can't just, if you have a group of students who their requests haven't been acted on, you're not allowed to do such a thing. But if you've moved through all of that, then, you can take this action, which we did just specifically for HOA, because, we were getting a lot of inquiries from Portland Public students because their online school had closed down, and Portland Public was being very open about the fact that they weren't, they were telling their kids to go other places because they no longer had an option for them. So we did want to do that. Interestingly enough, at least when I checked about 2 weeks ago, the opening of that second window only generated 3 new requests, at least by that time. And one of those was denied release by Beaverton. So we had taken in 2 new students from that new open window. But let's see. So I kind of talked a little bit about the money, just so you have a sense of what that means. And if you're ever curious more about the budgetary impacts and how all that's calculated, it is a little bit more complicated than this, but this is about as simple as we can make it without losing too much accuracy. In the 22-23 school year, each quote unquote regular student, regular average daily membership would give a school district just over $10,000 for a student. And then if you are a language learner, you receive an additional half weighting, so it would be approximately $15,000. And then students with special needs earn an additional 1.0 weighting, so just over $20,000. So just to give you a sense of kind of how that figures into the state level calculations, that's how it works. And then I just thought it would be interesting for you to have a feel for kind of the volume of transfers that we deal with. Katie has compiled some data for you for in-district, inter-district, and then virtual charter. Right now with virtual charter schools, that's the one category that students don't need to get permission from their home district if they're going to go to a virtual charter school. Where it can get a little dicey is if people have online schools like Hillsboro Online Academy, which isn't a charter school, it's an actual school in our district. So it is subject to the same laws of release and acceptance as a brick and mortar school. There is another one of those in Southern Oregon, I believe, based out of Southern Oregon, called My Tech High. And they do quite a lot of recruiting and wooing of people trying to get them to go there. And people think, oh, it's a virtual charter, I'm good. It's not. It's actually in the same boat as Hillsboro Online Academy. So just something to keep in mind. Right now, we still have a 3% cap on virtual charter requests. So if a district, and this is a state law, if a district gets to 3% of their overall student population that have left to go to a virtual charter, districts can then cap it and can deny any further requests that come in. But to do that, you have to have at least 2 options within your district for those students to take advantage of. And we've kind of gone in and out of our ability to provide 2 options because obviously we have Hillsboro Online Academy. We have also had ORVED, or the program, the virtual school run by the Northwest Region ESD in the past, but that has kind of waned over time. So anyway, I know this is just a lot more information and detail than you probably care about, but I, again, just wanted to, since there were several questions the last time this was an agenda item, I thought it would be good just to give you a little bit more background and information.
I think the data is, pardon me, the data is important, and this puts things in perspective. And I'm glad that you talked about the fact that you just did the online thing, because that's immediately where my head went. If we change this, we have to make sure that we don't have any, how can I say, we don't create more disparities than what already exists in the district. That is probably my more pressing concern. If we bring in students, and then I also worry about population and what comes with a child when they come. Especially based on what the teacher right now. So I think that's where I do know, and I'm extremely sensitive to the fact that this needs to be used very discriminatory.
Yeah.
And a very discriminatory means I get it. I don't know. I think we already made the decision to open up for the online academy, and I'm not sure that we really are we planning on making any other changes?
Changes, just informational.
Yeah, I think the only other thing that I remember from when we had this conversation was just around the process. I think that was where we were like having more questions about, we opened the second window, we didn't really have like everybody kind of got accepted if they will, or something like that. Like, or that it was different, that HSD students were impacted differently, or was it the same process than for anybody else during the second week. So that's kind of where I was a little bit more concerned about, is our process.
You know, it's interesting because I hope this is a bit of a fair comparison, but I have historically seen the way that, at least when Linda Harrington was principal, which she was of HOA for its first 10 years, her approach was a lot like how we admit students into Oak Street campus, which is you kind of have a little bit of an interview with them first to see, what is it that's drawing you to online education? Do you have the support structure in place to be successful and all of that? So just because of the nature of how transfers work, we can do that with our resident students and try to, have those conversations and counsel them appropriately. Whereas we're not given as much of that opportunity with the interdistrict students. I think obviously the preference would be also with them to make sure this is the right fit for you and whatnot. It's not something we get to do with them up front because we're just not allowed to ask all the questions. So it's certainly not something that we're trying to turn it into a barrier for our students, but we have the capability and therefore just try to make sure that students and their families are entering that situation with eyes open. And we want to make sure they're as successful as possible. That, again, not to say we don't want our interdistrict students to be successful as well. It's just we can't have those same conversations prior to acceptance as we can after. And those same efforts are taken once they're in. I think it's just a bit of a different how you time the conversation and plan the supports.
Is the information that you have for 2024 in district total request? That means somebody like me who lives in one place is actually sitting in Hillsboro.
Yeah, so if your son didn't want to go to Liberty, but he wanted to go to Glencoe next year, for example, that would be an in-district transfer, because still within the Hillsboro School District.
Right.
And, anytime if something comes up and you have a question between myself and Katie in my office, we're happy to answer that for you. So.
My final comment on that is I'm concerned that this might be misconstrued in the public. If given, I don't know, do we have any cases that we need to be aware of where we've had decline or denial from a home-based district where we could be dragged into a public debate of sorts? That's what I'm trying to make sure. We don't think outcomes that will put us into trouble and or public disparaging, creating disparity.
I think we're in good shape. I mean, we certainly manage situations of appeals from denials for any number of reasons. And, you know, again, in any cases where we can, we try to work with the denying principal or the denying district and see, you know, is there any way that we can maybe choose a different school that maybe could accommodate this student, or, you know, so we try to work with every family to the extent that we absolutely can. And, you know, thus far, knock on wood, you know, we've been able to make it through all those situations without like a legal challenge, for example. And we act in accordance with state law, so that helps as well.
Any other questions? And just to summarize where we are, we agreed to open 50 HOA specific slots.
Yeah.
And 2 have been.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a little different as of today, but when I checked 2 weeks ago, it was 3 with 1 denial, so.
And the denial.
That wasn't ours, yeah, that was a denial of release, so. Yeah. Okay, you get me in the next topic too, but then I think you're done hearing from me.
This one off real quick.
Yes.
Okay, so that was a great warm-up topic. Now we get into the meat of the morning session, and I just wanted to tee this up for just a second. The next 3 presentations are sort of interconnected, and you might not notice that looking at the agenda. But probably the most important thing we do is help kids achieve in the school so they can achieve their dreams. You all get that. So we put the heaviest topics at the beginning of the day that we really want you to be able to absorb, to understand how important our new strategic plan is, but then also how does that play out in schools, in school improvement planning, and how does that play out in something as specific as teaching a kindergartner, first, second grader to read. So please enjoy the ride and know that these presentations that you're about to hear, each one is unique and you can ask questions, but they all kind of go together from the big picture down to the more granular. So with that, the first presentation we have is Brooke and Beth talking about the strategic plan, and then Audrey is going to talk about our process for school improvement planning, which is connected to how we do our, how we monitor data in our strategic plan. And then we'll have Audria and Gina McLean come and talk a little bit in more depth about specifically early literacy, because that was a request of the board to understand more deeply how we teach kids to read. With that, Beth and Brooke, thank you.
Thank you very much. So very excited that we are talking about our new strategic plan. For those of you who are just joining us for the first time in this capacity, please know that our strategic planning process started in the spring of 2022, and we engaged with an outside consultant to conduct that process for us. And it started in the appropriate place, which is with student voice. So there was a comprehensive student survey conducted, and then there were focus groups held at every grade band level. So upper elementary, middle school students, high school students, that all were able to share their voice on their experiences in school, what they wanted out of their education, what they feel is going well, what needs to improve, all of those types of things. We got great data from those spring surveys. That was all compiled for us into, that was analyzed, compiled into, you know, both hard data and soft data with people's comments and what was bubbling up most often. And then we convened a series of teams in the summer. A core team, an instructional focus team. We had a student voice team. We had a community-based team for feedback. And then we had a series of meetings with our parent affinity groups. We had broad community meetings and a community survey. And so over the course of several months, we worked on and refined our plan. And then ultimately we're able to come to the school board with a completed plan in the late spring of this year. Which they approved, and then it officially went into effect on July 1st. This is now the 4th strategic plan that we've operated under since we've become a unified school district. And I believe, having been directly involved with the last 3, excuse me, that I believe that you'll find that this is the most comprehensive, has gotten the most community buy-in and feedback and student buy-in and feedback of any plan that we've had so far. And I think you'll find that it will be the most diligently implemented plan that we've ever had. So I'm super excited about it. You should all be really proud of yourselves for the roles that you played as students, as board members, as community members, as parents. It's really exciting. So one of the things that we did was we took a hard look at what we call our tagline or our promise statement. And previously, you'll see it on the back wall. I've asked facilities to heat gun that off soon. So hopefully by our first meeting in September, it'll be gone. It was engage and challenge all learners to ensure academic excellence, which is great. But we felt like, there was room to grow here. So our new promise statement is know, value, and empower every student to achieve their dreams, which I find very inspirational and also really tied closely to our values as a district. So one of the things that you'll find in our strategic plan is what's known as a portrait of a graduate. So what that means is that it's our statement of every student who goes through our system and graduates from our system, this is what we want and expect from them. We want them to be empowered learners, collaborative communicators, inquisitive scholars, and community contributors. Of course, there's a lot more verbiage that's connected to those themes. There are also what we've called pillars of adult actions that undergird those, that are how the adults and the system itself are going to kind of affect those ends. So here are some of those points about what we mean when we say, portrait of a graduate. Those are some of the statements of what that will include. And I did ask my colleague to bring down the 4-pager brochure. So hopefully you'll have that. You can look at it in just a second. So we've categorized our goals for the strategic plan into 5 kind of big bucket areas: success in early years, safe and supported learners, access and opportunity, critical thinking and problem solving, and graduating ready for career, college, and life. So those are the broad themes. Now you come down and see that we have 15 individual goals, about 2 or 3 in each of the 5 categories. And some of those you'll see are highlighted in yellow. And what that means is those are our performance targets. And our performance targets are what we believe and what data tells us are the highest leverage indicators that we have students that are basically on the right path to achieve that vision of graduating prepared for college, career, and life. So you'll see that our performance targets include 3rd grade reading, regular attendance, extracurricular participation. That engagement in their school is so important to students. 9th graders on track, and then both 4-year graduation and 5-year completion. And just so we're all on the same page about what that means, several years ago, the state went to what they call a cohort graduation rate, which takes the very first time a student enters their freshman year, what percentage of those students graduate in exactly 4 years. And it doesn't matter if they change schools or districts during that time, as long as they remain enrolled, they are still part of that same cohort, right? And if you don't graduate in exactly 4 years, then you could be rolled into the 5-year count. Like if you are able to then graduate within 5 years of initial enrollment or complete your high school education, that could be with a GED or a modified or extended or adult high school diploma, then you are considered a 5-year completer. And when you're looking at those rates, it's just important to note that those are 2 different years of students when you're looking at it. So those numbers always come out at the end of January. So this coming January, we'll get the information for the graduating class of 2023 will be the 4-year cohort grad rate, but it'll be those who were in the class of 22 who we're looking at for the 5-year rates. It's just the way it works. You're always going to be a year behind with that 5-year because they needed that extra year. So just so everybody understands that piece. So I think I might tee this up and then we're right about at the point where I'm going to switch to my colleague Brooke here. One thing you'll notice if we go back to the performance targets, you'll see on the right-hand side a column called focal student groups. And for each of these performance targets, we have studied the data and looked at, for that specific area, that data point, who statistically are the students who need the most focus and support. It's not that those are exhaustive of all of our student focal groups, or that we're not going to focus on other focal groups when it comes to that performance target. It's just that those are the groups that are going to need the most support from us over the term of the strategic plan to actually get to the target growth rates that we've identified, okay? And that's where we get here to this slide that notes, there are all these different groups, including ones that we would typically think of based on race and ethnicity, but also talented and gifted, students who experience houselessness, students who are involved in foster care, those kinds of things. Like, we are tracking all sorts of identifications of students, and we want all of them to be successful. It's just that in certain cases, the data shows us we need an extra focus on certain ones. So now I would like to hand it over to Barbie.
Thank you. I'm gonna go back just real quick on this one. I think what's really important too on this slide is a couple of things. One, thank you, Fran, also for this work in leading our group, because I think what's really important here is if we're truly going to know, value, and empower every student, our language also has to reflect that. So you'll see that it's student-centered, and you'll also see that it's more inclusive. So as we communicate out not only to our board, to our community, but also last week we were able to give a similar presentation to our school administrators and also share, when we communicate out our goals, we must have inclusive language. We must ensure that our students, our staff, our teachers, our families hear what we believe in Hillsboro School District. So, and I just wanted to thank Fran for her work in this, and then also to share when we reference this going into our reports to you as well. We will be using this language as we talk about our data and our performance targets. So in implementation, what a great time to come into this role, because I do feel the same way I know we all do around our strategic plan. So the implementation side of it is really exciting to help lead this work and guide it for the next 4 years. On the top of this slide, you'll see this really is the informing part of it. So when we talk about the strategic plan and that work starting in April, going into August, each step is the informing side. What do we want to make sure that we're speaking to, that we're communicating out through documents that you just have? How do we share that information to our administrators? And then how do we share that information in August down to our school staff? Down below is then the action side of it. How do we continue to monitor what we're saying that we're going to do, our promise? How do we inform not only ourselves, our community, each of you, our families and our students and our staff, to ensure that we're meeting those markers over the next 4 years? So we're going to take a little preview of what a data dashboard looks like. We taught that again last Tuesday to our administrators, and that helps to inform and guide the SIP plans that Audrey is going to talk about, and even drills down then to the student learning growth goals that take place in the fall with our teachers and our educational staff. So just think, inform on top, action on the bottom. We're also working with Performance Fact along the way. So you've heard Lauren before. She's done some presentations. She's still going to help continue to guide and kind of just ask us some critical questions of how we're doing the next 4 years on our plan as well. So we really appreciate that work with Lauren. So on the data calendar, once again, if you think about the top is the informing side, the bottom is the action side. So we started to inform this summer, getting together weekly as a data team. Thank you, Jordan and team, and all things of tech, to start creating those data dashboards. And also ensuring that those who are accountable for each dashboard, there's over 14 of them, also have had a moment to go, okay, do I know this data? How do I ensure that this is truly happening? And then we went into that time of sharing that with our building administrators and taking that individual building deep dive of their own building data. Also throughout the year, we're going to have 3 times that in our pre-K-12 admin meetings,
that we're spending about an hour at those meetings, looking over data, but also collaborating, using those data dashboards in a PLC, a professional learning community sense. So, for example, we'll have all of Century Elementary principals together, looking at not only their data, but then also getting best practices for one another. So let's use the example of reading. They'll look at their third grade reading at each of their elementaries. How are they doing? What's going on in their building? How do they share and inform with one another what's exciting for them or what they're also having a struggle with and getting them together to talk. So October, December, and March will be when we carve out that time, which then leads us to year 2 of their own SIP planning, their school improvement plans, to be able to inform from their data of this year and help to expand and build their plans for that 24-25 year. This, the data cycles I was just talking about, this is a little bit more information on that. So at each level, you'll see the responsibilities not only for our district leader teams, but our building leader teams. Once again, we shared this last week also with our building principals, so they knew, hey, this is what's going to be expected of you during this time. Also to ensure that our executive directors of each level, elementary, middle, and high school, are spending some time as they come alongside and check in with their building administrators and let's look at this dashboard, how are your SIP plans going, what support do you need from me or the teaching and learning team to help continue that growth. And then also on that district side, getting together as OSP, Office for School Performance, and looking at kind of those district level goals and what do we need to do to support our buildings, or maybe a specific goal, let's say with reading, what type of professional development do we continue to focus on going through the year. Here's an example of one of the dashboards. So this one right here is Rosedale Elementary, third grade reading of last year. So you'll see there's 2 benchmarks of time. The other thing that you'll see on the right-hand side is each year is calculated to get to that 4th year of growth, which means for Rosedale, for example, you'll see that they're on kind of a trajectory of growth, but you'll see that it says, okay, you need to increase this year by 3.2% overall in student growth. Students who identify as Hispanic, Latina, Latino, Latinx, your growth 6.8 or 6.38 is where we need to go as a holistic group. And then also their growth right there is 11.99%. You'll also see at the bottom, the buttons, we're able to filter and drill down for each school too, so they can look at specific student populations to help them once again inform their SIP plans, once again help to inform where their professional development needs to go as they move throughout the year. So I also would like to share, there's over 1 million pieces of data that were collected over this year and specific focus this summer to make this happen. Every school has the exact same dashboards. Every school has the exact same capability of drilling down to very specific data sets. And I do just have to share one more time, this was a huge effort by tech and by also our teaching learning team to make this happen. But if we truly have that focus of ensuring that we're meeting our goals, we need easily accessible data at people's fingertips. And we also need to have real-time data to inform those goals. So here's just one example of what that looks like. Okay, and next steps. As we're talking, we saw this kind of the data cycles as well. There's a couple of things. One, continue that informing stage, communication tools we build into our community, continuing to ensure that we have data, both quantitative and qualitative. Some of our data sets, like I'm going to use the example of graduation rates, come out annually. But we also think it's important to inform then what type of action steps do we continue to make throughout the year. So twice a year, we'll be coming to the board, Beth and I, and speaking October and February of what that's looking like. Not only in our big 5, because the big 5 are part of the integrated guidance goals that we have, but also informing those 14 goals to you. What is it looking like in the progression of career and college pathways work, for example? What type of action steps are being made as we ensure every student is career and college ready? So those are our next steps as we move forward, but we just want to take a moment to share, of course, all of the hard work that was put forth to getting to this spot, but now a look ahead, not only for this year, but years to come. And before Audrey then talks about SIP plans and kind of that connection between the work that we're speaking to and then that building level work, are there any questions or feedback for Beth and I?
Is this like a platform that you had bought or did you build it? Like, how?
We built it. We built it.
I just want to show this off to other districts and be like, this is HSC proprietary. This is awesome. Like with every board room. I feel like we have so many metrics where we're always holding our students accountable and we measure them, but we don't have anything beforehand or even to tell us where we're at. And I think this would, especially for professional development or getting information, how do you know where you're at in the middle of the year? Or this is great. I'm so happy.
That was a good thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Great.
Oh.
Love it. Yes, okay.
Other questions? Neither the one that was there or the one that's gonna be replaced is know every student by name, strength, and need. So what happens to that?
So that wasn't necessarily a tagline. That was kind of almost like one of our, core beliefs. And we kind of feel like, yes, it's still great. You can still use it. You're not asked to not use it. We kind of felt like, and maybe Travis should explain this, but, we kind of felt like that was the launch pad for know, value, and empower. Like we're taking knowing every student by name, strength, and need. That's kind of the know part, right? And now we're elevating to also value that and then empower students. So we kind of feel like that was our baseline, and now we're escalating from there.
So you prefer we don't use it?
No, you can totally use it for, that's fine.
Really, it does connect to the meaning of our students and really continue to do it because that is such an important piece of our also talking about exactly elevating it to value and empower. It really is the jumping off. It was a great start, and now we're doing that.
I still use it.
So good with evolution.
All right, I'm gonna just pop us to the next slide here. We did this last year. One of the things that we did coming out of COVID and the pandemic was to really have good conversations in the last couple of years about having areas of focus for our school. There are probably 1,000 amazing ideas that schools can be doing. And we cannot do every single idea that is great, everything that is shiny, everything that is wonderful. We really do have to focus in on what we're doing. Otherwise, we end up being very mediocre at 1,000 things, right? So last year, if you remember, take back into August, we had some focus areas for our schools for the 22-23 school year that were really connected to morning meeting, some beginning work around castle and cell competencies, some work around win time, which is called What I Need Time. We did some work around language and language scaffolds and our focused ELD time. Those were kind of our areas of focus from last year. And as we move into this year and coming off of the strategic plan, and I completely agree with Beth and Brooke, it really is, having been in the district for 24 years now, sometimes the strategic plan is this big, lofty idea. And for schools to connect to it, it's a little bit more challenging. And I really feel like this year with the amount of voice and input and everybody that was a part of it, we really have created a strategic plan that we can see holistically, but we can also tailor down to schools. And so this is visually used with our principals as we began to think about going into the 23-20 school year and thinking about how our school improvement plans can connect to the strategic plan in a more meaningful way. So if you think about it, we've got our strategic plan, we'll have our focus areas, and then schools develop their school improvement plans annually. And again, those are kind of living, breathing documents for schools in which what they're focused on to do. And then from that, there's action steps. We have teacher SLGGs. We do something called an elevator speech that's just really a 30-second speech that schools can give about what they're really focused on for the school year. We have schools consider a mission and vision statement. However, we have no value and empower. And I really think that as a mission and a vision and what connects to that is really empowering for schools, honestly. So we really feel that that's actually a great thing to anchor to as they work on their school improvement plans. And then schools can sometimes create a school improvement plan visual. So that all kind of comes off of our strategic plan this year, and it really flows nicely and it connects to our schools. So as we look at it, we took a look at all of the data that Brooke and Jordan have pulled together with their teams and really thought about what we need to be focused on going into the 23-24 school year. So we kind of tailored it to 3 areas. Core, last year, you remember we talked about what I need time. Really this year, we are getting back to core instruction, really honing in on reading, writing, and math, and really at the high school and middle school level, connecting to equitable grading practices and engagement and differentiated instruction. So kind of stepping back from what I need was probably more of an intervention kind of mindset, and coming out of the pandemic, we probably needed to look at what our students were coming in with and kind of make some tailoring to that. But really this year, getting back to our core instruction and being solid around that. We're going to continue our work around CASTLE, social emotional learning, through Fran's team and the work that they do, and really thinking about how that integrates throughout the day, but can also be focused through advisory and learning meeting times. And then language continues to be a high focus for us as well, particularly around student discourse at the secondary level. For our high school student reps, we are wanting kids to talk more, and we think that's important, and we don't see it happening as much in schools as we did pre-pandemic. And I think discourse and engaging in those conversations is so important for our students to be able to achieve their dreams when they step out of our school. So those are kind of our areas of focus as we work through this next school year. And again, tailored to 3 areas, because we can't do it all, but we can do some areas really, really well, which will be really great for our students. So, and throughout that is PLCs. You can kind of see that little bar that goes down. That's our professional learning community. That's within our schools, our schools looking at their data. So we have the dashboard where we can look at our district data. Schools are able to drill down and look at their own data, as well as the formative and summative assessments they do in the classrooms to really decide what we need to do for kids in these 3 areas. Right. Next. We did just want to let you know that we updated our school improvement plan. Not make it go out. Or is that, nope, okay, it's okay, that's fine. It's gonna be jazzy, we're gonna click on it, but what I want you to know is that we actually did an overhaul of our school improvement plan template for school and really connected it to the strategic plan. So our expectation for schools, this is the accountability component of it. Our expectation to school is you have goals that could fall into these 15 metrics, and you have areas that you need to be more focused on. So if you're in elementary school, obviously success in the early years, 3rd grade reading, really important for our 3rd graders. So our elementary schools have goals around core instruction, around reading. Our high schools, goal 5, graduate ready for career, college, and life, really important and connected to our high school. So our schools have all created school improvement plans that really tie into one of those big 5 and really connects to it in a more meaningful way. So I think that the feedback that we've gotten from our schools is a template for them to easily follow and really think about the action steps that they're going to make as a school to impact the district. So it's been really, really helpful for them to really connect in a more meaningful way for our strategic.
If we click on it, that's perfect.
What?
If we click on it, it does.
Oh, it does. Thank you. I was like, I couldn't figure out what button I was. Yeah. So if you click on it, you can kind of go through and you can see how schools are making goals for themselves. They're creating action steps. We're really thinking about a family engagement piece and an equity layer to all of that work. So really letting them look at their data specifically. We have our district focal groups, but some schools may see data that tells them something, a different story within their school. So they're thinking about the overall HSD goals, but then also within their school, who are the students that we need to serve and who are the students that are struggling and not being successful in our system, and what do we need to do. So just really kind of creating something that again, more meaningful and a plan that they can refer to throughout the year. And like Brooke talked about, we, in our PK-12 meetings, we'll look at that data, have some conversations, and really hopefully make changes and tweaks along the way to be successful in this situation. Right. Yeah. I'm gonna say this is my chicken scratch on a piece of paper, but really it's Alano making it come to life. I literally did it on a little yellow notepad and he made it beautiful, so.
Yeah, I was gonna ask just about the SIP. Is there like a cycle to them, like when they come up with it, or is it like when they review the data, they come up with a plan, and then when do they get a check?
Great question. So usually what we do is we review the data at the end of the school year and kind of see what went well, what didn't go well. And then we start to draft over the summer. And then in August, we've been really working on it to fine tune it. I would say this year is the most involved. We've been in school improvement planning and really tailoring that to what we wanted to do to connect to our strategic plan. And so usually by the end, what schools usually do is by the end of August, they have a school improvement plan that they share with their staff, and they usually share goals with their families and share the steps that they're going to do with in some capacity.
That's what I was gonna ask, like, if there's a communication that as families see, like, we're doing a lot of these kinds of activities, at least, and they know that it's because our data shows and we wanna focus on this area, so the community, the family.
There's usually some sort of sharing capacity that happens. A lot of the times, that elevator speech that I talked about is what we use in having those conversations. This document is a little overwhelming for families, but I used to say when I was in principal, here are the things that we're going into this next year. We are really concerned about our writing scores here at Times Patterson Elementary School, so we're going to be really focused on writing for the year. And we've talked about the steps they're going to do. We're going to do three writing projects this year, and we're going to score them and talk about what we need to change for organization of writing, and then continue to have.
I think that's really great for us to know board members, because oftentimes we'll get like, oh, that school is doing this and my school is not doing that, and why just, that school's getting this. But now we can point to like, this is the reason why.
It's really based on the school's data. Yeah, exactly. And sometimes it's different because the school next door to me was working on math and was way more focused on that than we were as a school. But again, it's just what are the 3 to 4 things we can do really, really well in our schools to give us a sense for it.
Would it help the board to have an elevator speech on the strategic plan? Here's our portrait of a graduate, and here are 3 main metrics.
I mean, I like even the slide that. I think I guess that was the other question. There's the metric that each school has the 3 metrics. That one page slide page is really great for us to just know about it. I did have a question, just why, like the yellow highlighted were performance measures, like what made you choose that one item out of?
That's part of the integration that's been undertaken at the state level. You've heard us talk about integrated guidance. So now it's the alignment of strategic planning and district improvement plans and student investment account dollars and all of those different efforts now. These yellow highlight ones align to the state identified integrated guidance goals. So they're the ones for which we have to set growth targets over the course of the next 4 years.
The one exception is that we added HSD flair to the middle one to access an opportunity by highlighting demographic representation in college level opportunities, which the state will monitor. Like Beth just said, we added extracurriculars and career pathways because that's what our community asked for in the strategic plan. So I think that's a nice addition to what we've been required to report through integrated guidance. Yeah, those are helpful, Erica. Like, I want you all to have the tools you need to communicate and reinforce, what the priorities are, because like Audrey said, we can't do everything that anyone might ask for, but we can focus on these areas and make huge gains in the next 4 years.
Well, yeah, we have, I think, specific areas that we're monitoring and looking at it. It's not to say that we don't value math. We're not trying to work on math. There's this particular reading area that we want to improve in.
Yeah.
If everything is important, then nothing is important. We have to focus.
You got the elevator speed.
That's a really good elevator.
Yeah.
All right.
And will the individual school plans, like everybody's focused on something like my school and not my, are they all like on the school's individual website? Like how would parents avail themselves of what my school's focus is for right now?
That's through the principals communicating. So sometimes through their newsletters, they hold meetings, oftentimes they're connected to, when they have coffee chats, they usually do like similar to how we share out information, very similar at this point. We usually don't put all of the strategic plan, but we can talk to them about putting their elevator speech somewhere on their website to be more key. That's a great idea. The whole strategic plan is pretty in depth with names and, you know, like we would probably want to just be like, this is what we're about and put the elevator speech somewhere. But we can
Yeah, it'd be nice for people to usually find out why my school is focusing on this thing, and the school is focusing on something else.
And we have to write that line of providing enough information to be transparent, to get not too much information to over stimulate. Is that bad?
No, you're right.
You know what I'm trying to do.
Yes, yeah, it's a balance. I am up next as well, but I am going to bring Gina McLean on up, and if she can just roll her chair next to me, that'd be awesome. While she's rolling over, just want to introduce Gina McLean is our Director of Elementary Teaching and Learning. She is a long time
Is it 24?
I think she and I started the same year. She's been a teacher in our district, a coach in our district, a TOSA in our district, a principal in our district, and now she is in this role. And a fun fact, she's also been an HSD student for her K-12 experience. So she is fully invested in HSD, and she is going to sit with me as we kind of walk through our early literacy efforts. And just talk about our goals and what we're working on as we work into this school year, especially when it comes to core instruction around diversity. So I'll put this over, I think, my first.
Oh. Yep, okay, great. All right, just like Brooke was explaining, our outward facing goal for early literacy is our running record scores. And so for third grade, you find metric on the big five. Our baseline data shows that 55% of all third graders met or exceeded English or Spanish as measured by the spring running records. So we're looking at only the language they met or exceeded in. So we're really focusing on making sure that we are honoring and valuing their multilingualism, biliteracy. And so if they are stronger in their native language, which is either English or Spanish, that is the one that we measure. We want to value either their meeting or exceeding in Spanish or meeting or exceeding in English. So that is our baseline data to start strategic plan. The student focal groups for our strategic plan are our students accessing special education services. And their baseline data is 27% are meeting or exceeding. And our students who identify as Hispanic, Latino, Latinx, and their baseline data is 41% students who are meeting or exceeding.
So does that mean that 45% of you are not?
Yes.
That is why we have a focus on core instruction. This is a large part of and
It just sounded like we were really excited about the 55%.
So we wanted to share with you just some of the things that we do to monitor assessment literacy in our district and the assessments that we use. So that you know, I think one of the questions that came out, like how are we monitoring students? What are we checking for? How are we doing this? And we wanted to just give you a little information about that. So that you have that. And these are all as we began implementing the phonics survey during the pandemic. So right now, I feel like this last year we have really good baseline data for our starting point, which feels really good to have, and the data at our fingertips through these tools. So easy CBM for curriculum-based measurement, is a reading screener that we administer to all the kindergartners and all new to HSD first grade students. And really what that assessment is designed for, it is a screener that we utilize for dyslexia components.
but it also helps us understand the language and awareness and rapid reading skills of kids, as well as the correspondence of sounds and letters. So we do that assessment with our kinders 3 times throughout the course of the year. It's given in a 1-to-1 capacity, so it is intensive, but it also gives us a lot of good information. The next one is called a phonics survey. These are literacy foundational skills. This came as part of the adoption of Wonders RVS at the elementary level, and it is administered to all first grade students and then to any 2nd through 6th grade student that is below grade level. So what this data does is it's a diagnostic to understand where students are proficient in certain skills and where they are not in other skills. So students start the phonics survey and they go until they are no longer successful in it, if that makes sense. So some kids get pretty far in it. Some kids stop at letter names and sounds because that's all that they have in that skill set. So it allows the teacher to then tailor their what I need time, so their wing time, to what students are at in that area. So for example, if I don't know how to blend words, that's something that I utilize as an intervention, and that's what I'm going to do during that time, during my small group time with students. So that phonics survey is really helpful. And again, this last year, I feel like it has been really good for that data, and we connect it to our Wonders and Marvia's curriculum as to what they need in the curriculum to help them be successful. Again, given 3 times a year, also a slightly intensive assessment, but really good information to get from students on their skills. And then the running record, which is our data that's part of the Big 5, that one is used to assess student accuracy in decoding and their oral retelling. So basically they're reading passages, and then from that we're getting information about their comprehension, their vocabulary, their ability to decode, their ability to read. And that helps us see where they're at instructionally and where we need to push them farther forward in their next steps for reading. So that assessment is given 2 times a year to all 2nd through 6th graders. And then we give it to 1st graders in the spring, because at that point we're hoping 1st graders have the skills to be able to do the running record in the spring. So
what is the average class size for kindergarten? That's a lot.
The average class size for those grade levels, we staff on a ratio of 1 to 26 at kinder, 1 to 24 for 1st through 4th grade, and then 28 is 4th and 5th.
And a single teacher will be able to do all 3 for every child.
We usually flood in assistance. Some schools do some work with substitutes where we bring in, and so we can kind of do a rotating sub to have some time to pull in and to do that work as well and support the work. Also know that teachers run small groups during that time, so sometimes they're running independent stations. So if you've ever been into the classrooms where they're, maybe they're counting blocks or they're making Play-Doh, and that during that time we're pulling the students at various.
All right. So, we've discussed the development of Maravitas and our science of reading alignment. What's wonderful about our curriculum that we adopted in 2020 was that it is aligned with science of reading. So the pillars of effective literacy, which you can also find on the Oregon Literacy Framework, is phonemic awareness. So again, that the sound correspondence of being able to hear a word and be able to tell you what sounds are in that word. Then moving on to phonics, where you're associating the sounds with letters to start decoding and encoding like spelling, being able to figure out what letters are in a word. Then fluency, becoming fluent in expression, accuracy, and that supports comprehension as well. Developing our vocabulary skills, text comprehension, and those big 5 you may have heard over the past 20 years. And then recently in the last decade or 2, they have added on oral language and writing to be a pillar of effective literacy, because writing, everything you're doing, reading and writing are all connected. And oral language starts from the beginning when toddlers are making sounds and discovering what the sounds correspond to, all the way through being able to orally respond to comprehension questions. It's all the foundation of being able to have effective literacy programs. So this is like the what of what we teach. This is what our instruction is based on, and our Wonders Maravillas curriculum hits these components. No, I got it, okay. All right, so there are several different models that reflect the science of reading and the research findings on insight on how children acquire literacy skills. So this is one of the main ones that we focus on, especially with our staff who are being trained in letters. And so this model reflects Scarborough's rote representation of the complexity of learning to read. It truly is like rocket science on how to approach this. And so I think the misconception in the past about reading is that you have to like build from reading awareness to phonics to vocabulary to comprehension. But what this shows is that all of those pieces are woven together. The language comprehension of building in background knowledge, teaching vocabulary, precision, linking that vocabulary to language structures, verbal reasoning, literacy knowledge, is all interwoven with word recognition. So again, the phonemic awareness, those foundational skills of decoding and sight word recognition. You can't do one without the other. So you can see all of them integrating together to become a skilled reader and fluent in all of those areas. So it's our curriculum focuses on those pieces and having and I'll show you just in a minute our literacy block and how those are woven in and in our curriculum as well. And then this breaks it down truly into the simple view of reading. And the decoding and word recognition are the bottom half of the rope that we just saw. So you need all of those pieces multiplied by the language comprehension, which is the top part of the rope. It's not once I have decoding word recognition plus language comprehension, I'm a great skilled reader. It's actually, you need, like if I'm 100% in decoding and word recognition times 100% in language comprehension, I am 100% skilled at being a fluent on grade level reader. Whereas if I only have 50% of my word recognition and I have 100% of language comprehension, I'm still only at about 50% of being able to be a skilled reader. So it's the product of decoding word recognition and language comprehension. So this is mostly used to understanding the abilities that underlie easily accessing reading comprehension. And it also helps us determine where students might have some struggles and challenges, because we can see if they're struggling with decoding word recognition and they're strong in language comprehension, that's where we need to focus on their skills in their small groups or their own time.
Is there a formal or district-wide definition of skilled reading?
I would say if we're looking at, I don't know the definition, but looking at all of the standards that we have for each grade level, they would be a skilled reader if they were meeting or exceeding in those standards.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know what the definition was.
Yeah.
Using the term.
Yeah.
What the definition of a skilled reader is.
Yeah. No worries. All right, so this is what our English literacy block looks like using the Wonders curriculum. And so we have our foundational skills there. What we noticed in our curriculum is that we do have grade level foundational skills, which in like kindergarten, first grade really hone in on phonemic awareness. But if our students don't have a strong foundation of phonemic awareness, the phonics pieces start to crumble for them. So we have made a priority of spending 10 minutes per day in K-2 classrooms using Hegarty phonemic awareness curriculum. And in 3rd through 6th grade, focusing on morphology or understanding the forms of words. Again, the morphology is also in our foundational skills curriculum for grade level, but we want to ensure that there are no missing pieces. So we have strategically aligned our morphology lessons with our Wonders Maravillas to make sure that they are getting extra practice and foundation in those skills. So morphology is kind of like the grade 3 through 6 phonics instruction. It's like we are assuming that they have their foundational skills in phonics by K through 2, And we're shoring those up and expanding those to like multi-syllabic word meaning, which is morphology and understanding of like prefixes, suffixes, and how the words are formed.
So does this mean that, God bless them, every teacher is, when they do their lesson, there's 10 minutes of that, 30 minutes of that, 25 minutes of that, and then another 25 minutes of that, regardless of the makeup of the 25.
Correct. So in the 30 minutes, the Wonders whole group, that is where you are specifically targeting the core curriculum, the grade level content. Because all students need access to grade level, no matter if they're below grade level or above grade level. You make sure that they have that strong foundation, 30 minutes every day. Now, you're not going to be teaching all of those pieces, foundational skills, vocabulary, comprehension, writing, in that 30-minute block every day. The curriculum is strategic about what pieces you're teaching each day and building upon each. So it's not 30 minutes jam-packed with all of those. It's a strategic curriculum to follow. So then in the 25-minute small level groups and the 25-minute phonics skills, that's when you look at the individual students and use the assessment data that we collected and make sure we are targeting the skills that they are, where they're at and where they need to go to be able to fill in the gaps that they have to become proficient leaders.
So do the teachers have to create all of this for themselves, or are we giving them the tools to say, I think this needs this?
We are giving them the tools, but they also are doing that in their professional learning communities. They're taking on assessment data and saying, okay, I've got this group of students, 6 students who really need to focus on decoding, CBC words like cat. I'm going to take those students and then we have the curriculum, and we're going to use that curriculum to try to discuss.
They're not creating like how to do the CBC. They have resources within the curriculum.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I feel like you're bringing that they're, they do not have to go within the curriculum, which is
So
why
they have resources.
yeah, they will say, I'm gonna click here because I start with these students are struggling with the CBCs, and I can click here and you can find 4 little assignments or little guided readers or X, Y, and Z that will help them get through.
That's what I was saying.
Okay. And then this is our literacy block for our dual language schools. And you can see that there's 2 different sections outlined in red because we, depending on our articulation guide, K1 and 2, 4 and 6 do the bottom half, the 30 minutes of the Martinez whole group and the 30 minutes of small level groups in Spanish. And then the 10 minutes and 20 minutes of the top pieces are done in English. So in 3rd grade and 5th grade, it's the opposite. And they follow the same guidance that we did for the English literacy block, but they're just making sure that they are getting foundations in both languages. Because children who are learning English as a second language become more literate more easily if they have a strong foundation in their home language.
So this information, the literacy block and all of these 2 components and just reviewing of numbers happened with our principals and administrators last week. We talked about what a good literacy block looks like and just anchoring this back to core and how that needs to look within the classroom and just making sure everybody is in agreement of how we're going to run our language literacy block and our English literacy block. So that is, again, some of the work that we're starting to lay the foundation for to make sure that we're doing this successfully in our schools coming into this next school year. Just investments in professional development. As you know, professional development has been a bit of a challenge. However, we are really focused on going into this next year to be able to provide the PD that we need to for our teachers. So we started doing a little bit of this last year. I called them baby PDs because we were only able to pull less than 10 teachers because they impact the substitutes in our building. So really pulling in our kindergarten teachers and our 1st grade teachers to start with, to really start to get back to the literacy block, we'll get back to what are the resources within foundational skills that we have, and just allowing them to connect with one another in a grade level PLC across our district to learn a little bit more. With the framework that Oregon has passed around early literacy. It really is about a curriculum adoption and making sure you have a curriculum that's aligned to the science of reading. What was great is Fran had already done that work kind of right as we rolled into the pandemic, and we were already prepared to adopt a curriculum. So I know part of that work is some of our districts do not have curriculum that is aligned in that same sense, and so our surrounding districts don't. So I feel like we right now we adopted in 2020, which was a rough year to adopt in. And really, I feel like, I think this is technically year 4, but I'm going to call it year 2.5-ish. And last year we were able to really see the curriculum as a whole last year and get to writing as well, which was a really important part that Gina talked about in terms of what's important for teaching literacy skills. So again, this year is that ability for us to just stay the course, but enhance and give the development that we need to our teachers to do better with that. Another piece that's going to probably come out of that framework as well is just letters training and just getting teachers trained in how literacy works. And so as a great thing, we have actually invested in that already. It is a costly endeavor, but it is a well worth it endeavor for our teachers. We have already trained 99 teachers in our district. 65 are currently in process. And so for that group of 164 total at this point, it's just under $1 million to do that. It is a 100-hour PD for our teachers around the essentials for teaching reading. It is an amazing professional development. It teaches the skills for them. And we have seen, especially the bulk of our kindergarten teachers and first grade teachers have done it, have really increased their knowledge of teaching reading. So it's been really beneficial. I think another area that just going into this year, we are focused on supporting our teachers that teach our students with disabilities, so our special education teachers. Right now, we'll have a total of 16 trained after this year. And if you remember on Gina's first slide, an area of focus for us is our students with disabilities. So again, giving those skills to our special education teachers is also important. Focusing this year on grade level professional development and collaboration, and again, working through curriculum in K2 to help and support phonemic awareness. So those are the things that we're going to be really focused on going into this year to support early literacy. Back it. For Gina or myself.
Questions? Just wanted to say briefly, thank you for the presentation. Earlier this year is one of the things I've heard most consistently throughout my time on the board from knowledgeable folks. Something we should be focused on in the district, and I should know more about what we're doing in this district. But it's great to have that overview. It sounds like we're doing great work and ahead of the curve, and so I'm really excited to see good results that people starting to make a big difference.
And coming up there, with the early literacy, there'll be grants available, and our hope is to be able to apply for those grants. That's already on Brooke's list of things to do, and hopefully be able to support more of this work around professional development, letters training, and all those things that we can offset. There is a cost to it, but it's such an important value for our district, and I feel lucky that we've been able to invest in it as we have, and as ESSER begins to run out in those things, being able to have access to give this to our teachers that we support.
Question, because you brought this up here earlier on, with the base measurement. So when you identify those students, do they continue on that same track, or how do you address their students?
It's a screener. It's a screener to see. And what do you want to talk about it, or?
Go ahead and I can fill it.
Okay. I used to be a math teacher, but I get real nerdy now. That was a real fun thing. So it is a screener. So what that tells us, it doesn't tell us that they have dyslexia. It just says that they have like potential tendencies. Yeah. And so what we do with them, the students that are identified in that category, is we really tailor their win time based on what they need for their intervention time during the day. So during their small group time or their win time, we are really focused on the skills that they're lagging to see if we give them 6 weeks of really concentrated instruction around that area. Letters down to see, are they making the improvement? Is it other reasons that they're just not getting letters down? They're not dyslexia, and then having conversations
with, families as needed if they're not making that progress to see what's happening. Our data at the end of this year, showed, what was the percentage?
Yeah. There's a different piece of the assessment, but they're, oh gosh. At least 50% of our students were like in the green zone, if we had seen in that area. And then about 20% were in the yellow zone, which, you know, like, we're kind of on the watch just to see where we're headed and making sure that they're getting their skills filled in. And then about 20% were in the red. And so we do send home letters to families, like at the end of the year in kindergarten, we send home letters to all the families with the students who are in the red zone about what they could do to look for. We have a website that they can access with resources to help start building those skills at home as well. And if they're more concerned about it, they can talk with their pediatrician too to get more information. But yeah, they're going through the intervention cycles, and if they respond well to intervention, awesome, we'll just keep that going. If not, we do our student support process where we do at least 3 rounds of intervention, and if we're noticing this could potentially be something we'll look at for evaluation for a specific learning disability, and we would go down that route as well. But that would be until probably end of 1st grade, because we don't want to identify too soon. Yeah. Just had a question about the assessment that are those, some of them are new or some are those existing that we used to do the
Yeah. We have done all of them since our Wonders adoption, 4 years.
Yeah.
All of them have solidly been for 4 years. EDCBM started a little bit prior to that, but those are the ones that we've done.
So we already had this in place, the assessment. Is there like needs that we're changing it all or anything? I'm just thinking about like, when are we getting the results of the assessments to then do interventions throughout the year? Is it like a specific schedule? Like you don't wait until the year.
Yes, we do have a specific schedule. We have assessment agreements and a calendar for all of these assessments. So the easy CBM for the kindergartners and some first graders are 3 times a year, fall and spring. There are progress monitoring pieces along the way too, especially for our students who we're concerned about. Same thing for the phonics survey that's done 3 times a year as well, and progress monitoring available along the way throughout the months that we're not officially assessing. And then same with the running records.
Questions?
I just want to say thank you, Gina and Javier, for that. And thanks for the questions. We hope that through the year, as you see the data, these kinds of nerdy conversations keep going. The kind of questions you're asking are really important about how our kids read and what are our systems to make sure that assessments are timely and that our interventions are timely. So thank you for that conversation.
I'm gonna let Gina run away. Real quick. Good job.
Me?
Well, it says your name, so I'm gonna, and it's now down.
Our next topic comes out of discussions we had. So what Rose just passed out is, I don't know if that link is working on your computer, but what Rose just passed out is the statement I read before any audience time. And this is less presentation and more discussion. So as a board, do we want to change, manage, rework, keep the same how we're doing audience time? So some discussions have come up, so we put it on the agenda for us to talk about. So a reminder that audience time is not something required, it's something we choose to do. Some districts manage things very differently than we do. Some districts put audience time at the very end of a meeting, like a reward treat for people. You have to sit through everything before you get there. We choose to put it right in front. We don't require anybody to stay after audience time. It is not our time to have a discussion or debate with anybody. It's time for audience, anybody member of the public to come and just have 3 minutes and say whatever it is they want to say to us. Could be that they think everybody should own 4 cats. It really has sometimes nothing to do with school. So it could be anything. They can just have 3 minutes to talk to us, and it's our time to sit and listen to the public. That's what audience time, as we've done it so far, as construction and broken is for. So, with that in mind, does anybody have any suggestions or changes they'd like to implement?
Yeah, I appreciate you putting this on the agenda. I guess I should say for our student representatives and maybe a few cabinet members that are new, because of public meeting laws, board members can't talk about official business outside of meetings. So even things that are kind of minor, I asked for a few topics. Mark's gracious enough to put them on the agenda because we can't email each other and say, hey, even though they're smaller topics, that's the reason they're on this agenda, is so we can share our thinking with each other as board members. So I really think that public comment is a very important valve for people to come and share what they're thinking with their elected representatives. And I think there are a couple of small tweaks. I was thinking recently about putting myself in the shoes of someone who's coming to give public comment for the first time in a school board meeting. And as Mark said, city councils and school boards around the county and around the state do things a lot differently, but in a lot of different manners. But as thinking of the way we do it, the statement, we start off saying, this policy BDDH and go through about all these sort of technical and it's appropriate that we do, but I was thinking it would be nice if we could, or for people who don't comment that often, if we started off perhaps, or in some way said something to the extent of, the board really appreciates you being here. We value what you're saying and we're really glad you're here. So we started out with something just to say, hey, we really appreciate it. I think that would send a message that, it's not just about policy, it's about us being appreciating the fact that people took the time to come to the school board meeting. So that was one minor thing. And then also I was thinking that for people who don't give public comment very often, it might seem a little bit odd. The fact that they give their comment and then no one really says much or acknowledges them, and then we move on with the meeting and nothing happens, and then maybe 3 hours later during superintendent's time, the superintendent says, oh, this was raised during public comment, here's my thoughts about that. So maybe we could have something, toward the end of this that says, thank you for the comments. Board members will thoughtfully consider what you shared and add this to a later meeting agenda if appropriate. In the meantime, the superintendent or his designee may reach out to you if there's something they can share, they have more information. So I just feel like there's a few tweaks we can make to make sure people feel appreciated for coming if the rest of the board wouldn't mind doing that.
Hey, Patrick, I like what you're thinking. I had given some thought a couple of times where we have people who come and they may or may not understand that they're not going to have back and forth with us, which I'm so thankful. I don't want to have to defend myself, at least not every time they bring something up. However, what occurred to me was, how do they have an ongoing conversation with us and at least be able to get additional information? Because to Patrick's point, if they are able to say what they want to say, they voice themselves and exercise the First Amendment rights, and then they walk away. And that's it. And the disadvantage is when we get a chance to address it, because at the end of the meeting, they're already gone. And so if anything, maybe we could reverse that and say, you know what, maybe you need to come at the end because somebody might have actually want to address the issue or figure out a way that we can, I don't know. You come up here, you say what you want to say, and you sit down, and that's it. To me, that doesn't mean that the board hurt. It just means that you put up with me for 30 seconds. That makes sense.
Yeah, and okay, go ahead. Sorry, Eric.
I was just gonna say, I think maybe you can just look in the first sentence and the last sentence on here. So moving that last bit to the top and then the top item to the bottom. That could be a for your idea of the welcoming part. I do feel like maybe it would be great to, I definitely say that when you don't have any knowledge of like you're just gonna speak and I'm just gonna speak back to you. It feels really awkward and weird. And I think maybe even just mentioning it here when we're reading it, or even letting know, like, I think a lot of times we have speakers that have material they want to share with us, or do something, just saying, you can email the board at this address if you want to share material. Just information for them to be aware that at this time, the public comment is just for the public to speak, at the board, but there is no back and forth dialogue with the board.
Maybe we could give them, when they come in, when they sign up, because I know sometimes they sign up here, and sometimes they sign up online like that. Maybe we could just have a one pager and say, here's kind of the rules, this is how this goes, so that you know what to expect. And then that way, if there is additional information you want to share with the board, I'm not saying you have to have it all, but to the extent that you get a child who wants to express themselves, the parent comes with them, they want to say something and they did, but that's it. And they have no clue where it goes from there. So it's just a matter of managing the expectation of them and of us, and then maybe being a little bit more, I don't know, responsive.
Just for historic context, since when have we always not responded to public comment? Or is there a certain state policy that has guided, or SBA policy that has guided us not even providing any type of comment after someone speaks? Just so I know if this is just what we've always done, or if it's dictated by policy, or.
Since the time I've been following the board, been on the board, I don't think there's anything in state law. I also think because it's not law and it's how we decide to do things, it's like most of the things in our canon, it's generally accepted practices, but not 100% of them. So I mean, there have been times over the course of my 6 years on the board where Mike or the chair have responded to somebody during audience time, just because it felt like it needed to be said and not wait till so I mean, so it's not a hard, fast rule. It's like a guiding principle. So I think we have made exceptions in the past where it's sort of usually made note of. Generally, we don't have a back and forth, and it's not a back and forth. I wanted to let you know that. So we have done that in the past in sort of more sensitive situations. So, so yeah, there's no requirement that I know of. It's sort of like our guiding principle, our guiding policies. I think probably my first year, I did a better job of sort of framing it before we got to the paper of saying, you know, this is your time for us to just listen to you. It's not a time to have a conversation. I remember doing that. And I've looked back at a couple earlier board meetings. I used to think I got a little lazy or something, but there's, you know, same thing over and over. But so I used to say that a lot more at the beginning of it before I got to the paper. I feel like maybe I should go back to that. Yeah. Yes, right. That's probably right. Yes. And some of the times were, yeah, because we were dealing with a more controversial topic, I want people to know the past few times we've not had anybody and they've been not super controversial, just somebody wanted to let us know about something. So, so that's also, I guess, my expectation of not being prepared for, oh, what if they start calling us a bunch of names?
I think it's also just, I think there was a practice, like you said, like the policy, we get to decide that we wanted to hear from public, not every board does it.
Yeah, somebody
wants
do
to
it
do
all.
it. So I think it was probably, I'm thinking about like our board meetings and how they run, a way to maintain order and for it not to, you know, run away with the back and forth and the different board members and just to kind of have smooth meetings. It's definitely more hard what we choose to do with it.
No, I think that makes sense, and I think to everyone's point, and Patrick, what Patrick is suggesting, I think, is to add the beginning and the end would really help kind of smooth out the entire process, I think, a little bit more. Because there have been times where, you know, we're sitting there and people will share, and it's always awkward. It's an awkward transition every single time I feel like, in terms of being appreciative and acknowledging and, you know, to everyone's point, we don't share anything that until our discussion time. And so, you know, even if there's a comment that we can put in there that board chair says or superintendent says, at the very end, just acknowledging at the end of the public comment time, not the discussion time. I think that would help smooth out the process.
I think the thing that the board chair reached changed even America's, like it during, it's not the same one that you started with.
No, they don't.
Right, so this has changed a few times just in a few years we've been here. So I mean, changing this is not an onerous process. And so, yeah, we want to discuss sort of canonizing the idea of what I think Erica used to do and I used to do just sort of automatically at the beginning was saying, you know, this is your time to let the board know about issues. It's not a time for discussion or debate. Maybe I don't know that we want to make this too much longer. Because when we got to this version, I think it was during your tenure. And I remember going, ooh, that got longer.
And I wonder, like, I think Nancy was saying, what if we put it online when people are filling out just information about, like, FYI, this is not a discussion time, this is, and even here, so people are aware of it.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone's feedback. I think that it's important that we say the things we say here about not criticizing individual staff and not using obscene profane language and so on and so forth. But I just, if we only say that, I don't want the message to be that this is kind of an imposition. We think all the people who are commenting are going to be eccentric. And I don't think it, obviously we don't think that. I just want to make sure no one gets that impression. So I think if we start off just with a clear statement that we really appreciate people being here. And if we also at the end, either at the end of this statement, very briefly, or after everyone comments, or you think it's more appropriate, just, and for future people who might be chair after after you've moved on, if we just have something that says, to the extent of the board will carefully think about the things you've said, and we may schedule it for discussion for a later meeting, but people will reach out to you with appropriate something of that nature, so that people have at least some transition. Like she was saying, that it's not just like, okay, you said something, you would know what's happening, you're leaving, bye.
I think you made an exception to the guideline when the people gave us the airport information. So that was the case where I addressed them directly before the end of the meeting saying, I think you'll find this in the town board who just acts on something the first time they hear about it. So, do you want to, is everybody got sure? Like,
So I want to echo, because I have similar thoughts, looking at this as well, the transition, but to me also in some way, I know we're going to thank our public audience speakers, but for those issues that require follow-up or deep follow-up, and I know we've had a couple in the past, and superintendent saying, follow-up with you. I just think I agree with having a statement at the end, whether you say it or whether Travis says it, to really, one, thank them, but also to address anything that came up in those public comments, not just leave it hanging out there, or then we'll get to it at the end of the meeting kind of thing. I just think something that brings some closure to that. I also like the idea of if we do this online as well when they sign up or here on the piece of paper, or please contact the board if you want to give additional information or whatever. We're interested in what you have to say.
so it feels like we're all comfortable with this being in transition again. So we want to volunteer, just take a stab at some new language and circulate it amongst the rest of us. Okay. Maybe you'll Patrick.
I brought this up, I know, I did, so I'm happy to help out. Yeah.
And then to your point, we have to, even if it's small, we have to talk about it in open session. So I think if you two work together on something and then get it to Rose, she can be the point of contact to distribute. So we're not creating a serial meeting by accident. So that's I'm looking for head nods. Everybody seem like that's a good way to go. So we'll put this in transition one more time. And it's been probably 4 years since it changed, 3 years since it changed. So it's about time. Sure, why not? All right. Any other questions or comments about the audience time stuff? All right. Then we are on break. Everybody take 10 minutes. We back, what? 6, 10, something like that.
Favorite, but it's definitely triggering. All right, welcome back, everybody. Jordan will conduct our game, but man, these are like, these are not lighthearted like our previous one. All right.
Wait, so this one is, what is something you wish you could improve or learn to do? Sort of on that learning track or improvement, but mine's not as serious. I would like to improve my balance. I have the worst balance in the world, and like I can't paddleboard, I rope. If you want to torture me, take me out when I was like adventure ropes courses, I had to be rescued from one of those. That would be mine. I'd like to find a way to improve my balance.
Oh, wow. Mark will relate to this one because he knows me in this realm, but I would love to improve my singing because I secretly want to be a rock star and I like doing karaoke. And while I think I am decent at it, I would love to be amazing at it.
Handwriting.
I get a chance, I just saw it.
Congratulations.
That's why.
I would like to improve how I speak Farsi because it was my first language I knew growing up, and now I kind of struggle speaking with my grandparents, so I want to learn for them to communicate them better.
I want to improve my singing because I'm in encore for my Hillsboro High School, and we placed first and state last year, but we're trying to go again, but this group won't be as good. So I don't know if you guys know, but Benjamin Noyes put a lot of pressure on my back.
I would like to learn how to play the piano. I just got a piano from my grandmother-in-law, and I'm going to tune. And she actually a very famous tuner and a piano teacher. And I would just like to learn how to play like 2 songs really well, and then like have a party and then just bust it out.
Something I've been working on this summer that I'd like to improve on is I'm an emerging bilingual Spanish speaker. And I'm queen of Duolingo, so I'm on a 57-day streak. I'm gonna get better.
I'll be a little more aspirational and not let it actually happen and say, I would like to learn someday to operate on hot air balloon. Because I see the Tiger Balloon Festival every year, and it seems like such an interesting thing to see these people operating hot air balloons.
Have you been up in one?
What?
Have you been up in one?
I have not. That's the first step. I have to ride one first.
I would like to be a better gardener. There's some people who can get things to bloom all year round in their yard, but I don't know the strat.
I would like to learn how to cook. Not my thing, but I have some free time and maybe learning how to cook is a great activity for me. The basics thing too.
I'll go commenting. I'll go improve my Spanish. I think I got enough to get by a little, but always nervous about trying because I feel like I sound stupid. So, if I were better at it, I would be less reluctant to try.
So one thing everyone knows about me is that I'm a soccer mom and a very, very, very proud one for many years. What I don't know how to do is kick a damn soccer ball. So I would love to learn how to kick a soccer ball because I don't know how to do it. I did every sport besides soccer. So I can't, when the kids are kicking the balls and I love to go shag them just because I like to be important and I can't kick it back to them. It's embarrassing.
I wish I was more musically inclined. I played the alto saxophone when I was a kid, and the other day my mom had it in the closet at my parents' house, and they're like, "We need to do something." And I was like, "Oh, I should have been better." So it's just a gift I don't have. It's much like fun. I feel like maybe I need to bust out the alto sax and see if I can still play. I'm not even sure if I remember where the notes are. So it'll be interesting.
Pass. I don't know. There's so many things.
With this too good.
That's absolutely not it. Okay, transparency. I wish I could just be okay with being like everyone else. Sometimes the desire to be, do, go just overwhelms you. And you don't realize it until you realize you're on the bridge and you're about ready to jump off because one plate. Does that make sense to you? So it really is the desire to one day, for just a short period of time, learn how to be okay with just being like everybody else.
For me, it's playing the piano. So it's my goal, not, so all of you with your wishes, make them a goal. It's all the smart goals. Set it up, exactly. And make your smart goals and achieve your dreams. But for me, it's my goal this fall to carve out the time to practice. Yeah. So it's great for us.
Like to improve the amount of time I spend with my parents. That's what I just came to my mind. When they're both about to turn 74, they both had some health things along the way. And I think especially the face-to-face time to spend with them, would be something I really want to channel my energy to, especially going into this year. So.
Such a great question. I have two. One is to learn how to play the guitar. I kind of see myself sitting around a campfire, just strumming away, and people just singing along with me. And so I'm going to make that happen. And then also Farsi. I speak Spanish fluently because of my mother, but I never learned to speak Farsi on my father's side. So I've never been able to talk to any of my uncles or aunts, many of my cousins in Iran, and I'd love to do that.
I also have two. So one is I'd love to improve my Korean just because Shekinah is, again, I'm reading her books and it's to a point where my reading level is, I need more picture books than I need word books. So I would love to improve my Korean. And then the second thing is I'd love to improve my baking skills. So we have like a birthday or two between my family and my husband's family, like every month. And I've taken it upon myself to like bake his birthday cakes. And it's like this fun thing because Shekinah and I can do it together. But I need to like level up in my baking game. And so that's something I hope to do. Bake cakes are expensive. They're so expensive these days. So I'm like, you know what, as my girls get older, instead of buying a cake, we can make a cake. But again, I need to level up.
I think I'll do like you did, I'll do two. So a long-term one is just my meditation practice. I want to get better at doing that more consistently and longer. So that's something that's just helps my stress management and awareness, all the good stuff, blood pressure problems. So that's something. And some fun thing is I want to do a handstand. I used to be able to do it a lot as a kid. And now I'm just like, I was like trying to do one the other day.
but, just say, I need a lot of practice.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate this one very much. I, for the first time this last month, played Guitar Hero in an arcade with my daughter Emily, and we rocked it. And I got to play, we did like the co-play, so I was on bass guitar. So now every song I hear now, all I hear is the bass line. So I'm gonna go with bass guitar and also learning how to can. Like, I know how to freeze and other foods, but not. So I'm really sure. Thank you.
I would like to learn how to play the drums.
Yeah.
My husband and my daughter both play, and it's so cool, and I think it would be really cool to have a family drum line.
Thank you, everybody. All right.
If we have a band, we'll name it public comment.
Oh, my God.
Our next topic, just more discussion and presentation again. Some people are asking about student, representatives to the board. And many of us have been involved in the selection process. So I hope a lot of people can speak to how that goes and how we do it, if there's questions about that. The one thing I wanted to sort of bring up was that I think we can do better in our mentorship opportunities. When we first began the student representative program, I can go to the next one. Like Rosa put a great slide together with so many of our great student representatives. Oh, that's everyone. That's all. All right. I know. How heartwarming is that, right? Nice. When we first started, I think we were very intentional about the mentorship program and making sure to have, regular meetings with students and the support groups. And I'll share what former school board member Spross and I learned at the national conference was they had a balloon and put a piece of yarn under it and it fell to the floor. But 2 pieces of yarn on it, you may be able to get the balance, but it still probably fell to 4. Get 4, you start to create a web of support. And the idea being that, the school board members should help students create a web of support to help them be successful in this endeavor. There's probably a parent, school leader, somebody who maybe encourage the student to participate in board activities, a pastor or somebody born in their community, somebody in their neighborhood. There's probably a way to get 3 or 4 people together on a semi-regular basis. We have 2 board members assigned to each student for each semester. And I would, for the last 3 years, I've been out of this cycle, or I would have been doing it because the board chair doesn't participate. So, and we're working on orientation day, right? Is it next Tuesday? So that's what I hope. All right. So I'll let them know they can always reach out to me anytime, but it's great it takes time, which none of us really have a lot of, but it takes time to create a good mentorship relationship with your student representative. And I think we've got a bunch of really great students, and we have another bunch of really great students. Thank you all for being with us today. And I think we owe it to them to do whatever we can to help them be successful. And part of that is the mentorship aspect that we may not have been that great on in the last few years. So I'll just say we could probably improve on that as well. So just want to bring that up, and if there's any ways that people need systemically for us to help create mentorship opportunities, I'm happy to discuss ways that we can do that. What was the student voice part? I don't know if that was well, but that was yours. That was okay.
It's really great to have all the representatives with us. I asked to have a brief conversation again, just because I have had a chance to share my thinking with the other members of the board. And that's that I'm not asking for us to do anything today, but I would like us to just brainstorm in the background ways tools or methods that could empower students to be more of representatives. And I say that because I think that my observation before I joined the board, and definitely last year, the board members, that part of what we are doing is kind of offering development and opportunities for the student representative to grow. And that's wonderful, but I think it's because we chose to call it a representative. I think it should be more than that. I think it should be them bringing the voices of the students to the board. And I think we as board members very much take seriously our role as representatives of our constituents. And I think that obviously students are not going to be that to the same degree, but I think that we want them. Part of what we're trained in this role is that representative function, the idea of gathering voices, gathering concerns, ideas, suggestions, and then bringing those not on behalf just of yourself, but of all the people you represent. And so, in part of teaching, this role being teaching about democracy, about civic participation, I think it would be good for us to think of ways to help future student representatives collect feedback from the schools they represent, the students they represent, and I don't know exactly what that looks like, but it's something that I thought I've had that I think if we're going to call them representatives, I don't think it should just be an individual development opportunity. I think it should be, we should find ways for it to be them learning how to represent all the people at their school and those voices and collect that feedback. So that's something that is, I don't know if others share, but it is my vision for a small part of what the role involves. And so I think the year ahead, if anyone has any ideas on that front, it'd certainly be great to be thinking about it, brainstorm.
For it's worth, we do cover a lot of that in the orientation session. So that's one of the key things we hit upon. Like everybody knows I'm a Century Jaguar. No hiding it, it's back, but once you're in this role, you think more than just your school. You think about all the schools. So we definitely have those kinds of conversations in the orientation and thinking district wide and the kinds of ways that the job swings both ways. It's not just bringing your voice here; it's your voice at the school as well. So we do cover a lot of that in the orientation stuff. So, but there's always a way to be better. We should figure out how to be better.
And could students, the representatives, go to have a structured part of their, like how sometimes students are in leadership classes. Could they go to leadership classes or different functions and that be part of their assignment to collect feedback from students? What would you like the school board to know? What can we share with the school board this month? I think that would be a neat part.
So, Patrick, are you trying to be a little bit more prescriptive about how they gather the information?
I want to make sure they have the tools they need to gather the information, that they have a time set on their day if you want to. Just that I'd like to ask at the end of this year, I'd like to ask our student representatives, are there any additional tools that they want or additional things the district could do to make them more?
Okay. I like what you're thinking. Let me turn it to the student reps and ask, how do you get the information? We often ask what the student opinion is, what are you thinking? How did you get that information? Or how do you feel like it in order to represent the student board?
I was actually waiting to ask all of you guys how you guys will give us the opportunity to ask.
I think that part of our evolution of having student reps would be first, but it's evolved every year. So we haven't figured out everything. Of course, we're one of the first districts to actually have student reps. So look, the common practice, whatever we've done, has been like this. Hey, what if we do this, or what if we do that? And we kind of are just figuring it out as we go. And I think, I don't know, I'm thinking it's really without them having experience yet of like, what is it, the board meeting is like, and what are they asking about, or what are the questions? I wonder if it's also something maybe that we could ask our past student reps and get some info, like what would have been helpful for you to have, and then maybe propose, here's some options that we heard, what is doable? Because I know a lot of times too, students have a lot of things going on at school and everything, and so I also don't want to add additional like work or tasks that isn't manageable with your life and student work and, you know, homework and all that stuff.
This dovetails into the selection process too. So you all had a chance to speak to some of the ones from last year, right? The student representative last year.
I'm pretty sure that meeting got canceled.
It got canceled?
Or something, no.
No, didn't get canceled. Wait, they spoke?
I got to talk to the student rep from last year.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a.
Yeah, it's like a session. So, yeah, we've been doing that for 4 years or whatever. So we do have like, as students, as we, part of the selection process is before the interview, our current student representatives have a session where the potential candidates can ask them a bunch of questions. We should think about maybe a debrief for like an exit interview. How do we do that? Right?
No.
Yeah.
I think we have to be a little bit more intentional on the transition component of it. Because we get seniors and they're like, "Blah, I just graduated, and now I got to get ready for college." But yet we have a group that's coming in now that probably needs at least a solid hour conversation one-on-one with them so that they can understand what they just went through.
We should get that Tuesday.
And so, right, so I'm just thinking we have to be intentional to help you to understand what the difference is. Like, for example, the first thing I was thinking of, are you involved in your student council or student? Are you involved there? That's always the place that the students can get their voice from. But if you're not involved, I'm not saying that you have to volunteer because all you have things on the plate. But that's the one place where you can always depend on to get that voice. To Patrick's point, if you're not in tune with that voice, you almost don't have a clue. You know, as a student there, and you know what everyone is talking about anecdotally. But if something really happens at your school, something really going on, that's one way that you could do this, or you could bring that to us. We also have to be intentional about making sure that you understand how to communicate with us when something is going down. If you're getting the feeling that something is happening in your school and people want answers and they want to know, it's incumbent upon you to try to work with us, and as your mentor, we're going to help you to bring that voice, because maybe there's something that our new superintendent needs to know. Sometimes it is helpful to understand what is happening from the student perspective that the superintendent needs to know, but he's also going to get the administrative perspective. He needs both in order to make that decision. He needs to understand what's really, really happening on the ground, and that comes from you. And so this goes back to Patrick's point. How do we make it more intentional, more thoughtful, and more efficient?
I also feel like there's not one particular, we all chose you because you have a particular perspective that you bring to our board. And so we don't just want like student council voices. We also want, you know, students that we traditionally have underserved or perspectives that we haven't heard to be elevated. So the way that you get information or the way that you interact in your school can look very different. It doesn't have to be the same for everybody. It could be word of mouth. It could be like a different type of after school activity that you participate, or just a different group that you're engaging in. And I think it's just like bringing that up and sharing, like, here's the types of, like, here's the things that I'm hearing at my school, or here's the feeling or the perspective of what people's perspective is regarding certain topics, and you're bringing all of that. But I think to the point of what is the best way that we can like get that information or collect that from you, or what would you need to be efficient at doing that?
And normally if I hadn't just had a crazy long verification, we would have already had a nice orientation session, chance to chat before you were here at your first meeting. So, that's more on me than I wasn't here, not possible. So yeah, we'll have a nice conversation, get together for about an hour and get the chance to pose questions. We'll give you a bunch of information. We're talking a lot about y'all. I think what you'll see, what hopefully you'll see over the course of the year is us trying to always improve the way we're doing whatever it's we're doing. And having student representatives is one of the things that we're pretty passionate about, and we can improve the way we do it. Yeah, by the end of the year, I'm sure they'll have great ideas for us on how we can improve it. We do it. And now it's like a lot coming at you all at once. So it's like orientation training. And again, feel free to jump in wherever you want in the meantime.
I've been currently trying to figure out how I can go from the platform I've created. I already have connections between all the clubs because I'm the vice president of one. And then I work with the all student body president of my school. So I'm trying to figure out, considering I'm in student government as a director of unity, I can speak for like the crowds of people of color and everything. Now, I also want to figure out, work with someone here on how to grow.
That's what you're doing. And yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
And the mentorship schedule, to make sure that you have the contact information for your mentors. Email address is easy, but if you're comfortable sharing phone numbers, I think it's probably cool to share phone numbers, and hopefully we'll create a system where if you have questions, your first thought is to reach out to one of your mentors or me, and we'll help set you on the right path or connect you with the right person to get the question answered. It's gonna be good. It seems a little weird being here in your first meeting and not having had any orientation, but I get it. Next year I'll stay home. No, it won't be me, it'll be you. You stay in the country in August.
One question I have is specifically around the board mentorship and I guess my role as a board member mentor to the student representative. In the number of years that we've had this, it hasn't been super clear to me oftentimes how I can be most helpful when I'm meeting with my mentor. And there's been a couple, for example, in the past where there was one student representative where the mentorship meeting we had involved certain people from his school, like his maybe a counselor advisor or like home teacher or something like that. And so it was a bit more structured, and I think that was maybe because the student wanted it that way. And then there were other ones where, you know, I'd meet with them and they would just discuss kind of the personal goals. And so I would love to hear from maybe other board members how you approach kind of that mentorship program, if there's any guidance that would help all of us as board members, or even some guidance for newer board members if they're stepping into this place of mentorship. If there's any guidance that we're operating under, and if not, that's totally fine too, because I get that it's geared toward each specific student, and maybe, you know, we want to leave it non-prescriptive so that there can be room for us to just work with our students. But would love to hear what other board members' experiences are with the mentorship component of it. And then the last thing I'll add to that is, I know Rose has stepped in to help kind of schedule some of those meetings, which in addition to the jillion things that is on your plate, I also appreciated you kind of stepping in to help coordinate maybe even some of the meeting schedules. Because I think that also helps us actually get it on the calendar. I know I've not been great in the past at getting meeting times, especially if we're having to coordinate with another board member and student schedules. Sometimes the logistics of finding a time to be in sync together on a regular basis has been challenging for me as a board member. So would love to hear what other board members' experiences have been, and if there's any tips I can take away to make sure that we're providing mentorship opportunity to our student representatives in this unique time period.
Before COVID messed everything up. So before that, we had sort of one. At the very outset, we had one board member assigned per student to be the mentor. And then 2 years in, 3 years in, we decided, oh, it's probably better to assign two. So that's why now you'll see each student has two people and then you switch. So the first year, I think I was the mentor for one person the entire year. Like, oh, what we don't want is for the student representative to just mirror the position or opinions of the one board member who's mentoring. So got two, switched them out. I would say when I was at my best at it, I was able to connect with the students before the year began, find a couple of other adults that care about them being successful on this. And, you know, maybe it's probably somebody from school, maybe a parent, pastor, some of the community, some of the neighborhood, whatever. Even if it's just me and two other adults, find time to meet with them once a month. Like we literally met every month and sort of, talk about their concerns and then also, you know, be able to, sort of set expectations, understand the kinds of things we're going to be talking about in a board meeting. If we had the first, whatever the packet was out for the next board meeting, be able to discuss like, this is what we're going to be talking about. This is what this really means. This is how we talk about these stuff. So, you know, maybe every month is a little bit too onerous. I was able to do it with two students during the time I had to mentor. So I was able to, you know, every month or every 6 weeks, the group of people that were helping support them got together outside of board time and had a little discussion about, you know, expectations and what to expect in a board meeting and what the topics are likely to be. And I mean, kind of, so that's how, when I felt I was at my most successful, that's what I did. I tried to do it a little bit with Devlin and COVID, and me and his mom met for coffee at Insomnia outside during COVID. So it was like, got a chance, but it was, you know, not possible to get together every month. So that's sort of, and I think it became board chair and checked it out. So yeah, you know, I would say scheduling regular meetings when there's two mentors as opposed to one, maybe only one mentor can make it or something like that. So it's just, it's hard. Yeah, I do think providing that support for them outside of the board environment is good if you can do it. That's how I did it.
One of the things that was helpful for me was to actually key in on the students and where they are in their life. So for example, what was the board? Oh, the state meeting was important last year.
Yeah, every November there'll be one in Portland, yeah.
So that meeting was helpful for the students, and it just so happened that we were mentoring Beth, and she went to that meeting. Well, what we were able to do was just, you know, kind of walk her through. She was able to navigate the meeting, and then through that was how we established the relationship for the rest of the year. And at that point, it was like, hey, whether it was she needed a ride or whether she needed help with you remember when we were trying to figure out why they weren't able to take the ride on the plane with the jets that were here I mean, it was all the things. And then I could go to Mike and go, Mike, they need help in this. Or they need help to get the right permission so that they can be released to do this with their program. It's about what your needs are. And then our job is to help you lift that voice up. If something is going on that you need, you know, and that's how the relationship is formed. And so she and love, but that's how it worked out for me. Oh, she's over there. Yeah. So that's how it just kind of worked out for me. And if Yvette needed something, she would send me a text. Hey, I'm doing this or this. But you have to have that relationship. We're strangers to you right now, and I get it. We love you a lot more than you love us right now because we know what we want for you. Hopefully you'll get to know the relationship and then you can call upon us when you need something. And that's a very personal thing. That's what I get out of when I do those kinds of relationships.
I think that they also like, you don't know what you don't know yet.
Exactly.
So I think it would be great to have some best practices and be like, here's like typical ways that a mentor relationship can be support for you or what we're able to do. And like out of these things, like what seems helpful to you right now? And I think maybe we haven't had that structure to Shannon's point of like everybody kind of just does it differently. And I would meet with a counselor at the school with the student rep and so it looked different from them hearing everybody else. I think it looked different, but it would be great if we had some like best practices. And then also that was part of their orientation to say like, you know, out of this kind of different ways that a mentor relationship would look like, what seems more like appropriate for you right now, or what seems like is helpful to you. That I think that would be good for us to have a little bit more formality to our mentoring.
Did you also have a question about the selection process?
A little bit, but I don't think I want to get into that right now. I think my biggest contribution was just to say that I really appreciate everything everyone shared about that. But for me, I think the question of, how do we help student representatives feel like they are not just presenting the voices of themselves and their the people they associate with, but that they're really representing their school that they are at, and whether that's being done perfectly right now and there's no additional things needed, or whether there should be additional structured opportunities like, every month meeting with the student leadership council at the school and asking for feedback from the board, or announcing at the school assembly that this person is the board representative and anyone can speak to them about things they want the board to know. I don't know, but I want our student representatives to be thinking, because this whole project of having student representatives is newer for us. I want to ask you at the end of the year, are there structure? Would you feel you'd be able to better represent students if you had more structured opportunities? So there's just something to keep in the back of your mind as you take up this role and think you're on this year. I'd love to get that feedback at the end of the year.
New age, but we are in our 6th class, right?
Yeah, 17 of these.
Getting better every year, I hope. COVID may have been a little setback, but
You got through it with them.
yeah. All right. Give this to Fran.
Yeah.
You're up, Martin.
Thank you very much. Oh, I'm gonna get that little. All right, good morning, everyone. This is a shared presentation. It's gonna be me, myself, Brooke, and Michelle. Each speaking on different boards and how we recruit and select candidates for board committees that we have chosen the place to have. And so I'm going to kick it off with the EEAC, which is the Educational Equity Advisory Committee, and show you our work plan for this year. For historical context, Senate Bill 732 passed in 2021, which required all school districts in the state of Oregon to have an equity advisory committee, later became Educational Equity Advisory Committee. And as a school district over 10,000, we had to start ours by September of last year in order to meet the requirements and be in compliance. And this year, all schools in the district, in the state of Oregon are required to have an educational advisory committee. What that committee is invested in doing is the equity, speaking to the student superintendent and to the school board about different areas of the educational system where equity or related items are coming to them as concerns, or even if it's wanting to know more about what we are doing as a district. And so their 3 duties are to advise the superintendent, to advise the school board, and to inform the school district and the school board, school superintendent, when a situation arises in the school, and provide some feedback and awareness of plans or suggestions of what the district can do moving forward. Last year, we started our first group, and we met 8 times last year. We really used last year as a time for us to build awareness. These are public meetings, and we met, I believe, only once virtually, potentially twice, if my memory serves correct. We met twice virtually, and then the rest were in person in this room. And during that time, what we did was really talk about what diversity, underrepresented, underserved, students in the margins, all those historical words that we've heard being used when we're talking about students who have a racial, gender, or diverse background. And so in those meetings, some topics we went over was like a introduction on your role and your responsibility, going over our district demographics, teaching and learning came in and presented, federal programs presented, along with multilingual programs. We had our guests from special education and human resources. And when each of the groups came in, we really utilized last year as a way for everyone to become aware of our school district, the data that we have, the information that each representative could bring to our district. And what we found as we move forward is that at the end of the year, we wanted everybody to reapply. Now it's a 2-year term. We wanted to make sure that everybody that was on our list was vested in being a part of it. We had a couple who had missed several meetings. And so through that, we found out how many were really vested in coming back for a second year. And then also found pockets of awareness for us to how we could better improve the group that we were working with. So the process started in May of this year, when we communicated through hot news, through Remind, through text messages, through our PAC advisory committees, that we were advertising for more applicants and membership. It was open for 6 weeks, and thanks to Beth and her communications team, we were able to send out a couple of reminders during the summer, really reiterating that we are looking for a diverse candidate pool. We closed it at the end of July and then went through a vetting process with a screening application of who met the criteria based on what ODE had prescribed to us. And then moving into August, we're here today to ask for your approval of those that have been selected to move forward. One thing we looked at is our application from last year. We wanted to see last year when we did this, who applied to be on this position. And so the graph up here is from 22-23, who responded to be involved in our application. And if you notice, we had lower representation in our more racially diverse groups. With that, we also looked at what our current members after the application process went through, who ended up being selected. So if you notice, we have a same amount of white, Latino, Latina, Latinx group, as well as our Native American, Black, African American, Pacific Islander, and 2 or more. That is where we currently stood before we went to start this process. So that gave us some good information on who we needed to maybe target so that we could get that diverse representation.
Did anyone not choose to self-disclose their demographic?
No. So in June, before we ended the application process, we wanted to increase to 6 staff members. We noticed that we had 2 admin and 2 licensed, but we didn't have any classified in our advisory committee. We had 6 students. Last year we had 4 students, but we realized we needed 2 more because not every high school was represented in that demographic. We had 6 community members, one of which we lost, but we wanted to add an additional 2, so we had our community members represented. And for 11 family and caregiver members, we added an additional 5 to include all of our feeder groups. We were pretty heavy. And in year 1, we wanted to just bring the people in and start the work. And so as we moved into this year, we really wanted to include and make sure that all of our feeders were representative, because like I had mentioned, we were pretty heavy in a couple of the feeders. And some feeders didn't have any representation. And so this year, what the 22-23 proposed in the members is based on this. We have a large Hispanic population that have members that have come in, Black, African American. If you see right there, the diversity totally increased for who we were targeting. And I attribute that to the work that we've done with our parent advisory committees, with the work we've done with just getting the word out, and the excellent work that the communications department does through the Remind app to send that out in multiple languages, as well as our family outreach liaisons, and what they're doing to be able to get that information out. So as we move forward today, and this was also our proposed new members for, we had classified that actually applied this year to be a part of it. Our highest number was in parent, guardian, caregiver, family. But we did have a few more incoming juniors that had applied, and we had classified staff that showed extreme interest in wanting to be a part of it. I will say that our student applications were phenomenal. I have a lot of hope for our future, and that is a representation of how our students feel and the voice that they do have. And so these are our proposed new members that I'm asking today for approval. 2 students that every one of our candidates represents a diverse population, either based on race, based on gender identification. We were able to pull in a couple people who showed interest in our Native American group, quite a couple from our that identify as Southeast Asian, and a couple that identify as Black, as well as a few Latinas that have come on board. And so one thing Director Ward had asked me about was about one of the community members, and we have confirmed that all community members that are listed on there are in fact community members. I don't want to get too in depth on why that address, but we can talk out of here of why one of the addresses turned out to be something that was not in our school boundaries. However, that person does live within the school boundaries, and 3 of their students attend our schools. So what I'm asking for today is that this list of wonderful candidates is approved so we can begin our work. Part of why I did the approval is we have a meeting on the books for the end of August to begin our work. And if you notice, these are the meeting dates. So if you ever want to pop in, our first one is August 30th, which is before our next board meeting. And we meet monthly. This year, we're really going to be looking at recommendations that the team would like to bring forward to the superintendent and to all of you about conditions and work that they feel need to be addressed in our district, or at least provide some suggestions and recommendations of what they would do.
We didn't put any action items on the agenda. So are you requesting an action item where we vote on this?
It's not a vote, it's just a blessing. So this is different than the CCAC. We don't.
Yeah, I get,
Yeah.
so that'll be, I guess, a follow-up question. Why is the process so different from the CCAC or budget?
Well, that's something we're gonna work towards refining. But this is following the guidelines of what the state has wanted. The state has asked us in our particular one that it is just approval from the board, whereas CCAC is in a state mandated committee, so it's something that had already been established for the voting.
So the budget committee is state required.
So if EAC is state required to do vote on it.
There are different rules
Sure.
for these things. This budget committee is guided by a local budget law. So I think, I don't know if that makes a difference, like they're not from the same article.
Is the board taking action to appoint these people, or are they appointed by staff?
The way that the bill reads is that the team will gather up names of the applicants based on the criteria and will present it to the school board and superintendent for approval.
Approval sounds like a vote.
So next time, when I'll look it up while we're,
And last year, that's all we did when we brought it forward, was I gave a list of the names and.
I remember you gave us a list of names. I don't remember who voted.
But I think our problem is timing. We won't meet again before she needs the. So.
All right, we'll go to the next one for now.
Thank you.
Sure. Were there other applicants who were not selected? I mean, was there a large
Yes.
pool of applicants?
It was a very large pool, we had 28 applicants.
Okay, and.
And all of them were given when we wrote them and explained to them that the demographics had met capacity of the area that they applied for. They were given links to the budget committee and the CCAC that there were open spots and to please apply for those.
Okay.
Let's talk about the CCAC and circle back to that committee in a minute.
Okay, Community Curricular Advisory Committee. So the first thing you'll see was in your board packet for the AR, the combination of AR1 and AR2 into one document. That doesn't need to be voted upon. That's just informing you. Thank you, Director Ward, for your work on that. It also is more in alignment with EEAC and the budget committee to have it all in one document. So the purpose and then also the responsibilities of the committee, you'll find now in that AR. Also now titled CCAC. In that, so the purpose is to not only help to support your work in informing and instructional and curriculum programming, but to also ensure that we have voices that represent over the 110,000 plus community members that we support and serve. So in that, it's not only finding diverse representation within our adult members, but also student voice as well, which I love that we've had such a robust conversation so far in student voice. Last week, we started the process of some student sessions and just some meet and greets of what would that look like to serve on CCAC? Who is the person who's going to be, you're going to see and working with? So Stephanie and I met with a couple of students who have shown interest, and we'll continue to have those sessions with students as well. The application does close September 15th. So as we are advertising not only through social media, but also then with that student meet and greet and through family engagement groups as well, we're hoping that we can recruit 5 student voices and then also 7 additional community adult members as well. So to total that 19 committee membership. This is the proposed draft plan that you'll have an opportunity to give me a thumbs up in a moment if you feel good about this. What I'm excited about in the draft plan is that you'll see in October and November, starting to look at some new course proposals for career and technical education, but then also as a former social studies teacher to start looking at the new curriculum K-12 for social studies. So that will really be the bulk of our work this year, is looking at that social studies curriculum, looking at the pilot process, having opportunities to look at the materials, and then get to a spring adoption. So what I'm asking for here would be a thumbs up on the assigned work plan, and then also the draft calendar. We're sticking with the same first Mondays of the month, 7 to 8:30. Mostly on Zoom. We'll have a couple that are in person, that first one, and then also when we get to that March 6th meeting, where we're looking at materials. So I'm hoping that I have a thumbs up from everyone that this is a move forward on this.
Calendar topics.
Calendar of topics we feel okay about. Any questions on that?
And how many openings do we have?
We have seven adult community members and 5 students. So we have 12.
7 ended their service and moved on.
Yes. 2 though so far have turned in their applications of us to consider as a renewal. And then we have a couple of students who are working on their applications right now. So that would be another amazing thing, is to ensure that we are also continuing to make recommendations and drive student voice and also adult community members to our committee as well. It is posted live right now. The application is out. If there are any questions, please forward those to me, if students or a community member has interest in that. I mean, it's really an exciting year, so hopefully we get some great representation of voice.
Do you have a list of what year by year, what year we most recently adopted core curriculum and stuff? It'd be kind of interesting for me to see, like, because I know I've been a part of several over the years, but kind of blends together. So like, which year did we do English? Which year did we language arts? Which year did we do math? We kind of to see that.
I can ask the directors of teaching and learning, and we can include that in a board update. We also are redoing that currently because I also get to help with the Division 22 updates. So we're submitting the updated plan in November of what those curriculum adoptions look like. So I can ask them to provide that and put that in the packet.
Just a high level.
Yeah. Okay.
And just structurally, Travis was the sort of facilitator of the CCAC sector. Is that what it's called?
Yes, sir.
And so now you're acting in that role.
Yes, that is good.
To Patrick's point,
yes,
we do, there's a lot of national talk about curriculum. And I think we have been thoughtful and intentional at every time. I remember when Travis would come out, it would be 3 or 4 people. It was all the things. And I think we did it the right way. The question then becomes, I don't know if it's just me personally, but I can't remember a single one that I approved. And it wasn't until Patrick said something that it occurred to me that, oh my, perhaps maybe we need to have a way to see some type of summary of what we have approved over the year. or whatever time period is appropriate, I think for us, especially as board members, because ultimately that's gonna become, that's that thing that you get caught up with when you're at Costco and somebody goes, so you voted for this, and you go, yeah, I just can't remember what it is, but, so I'm just saying, if there's some way for us to try to understand the evolution of what we have done, I have no regret about any decision that we've made, but it might be nice to be able to refer to something for us so that we know what we've actually done and that we have been intentional, that we have been thoughtful, and it is on behalf of all students. Does that make sense?
It totally does, and I will ask teaching and learning to put together
Because-
a high level summary.
If they already have something, let's use it. I'm not asking anybody to create this report.
Yeah.
Just if you have something that already tracks what's been done, we would be happy to have that. So I'm not looking for additional work. Just give us something that already exists that gives us the summary of where we've been and where we are.
I think as Travis spoke, right, we want to make sure we're providing talking points on different topics. So as you use the Costco example, to have something though that you could say, here's where we were and here's where we're headed into this year and even the following, I think is really important. So I'll make sure that we get that in within the board update. Okay. Yeah. So
You mentioned two people who are existing members that are applying to continue.
Yeah.
How many other applicants do we have thus far?
Currently, we just have those two as of Thursday when I checked in. So that's where it's really important to be promoting and we're doing that through social media. We're putting that out there through HSD, Instagram, and Facebook. But if we could just also encourage people to be applying, that
Is
would
the
be great.
application on the website, on our website?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's that.
Yep.
One spot needs gears up again at the end of the month and be in there too.
Yeah.
For the first 3 issues.
But it is on the website now.
Yeah. Thank you, though. And then also students, I mean, honestly, if we could get 5 student reps, I think that's really important to be balancing our adult community voice and student. So just the more that we can champion that, once again, do September 15th, then we'll bring that applications forward and make recommendations for our newest members to have that 19% committee moving forward. And the first date is October 2nd that we would be meeting. One, to review the purpose of CCAC and the responsibilities that each member has. And then also we'll be looking at a career and technical education course in construction 3, or the CCAC to be reviewing and making recommendations moving forward.
We had an incredible pool of applicants for the student position, but I mean, I want to pretend I understand what it's like to be a high school junior, but I know when I was a high school junior, I wasn't thinking a lot about school in the summer. So we do have an incredible pool of applicants to whom we can reach out, but I don't know that they're super engaged in that kind of thing right now.
Well, these 2 great student faces were 2 of those applicants.
Oh,
So we're going to continue to reach out, but yes, those 2 right there that we met with last week were 2 of those applicants.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So I agree though. So the more that we can just encourage, I know summer is tough, but that
Well,
I think that's really helpful.
This is, we went through a brief period where we were sort of blessed with tons of applicants. We had to sort through them. Generally, this time of year, the request is for board members to reach out to their communities and encourage people to apply for the CCAC. That's where we are now. We have at least 5 more positions we need to fill, or we would like to fill.
Okay, thank you.
Or did you get what you need for the work plan?
I saw a couple thumbs up of maybe we could just, everyone give me a nod or that looks good moving forward.
Sure.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So we'll get those dates then on the calendar, then move forward and finding some awesome applicants.
And if we don't end up with 7 applicants for the adult positions, you feel like if the 2 continue, you have enough to at least get started with the October 2nd meeting?
I would like to believe so at this time.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't see any slides to budget committee, but I see Michelle's name as a presenter. So is there something to include for budget committee?
Yes, thank you for circling back. I just wanted, we just came out of budget season and I think everybody is kind of aware. That's why I didn't add anything to the presentation. It seemed like it's long enough, but We do have 3 vacancies currently, and we will be accepting applications through, we'd like to have appointments probably in November. So that we'll have time for orientation and then move that into, our budget committee work sessions, after the first of the year. It can be an on-ramp to the board. So it's a really great way for, our community members to come in and kind of learn and get their questions answered, and I'm happy to meet with people about budget, if they're interested at all in the committee. And like these other committees, I think I've said over and over that we are hoping that the budget committee will represent our student population. So that is all. Connor left me a little note here also as a reminder, maybe just planting a seed, with the board that we will be bargaining in January and February with both our licensed and classified group. And typically, there's a board member representative and possibly even a backup for those roles. So it's just something to be thinking about as we round the corner into spring.
Good call. Does anybody, for CPA your budget reached out to former Director Allen? Or for spending those through? All right, circling back to the Equity Advisory Committee, we have some.
I just, yes, I am on Senate Bill 732, and I apologize, I don't know how to read these, what line.
Yeah.
On the top of page 2, it says, an educational equity advisory committee shall be selected by the school district superintendent and must be composed of parents, teachers, students, and community members in the school district. So no action needs to be taken by our board.
Which is my recollection from last year.
Well, no, actually, last year we took action and voted on them. So we did it wrong last year. But
Okay.
that's all right.
But we didn't go through like a CCAC, like,
No.
remember last year was the same situation. You brought us the slate of candidates.
Yes.
That the operational team, district staff had chosen.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
So
Okay.
we covered more than our rates last year, so.
Okay.
So Francesca and her team ran a process and had a rubric and all that for this process. So I feel great about this candidate list. I think maybe this is more informational for the school board. These are the new members of the EDAC. Is that right? Ruth?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, selected by superintendent or this one. Yeah, the staff puts it together.
Thank you.
So now we've got 2 processes. On the 3rd year, we will get it straight. There we go.
It is brand new. Yeah. And I remember us sort of acting with a sense of urgency last time, like the bill passed, the emergency declaration. It's like, you gotta get this in place by
September
school year or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you for the work.
Does somebody have any further questions or one more clarity on that? We sort of left it unanswered, so we can circle back. And anybody else have anything they wanna?
So just a quick question. So Rose, where were you reading now?
I was on the Oregon State.
Right, I've got it pulled up. I was just wondering.
I was on page 2
of the whole bill.
out of the bill.
Yeah.
SB 732. Page 2, line 3.
Is that the enrolled version or?
It's a big document, engrossed,
Yeah.
and it says,
I was looking at it.
it says, engrossed Senate Bill 732. It's a 4-page document.
Yep.
You see it now?
I see it on page 1 though.
Oh, you do? Okay. Well, mine says 4A, but the other one I was looking at said 3 something. So basically it says, shall be selected by the school superintendent.
Okay, because this says shall be selected by the school district board and school district superintendent.
And must be composed of parents and children, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So subsection D, Second State Board of Education, subsection F and A. Are we reading the same one? The only purpose of, the only reason for the clarification is to make sure that we've done the election, not the election, but the authorization in the right way. Do you want to wait? Do you want to have any researches or do you want to go on to the next?
Yeah, I think let's just be sure.
Okay, but do we want to wait and have the researches and you guys watch me or do you want to go on to the topic?
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah, let's do that. And then
What was it, which session was it, 22, 21?
let's, can we move on to the next topic?
So our next topic is our parent advisory structure and how we engage with our parents. This is just to inform you of our parent advisory committee for this year and our family engagement strategies that we will be using as a district. So one thing we started last year that we will be continuing this year is our PAC leadership meetings. What we did last year was we brought 2 selected identified members from each of our established PACs, which is our Black Village, our Latino, Latinx, and our Native American, Alaskan Native PAC groups. We bring 2 members in on a quarterly basis and talk with them as we set goals at the beginning of the year, based on the feedback from the previous year's presentations to the school board. We started that last year, was our first year, and it was a great way for us to be able to connect with the leaders who run those specific PAC groups. We also, on another level, have monthly district PAC meetings at the district level. So that is those 3 identified groups. We have monthly meetings for each of those identified groups. In addition, we have quarterly family engagement meetings, which is somewhat a little different than our PAC meetings, which one day can become a PAC. But those reach out to our Asian Pacific Islander groups, our Mesoamerican, and our students who identify with disabilities. Each of those groups meet on a quarterly basis, sometimes bi-monthly. Our students with disabilities try to increase their ability to reach out to families to answer questions. So I'm going to just go over just a little bit of what our plan or intention is for this year. Our work plan for the PACs is we'll still definitely work with partnering with our 3 identified established PACs. And the goal for those is to inform, advise, and partner with the district and the school board. They will still have their monthly, their yearly time where they report out to the school board, much like they've done in the past. And they will speak to the lived experiences that they have, they are currently experiencing, as well as in the past, and how can we work together as a district. And they will make recommendations regarding investments that the state and federal grant dollars will need in order to improve the work for their intended purpose. Some schools have their own paquitos, which is the groups that are, each of those identified groups might have a smaller group that meets at their school level that represents each of the different identified groups. So there are 3 levels. There's a school-based one, there's the one at the district, and then there's a leadership group that we work with to make sure we're all aligned and that everybody's working together in collaboration. We will continue this year working with our family engagement, and those are just ways what we did with our Asian Pacific Islander, and Connor and Audrey helped me with that last year. Is we had 3 times when we met with them last year to really build community. This group wanted to build a time to connect with people, a time to connect with those who identify similarly. And then the last one that we had over 100 families that showed up. We were a little worried that we were going to run out of food. But it was a wonderful celebration. And this year we hope to continue that with sprinkling in a few more. Sometimes when you get people together, some just want community and connection, and others have advocacy that they want to see moving. And so we're going to add in a couple advocacy virtual meetings where our Asian Pacific Islanders can come in if that is what they want to do to advocate for their needs. What they were advocating in the years past was that they wanted just that connection. The same will go for our Mesoamerican and our students with disabilities or our special ed students, really working to build that community within our school district. At our PAC leadership meeting, remember there's paquitos at the school level, there's the PAC meetings for each of the identified groups or family engagement for each of the groups. At the other end of the PAC leadership teams, we have 4 quarterly meetings that are going to be scheduled. The first one will take place on August 30th. It'll be virtual and some of the people in this room will be able to attend. Where we will look at last year's goals, which were two. We had diversification of staff and communication. And improving that, we will look at those two goals again to see if there's any pieces of that they want to pick up. We will also look at the trends that we heard in each of the meetings when they came to the school board. One of the things that was brought up was social, emotional, and behavioral well-being of our students. And we'll from that create some new goals for this year that we make sure are aligned to each of the tracks that are being led at a district level, and set some goals and then have some time for collaboration. The first one, like I said, is on the 30th, and we'll have one every quarter moving forward. Travis also sits in on it, as well as Audria, and now Brooke will have the opportunity to sit in and listen to what our families have to say. So, and take action, because it's one thing to listen with our families, it's another thing to take action. I think we do a really good job with finding out that feedback from people, but what people want to know is, what's your action steps? What are you gonna do to change that? And so really looking forward to collaborating with them, because they've got some great ideas, and finding out what we can do moving forward. So do you have any questions? Yes.
I know that last year, we talked with the past about having more of a time to get together as a board, like maybe sharing a meal together or doing something, so it's a little bit more of a one more reception and just like kind of bring it to the board. And they asked, I think the one of the act like, we want to get to know you and like what your role as a board, and you know, just get to know us a little bit. So I don't know if it's built in or not.
I will build that into our first agenda and find out what it is each specific, because I think it was a trend that each of them did come up and say that. What happened to the dinners we used to have, or is there something that we can do? It will be a new, I believe, 2 of the 3 boards are new members. Voted, elected in new members, so they'll be new to our group. But I will be sure to ask that, because maybe we can work in a couple of those to be in person and then invite you in afterwards to have dinner. So it's not another meeting for them, but it's an opportunity afterwards to absolutely with you and have a conversation. Or maybe I can propose a couple options to them and see which one they like, and then bring it back to you, either in a board update or in our next school board meeting.
Discussion. My question is about diversification of the staff. It always comes up, and I'm not sure if we're actually telling the past how difficult it is to do exactly what they're asking us to do. And I remember having this question even with my village family advisory committee, saying, do you really understand how difficult it is to recruit people? Just people. Forget about what color and forget about their ethnicity. It's really difficult to recruit people. I think what I'm saying is, I want us to be transparent with them about, we don't have to use it as an excuse, but they do need to understand the reality of recruiting. Because what I heard was, yes, we want more teachers of color. Yeah, we would all like more teachers in general, but it's really difficult to recruit people right now. Especially if you're gonna work like this or look like this. It's difficult. And so I always feel like there's this we want students to be representative. We want teachers to be representative of our students. Well, if that was the case, we'd have 45% of our teachers would be Latino or Latino. And we haven't done that yet. And it's almost impossible for us to do that. And so there's a reality that I think needs to be brought in with the transparency. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I feel like sometimes we always get into this, I want to have more teachers. Well, I'm sorry, you live in Oregon. You're not going to have a bunch of teachers. It's not going to happen. So what can we do to do the little bit that we can do?
And I think Clara and her department has done a great job when she's come in to explain that. I don't know if you wanted to talk to her now.
Yeah, I think, one of the things that you talked about, Nancy, just, recruiting in general is hard, not only for licensed, but for classified positions. But I do want to say this positive news is that in August of last year, we had, close to 190 positions open. We are closer to that 60 mark across our district. So I celebrate that recruitment that we're doing, especially around like marketing, using social media. Also, one of the things that we're doing is we're looking at how we can create mentorship that looks different. So we're using our TOSAs and we're increasing their FTE so that they're focused and targeted and supporting the diverse educators, because it's one thing to recruit, but it's also one thing to retain. And so I think, this isn't something that happens overnight. Just in the time that Kim Bear, our HR TOSA, has been there, we've been able to do really targeted, focused things. And in collaboration, with guys like her team, having affinity spaces for our educators and classified staff and administrators and supervisory technical staff to be connected to. And so I think it's not something that's just going to be quickly fixed, but it's something that we have to be targeted. And I always think about like decisions that you make, now are going to not have an impact tomorrow, but they're going to have an impact 5-10 years from now. And I just go back to, when I was a third grade teacher on a temporary contract, I stepped into a classroom at Imlay, and I just remember sharing who I was and showing up and showing who I am and how that made a connection with students. So when they see a mirror of themselves, they are seeing, or they see a window of themselves. So I think we still have to be very invested in that work and engaged in that work, even though it is hard. We are going to be committed to doing that. And since I served in this role, and this is my 8th year that I'll be in this role, is that I'm going to continue to do that and think and stratify systematic ways so we can make an impact for our students. And so I hope, as we sit at this table, still clarify 10 years from now, that I can talk about the things and the decisions that we've made, back in the 2020 mark and moving forward to make an impact. So I wanted to say that.
No, I'm glad you are. We just have to share that with the parents as well. The other thing that I think is sometimes missing is that if a teacher leaves the district, that's not a direct impact on the district. Sometimes it's just the teacher is making a decision, but it's a life decision for themselves. And so what I see is that the anecdotal stories keep coming back about the teacher that we lost. I get it, but they made a decision for their life and their career. And I don't know, it's just, we have to manage the expectations with the information.
Yeah, I think one thing we used to still kind of, look at exit surveys as being as a determinant to kind of what we could do to respond to situations. Now we have a stay survey. So after 90 days, we have, means to check in with staff and see what they need, and then 180 days. And so I think that has also made a difference in terms of how we're responding to what they're needing. And I think that makes a difference in terms of their wellness and their, emotional well-being and their connection to the work.
And I do appreciate your comment, and it's something that we can continue to say when we are meeting with them too, that not necessarily manage your expectations, but the truth about the matter of what it is that we're facing in Oregon and when we're trying to hire teachers or staff members.
Yeah, we're all competing for the same pool every district. Yeah, that's why the grow our own programs are so important to the work that we do, and we've seen such an impact, for our dual language programs and for CT programs and different apprenticeships that we're trying to develop.
I have a question, just taking a step back, regarding the formation of PACs. What really drives the formation of a PAC? For example, even looking at the different groups that we have, the quarterly family engagement opportunities for, whether it's the special education, which during the superintendent search interview community forums, I think one of the resounding topics that came up was lack of I guess, lack of exposure into the programs and support and resources for our step families. And so I'm curious as to why that isn't a formalized path. And really, what is it that drives the formalization of it?
The families who are interested are the ones who drive the pack. So when we first started our Latino pack, it was the first original one. It was the families unifying, saying that they wanted to create that sort of, that group in order to advise, the district. And so.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
The actual origin of the original pack was the migrant pack, and it was prescribed by Title 1C. So it's actually the federal legislation that comes to support students who are students of families who qualify for migrant services. And each one of the packs that's become formalized after that is based on money that goes to support that focal group and us meeting our obligation to get input from families to advise us on how to get the best out of those dollars and that investment.
My apologies. I was thinking like what drives them, like drive at a bigger level, not what drives them with funding.
Okay.
So what condition would need to be met for something like the Asian Pacific family engagement team to become a PAC?
This year, the Asian and Pacific Islander Student Success Team formalized recommendations and hopefully money that will be eligible to receive as a district to support students who qualify as that identity group. Therefore, we have the grounds to assemble a formal pack with bylaws and structure and a budget to support that parent group. Until that time, we usually refer to that as a family engagement opportunity. We do it to holistically support our kids, but it's the resource that goes to a traditionally underserved group that triggers our formalization of a PAC.
And the difference for that one will be, it's actually the success bill, that the success plan that they've written that is targeting Pacific Islander. So it's not Asian Pacific Islander, it is just Pacific Islander success plan. Once that, they are currently meeting, they're in like phase 2 of currently meeting to write out the Success Act and the plans for implementation. But it will not be for all of the Asian Pacific Islander, it would just be for the targeted group of Pacific Islander.
Got it. Do we have any, a group like that exists for special education? Do you have like an advocacy group in our district or something like that? Because there is.
Yeah, Elaine Fox is our executive director for student services, and she convenes a family engagement group for families supporting students who are experiencing disabilities or neurodiversity.
Have we ever had any type of invitation to that group to come to the board to give an update or to give?
Not so far because it meets that the culture that we have around a family engagement opportunity, not a formalized PAC. But we've had a side discussion, which is maybe this is the year that we look at a formalized engagement of what we call the SPED PAC and the Pacific Islander Student Success Grant Connected PAC to support those students. And so that would be, I mean, we always are moving groups from used to be a family engagement, now as a PAC. Those are the two that are on the cusp of having a formalized expectation from either ODE or the federal government, or we just decide let's bump them to that level. We got that feedback from PACs last year regarding students with special needs. How come we don't have the same group for special education? Was said out loud in a board meeting by a member of another PAC.
And I hear Dr. Petey in my head. Let's make it formal, especially for special education. But I get it. There's a process and we just need to make that information known to the community. So then maybe that will drive a little bit more. Not taking away that person who's in charge of that, but bringing that to the community so that they can be more organized among the support for themselves.
And so there can be a bit more awareness as to what type of programs that could happen in our district. I think that one of the pain points that I heard at during previous forums was not a lot of exposure, not really knowing what's out there, drinking it into business amongst the community and staff.
Yeah. And just a reminder to the group that a PAC is one way to get that awareness out there.
Right.
There's also law and process that goes along with that. A strategic move that we make is to make sure that that law and that process is defined Because I could say, where's the students who are athletes pack? And you could say that that's really important that we get all that information out there about athletics, but I would say that's not a traditionally underserved group. And therefore, we don't have federal dollars that back a budget for a pack to be the parents of that group. And so we need to make sure that we balance the will to create awareness around a group of students and their designation as a focal group that's traditionally underserved and has a federal or a state grant that backs our investment in them, for which we need parent input. So there's a clear line that we've always drawn, which is let's make sure we identify our traditionally underserved groups and that we engage parents in supporting those groups. There's a short list of those groups that have federal or state dollars that help us create a budget and bylaws and officers for those packs. So that's the difference.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
This has two items. One, I think for the sped pack, what's really unique is that there's multiple identities that get rolled into that. And so like language access, and also just understanding the process of that. And I think I heard a lot, and especially the Latinx pack, how they don't know what to do or how the process of that in earlier years. And so we invited someone to come and talk about it, but I think that needs to be continued. And so as we look at that pack that's on the cusp, ensuring that it is also accessible to different people that are getting different needs met by the different packs. And tied to that, and my second comment, I think is just that it's great that each of them identify what is it that they need in that particular community. And it looks different for different communities. So some of them, I think what I've heard is like, I think especially our Black village, are like, we just need a place to gather because we're geographically so spread out. We just need somewhere that we can build community or some way to do that. And then we have our Latinx podcast. We need training and actually like learning more about the educational system here. And that's like a different need and understanding what our different families and communities need and making sure, I think that's just really great that they set like what is it that you want to bring forth to the board. So I just want to applaud that their needs and voice are elevated.
Thanks for that. Okay, and because I care about this topic, the first comment you made, kudos to Francesca and Olga and Elaine for merging the conversation around special education with the conversations from the Latino pack. It's like an intersection that was really important and continues to be. On the second topic, I think the power of this slide to show that what you were just saying is each pack has its own needs and its own culture. We've identified two areas that are common, which is diversification of staff and improving communication. And so we continue to try to find commonality between the packs, but we've also been really specific to say each pack has its own needs also. So we can't just force everybody square peg, round hole sort of a thing into one pattern, but we also need to find that power in numbers, like the strength. So thanks for mentioning that. Second point.
Great. Turning it over to Mike.
No, not yet.
Yeah, no, okay.
So we have two topics for lunch and before people will be joining us in the room. I don't think we will get to both. I think based on your slide content, looks like you do need 30 minutes for the SRO update. Brooke, you have 15 scheduled for the legislative update. I feel like we may be able to, so I think what I would like to do is do the legislative update. So Kira, that's slides 50, 74, 70 something. Do the legislative update, keep our administrators on track for joining us for lunch.
Yeah.
And then we'll continue with the SR update after lunch. Everybody sort of okay with that?
She's also.
Okay, so the first one we're going to talk about is Senate Bill 819 abbreviated day. And first I want to address it. I was looking at Director McGuire had a question before it was passed just about the process around abbreviated day. So I just want to share that in the 22-23 year, there were 13 students in total that had an abbreviated day sometime in that year. So that could be that it was only for a short amount of time. That could be that there was some sequence, and a lot of times that came from also
recommendations of something that was medical, made by also in partnership with that student's and family's doctor. But I just wanted to start with, out of the over 18,000 students, abbreviated day is something I think that we take very seriously, and in a partnership with the IEP team and with the families and the students to make sure that their needs are being met. So in that too, in a review of the action plan and then also the checklist that we have in place, because of this new update and vote of abbreviated day, that checklist and action plan is also being updated with some of this new Senate bill mandates that have come into place. But I just wanted to first address that because I thought that was one of your questions. I just wanted to bring you that answer as we kind of go forward. In that, let's go into, okay, so in Senate Bill 819, I think the biggest thing, if I was looking through all the slides, is to know how we monitor and respond now to abbreviated day. If I had to boil it down, that's really what it comes down to, is how we monitor and respond to our students who are on abbreviated day. The other thing to know too is that the scope of that monitoring and responding has now broadened. So before, as I spoke, right, in the 22-23 year, 13 students on abbreviated day and also supported by an IEP. Now that has broadened to students who are supported by an IEP, students who are supported by a 504, and students and families who have requested a referral of evaluation. So when we are looking at how to best support the student, that scope of monitoring and responding now has changed. I just wanted to start with that. What I also wanted to share is all of the work that's been done this summer. So since the legislative session ended at June 25th, Elaine and her team in Student Services has really went into action. So here are 5 steps that they have done so far in the span of about 5 weeks and what we're going to be doing moving forward. 1, logistics. So figuring out the bell schedule and transportation. So for example, looking at Oak Street campus, their bell schedule is going to be from 8:30 to 3:30 now, and making sure that what it was is that all students at all grade levels need access to the same amount of time. So the logistics we had to look at. So for Oak Street campus, transition services, and then also out of district placement, we needed to monitor to adjust the minutes in their schedule to make sure that all students at all grade levels have access to that same amount of time. The second thing that we did is we also are looking at how do we accurately track now this widened definition of students on abbreviated day. We accurately were tracking students who were supported by IUPs under this previous definition. Now, how do we track students who now are supported by 504's IEP? And remember that last one of the recommendation for a referral. So they're working through that process too of tracking that number. So how do we best support that? Third, the legal counsel and who we have under us of the Hungerfords, they have also been looking at every document along the way. So right when this one went into place after June 25th and the governor had signed it, there was something that went out that before the 14-day marker of time, we needed to make sure all students and families had information. So that was those 13 students who had been identified that knew, hey, this is what has come up. These are your rights. Please connect with Dr. Fox if you have any questions. So that is an example of putting together that information, but then also having it reviewed to make sure that we're meeting all requirements that we need to. The other thing that is almost done that is then going to go into review by our legal team is the action plan and checklist, again, to make sure that we have everything in place. Before then, we go into the fourth and fifth thing, which is 1, we've informed building administrators of the process. We're going to speak more to it next week when we have some additional PD and training time with them. And the 5th piece is, what does that training look like for every case manager of IEPs and 504s moving forward? So it's not only informing the students and families, but then it's also informing and supporting the staff members now who are going to be moving this process
forward and supporting students and families along the way. So that's where we currently are. That's where we're headed next, is just making sure that working through it. I did have the opportunity to go to a COSA session last week with a lot of other special education administrators. And, you know, I think very quickly also every school district is responding to this new Senate bill and kind of figuring out together, what does that look like? I know that Dr. Fox is also working with the Big Five school districts to make sure that what we're putting into place of that process is also in alignment with our neighboring districts to ensure that there is some commonality, and then also so that we can connect with one another and how that's working and the process moving forward. There is a lot of complexity to this one. So the other thing I would like to just let everyone know is there's where we're at, but if more questions occur moving forward, since we're entering this new year, I also know that the student services team are more than happy to either to review that action plan or come with a presentation of where their year is headed. They also had shared that they would be more than happy to share those overall numbers of that broadened scope once we know what that looks like. Before I transition to House Bill on PE minutes, that was a very quick summary of something that is pretty complicated. So that's where I just wanted to hold space. Is there any questions that you have before I go to the House Bill?
Extremely. If you follow Capitol closer, this was a very controversial bill.
Yeah.
The version that passed the Senate was exceptionally punitive to some districts. We were probably not the target of that, but OSB worked very hard to help facilitate changes in the bill in the House Senate. But it's still very, very thin. There's still a lot of punitive measures in the bill, so.
Washington County is one of the number of abbreviated day count. So what you're saying is very accurate and true.
We were the target.
This was not. And
It couldn't be affected by the blowback.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we missed that part of the presentation. I raised the issue in part because, like, talking to community members, I hear concerns about making sure students accessing special education have what they need. And I don't have personal friends or family members who are accessing special education, so I don't have a lot of personal experience with it. But I know that following what happened in the recent legislative session and listening to some of the things that Senator Delser and Disability Rights Oregon and groups like that said about how the abbreviated dates were used, I'm completely confident that Hillsboro and I'm completely confident that probably every district in Oregon is following the law. I want to make sure we're also following the moral obligation to be, always on the cutting edge of best practice to treat the different needs. It doesn't be a lot of time.
I think that, we hold the shared value of, we want every student every day to be at our schools if we can, right? If the balance of it, student being successful in that space, holding voice for the family to have that time, and then also what's best for students. So I think even though this has caused some complexities, it's really about that process of holding all of those components and what's best for the student to be successful throughout the day, and that is what we'll continue to do. The action plan and the checklist that was created and now is being revised, I think does reflect that too moving forward.
So Brooke, I'm gonna make this statement as, excuse me, as a board member, but first as a mom of a child started out with a Final Core, then to an IEP, because that was the place where we needed to go to get what we needed.
Yeah.
This sounds great, but if we don't put the resources in the school to help them to make that happen, that will not happen. I can guarantee you. As a mom of a special needs kid who has been through purgatory to try to get what they need, because one person leaves, another person comes, somebody's new, we have to do this, we have to do that, we didn't know, we dropped the ball, the kid didn't advocate for himself. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes when you have a child who the child is trying to advocate for themselves, the parents trying to advocate for themselves, for their child. Then we have this great idea, but without the resources to make that happen for the existing people on the ground who are actually trying to do it right now, that's not gonna happen. So I just want to make sure that we're real crystal clear that that sounds great. And we can say it's gonna happen, but it's gonna be happening on the back of teachers and counselors who do not have the bandwidth to make it happen. And then what happens is they're gonna check the boxes, you're gonna have your data, but our kids are not gonna have what they want because they won't have time to meet with those individuals. That's all I'm saying. So all I'm saying is on the ground. This is totally different. You've got to look at this different. And if they don't get help to help them do that, it's not gonna happen.
That's a real question in my mind too, the practical implementation. I don't want to take too much time to brief that. I do want to say that I talked in campaign season, I visited the speech language pathologist in our district. It was said that, you know, our related, we moved some of the special education model to the be more integrated, which has a lot of positive effects, but it's, you know, there aren't, you know, because of staff shortages and classified teaching systems, special education systems, if there are shortages, then, you know, the practical implementation may struggle. And so, yeah, I know you guys are very well aware of that on top of that, but it is on my mind too.
And that is something that was brought up even last week when I went to the COSTA session on it, is that every district is faced with that. We don't know necessarily the implications of resources to this quite yet. So can we develop a plan, do the professional development to get us going 100%, that no district quite knows yet of the resource implication to this. So I think that's definitely noteworthy. I definitely heard that across every district as they were trying to figure this out, and it's still kind of the unknown of what resources are needed to make this happen. That's a great. And then move us to House Bill around House Bill 3199 on PE minutes. This is just a real quick thing. You already knew about it. It was coming around the decision. If PE minutes would be changed or not. They were, which means for us for middle school, it's an average now of 150 minutes during each school week and can be calculated throughout the year. So we can meet that requirement of House Bill 3199. This is just to inform you that once again, at the end of that legislative session of this past ending June 25th, that was the decision. Moving forward, our middle schools can meet that mark. Just wanted to let you know about that.
Mark, was there another one that was targeted for someone? You know,
Sorry?
the one that she just mentioned, 3199. Was that targeted for the district?
No, that it's a modification to some requirements from years ago that we knew we were gonna have trouble.
Yes.
Like it was, every district was gonna have trouble meeting it. And, you know, outside of this room, I would say I'm completely sympathetic to the idea that we have a child obesity problem. You gotta address it somehow. We knew we didn't have the minutes in the day to meet the requirements that the state had put in. And over and over, schools are asked to do mental health services. A lot of things that aren't reading, writing, arithmetic, we're being asked to do. This was just another one of them. But we do have a child obesity problem, and we're the ones who have the kids most of the day. Maybe we should find a way to deal with it. But yes, this did modify it in a way that we can't comply with the law now. Whereas if this hadn't passed, no district in the state was likely to be able to comply with it.
So this is actually a little bit lower than what it was.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand how they're gonna do everything.
At middle school, it's lower.
Yeah, how are we going to be able to? I don't know. Sorry.
Because of this modification, we can meet what's forward.
Yeah.
Just know that. Yeah.
Thank you, Brooke.
Yeah.
Legislative highlights as far as the budget goes. Just want to thank everybody for their advocacy around school funding. $10.2 billion for K-12 in Oregon. That is a great number. It still leaves some districts short, but in Hillsboro, it is enough to meet our actual service level, as we discussed during the budget cycle. So yay, thank you, Ricky, shout out. I'm gonna take it to Salem, makes such a big difference for our kids, and it sets the bar higher moving forward for the first time. Like, that's pretty incredible. The Student Success Act, again, fully funded. There are some initiatives within the student investment or Student Success Act that you're going to see coming forward of formulating those grant programs that are almost like sub-grants. So again, resources to those things that we're being required to support does meet our actual service level budget. Our district allocations have been released. They weren't at the time that we put these slides together, but they are now. So we're looking at 18 million for the student investment account for next year. We have high school success, originally Measure 98. Welcome, everyone. It does also meet our actual service level. So just across the line, everything we had hoped for is supported by the legislative actions at the last hour. It was great. Early literacy success initiative. I know that Audrey is watching that work carefully as it's coming forward and working with our staff. Then the educator workforce package, minimum investment, but what it's going to do is create some attention between agencies to get work going to make a more centralized and streamlined approach for licensure and also collaboration around getting staff. So, any questions about the budget? This is the happiest life.
I'm always curious about if we end up getting on the discretionary grant side of the Student Success Act, we end up getting awarded any of those, we'll do that in the financial reports. I'm excited to celebrate if we are awarded.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
No,
this slide deserves like confetti to be. I know. Yeah, it is joy. It's such a good part of it. So yeah, just amazing.
We could do fireworks right now.
Yeah.
All right, next agenda item, only 10 minutes behind. Yeah, so, they don't need to know that.
Oh, sorry. Well,
They just know that
super
they're
excited. Get us going here, Mark. I'm super excited. We had 23 new administrators this year, or folks that are in transition. So I just wanted to share some fun facts because I took a quantitative methods class this summer, and so I thought I could make some of my facts. So I went and looked through everyone's resume last night, and so just some fun stuff to do. So this whole group, there's 366 years of educational related experience with this group. So wow, very impressive. And so I did the math. And I figured out what the mean was. So the mean is 15.9 years of experience, and the median was 15 years. And guess what the middle was? 15 years. So we have a great group of folks that we have hired this year or that have been appointed to positions, and super excited to have their leadership in our schools and supporting our schools. And so what I'm going to do is you can go to the next slide. And what I thought is just, you can see everyone's names here on the next two slides. I tried to do a system. You're like, okay, why is it bold? Why is it not bold? So if it's bold, it means that they're new in their position. And if it's not bold, it means they're transitioning. So I thought maybe we'll just kind of go down the line, just have folks introduce themselves, just for time's sake. We'll start with Mary Cruz, and then just move to work around there.
My name is Antonia. Hello. Assistant principal at Hillsboro High School. Those first.
Everyone, my name is Yesenia Carolina Espinosa, and I will be the assistant principal at Jason Elementary School.
Buenos tardes a todos. I am Megan Mace, and I am the director of college services.
Stephanie Alvarado, and I am the youth principal at Hillsboro.
Hi, everybody. I'm Leslie Barnes. I'm the assistant principal at RA Brown Middle School. No, ma'am.
Hi, Rebecca. I'm the principal at RA Brown Middle School. I'm Alejandro Herrera. I'm the U.S. assistant principal at the High School.
I'm Jenny Carey, the new coordinator of mental and behavioral health. And I don't forget a mascot here. Go up. We'll adopt you. Yeah, great. I'm Kathleen Coleman, co-founder. Natasha Chavea, interim principal at Harmon Street Elementary. Everyone, I'm Shannon Bryant, I'm the assistant principal at Hillsboro Online Academy. I'm Genevieve Margot, the new principal at Rice Elementary. Buenas tardes, Marta Rodriguez Garcia, Director of Human Resources for Classified. I am Karen Meyer, new principal at Hillsboro High School. And I'm Christy Walters, and I get the good fortune of opening camera this year. Go Otters. Cheryl Marshall, principal at Jackson Elementary. Jason Zog, interim principal at Middle Ridge. Go Dolphins.
Hello, everyone. Kevin Hurl, principal at Evergreen Middle School.
Good afternoon, David Eastman, executive director of school.
And we also have Roger Will, who's our interim principal at Berkeley High School, and then we have Jackie. She was here, she stepped out for some reason. I just want to welcome our new administrators and commissioning administrators and basically. If you want to introduce yourself. Thank you so much. All right. They can sit on the inside if that's how it is work.
Yeah,
Thank you for joining us for lunch, right?
Yes. Lunch is going to be served in room 105, and Gabby is the overachiever and got her picture ticket already. So thanks, Gabby. Anyone else who's on my list, I'm going to ask them to go get their picture ticket first, and everyone else can go to room 105 here and get lunch. Everyone else is going to, all of you are going to sit here inside here. Okay. I think it was my whole time.
Oh, is this recording all the time? Or we do?
The mics were.
Mike, come on.
Oh, that's good. That's a plus. All right. Good. I'm a little nervous.
Yeah.
Those things I said about the market.
I just looked at more about one. All right, Jordan's got team building activity number 3.
All right, so, what are your favorite local go-to restaurant, coffee house, or bakery, or a new place you've recently discovered? I'll start off. They recently found, it's called Blue Moon Bakery here in Hillsboro. They do all gluten-free stuff. You can also add on, they have some really good, also, vegan or dairy-free or egg-free, so they sort of cater to that with this stuff. All of their stuff is fantastic so far that we've had, so definitely recommend.
Should have been thinking about this. Gosh, I'll just say that, I a lot of times will not buy baked goods because I often do most of my own baking. But as a treat to myself last weekend, I went and got, if any of you haven't tried this, I highly recommend it. A lemon curd biscuit from Decadent Creations. Those are amazing. So that is my recommendation to you.
I don't know if you guys heard of this place. I tried it last month. Called Dutch Bro. I have it, but I think it's the last one. That's pretty good.
RJ, I like.
Love you too.
Mine is like a dispute for one, it's like a restaurant and then the bakery and then it's called Hungry Bonds. Me and my friends like to go there and the sauce with like the raspberry.
I don't really eat anywhere out because I like to save my money. But I think a good bakery is wherever Rose got these cookies from. A place I discovered recently is probably a thrift shop because I don't really go out to eat, but I enjoy thrifting, so I go down to Portland, downtown Portland to Secondhand and Crossroads.
I think my favorite bakery place is, my husband's scones that he gets on Sunday mornings, and they're real delicious. They have some yogurt. Yeah, it's a good bakery. Oh my God, it's called the Keenan Bakery. It's called the Keenan Bakery. But they're just, like, sometimes scones are really, basically these are like have yogurt in them, and so they're like really nice, delicious.
There is a place not too far from where I live, called La Sierra, and you go, and it's like, the spaghetti factory version of Mexican style food. Delicious, which I love. Like, you get like the chips and salsa to start, and then they finish with this really beautiful little sherbet and crusty dessert. It's lovely. I highly recommend it.
Rose is getting excited.
I would say for go-to restaurant, I just got back from Eugene and there was a place that I would recommend. It's called Taco Bore. And it's one of the best tacos I've had in a long time, but just different, like. And then their tortillas were so good because they were kind of corn, kind of flour. It's Taco Bore and I'm a very stickler for Mexican food. It's gotta be right.
Restaurant, it's pretty basic. The restaurant I probably go to the most is Olive Garden. I just don't find an excuse to get lasagna. But I do like decorative creations. I recommend that to people who are once on it.
Arby's roast beef sandwich for me.
That's so basic, Travis.
When you're not having a sunflower butter and jelly sandwich.
This one's a bit hard for me because I'm the queen of eating out. So it depends on what mood I'm in. I mean, I get sushi once a week, so maybe the sushi place that's by the Hillsboro Stadium on Embry. That one's really good.
So you do sushi, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm also a future of habit, so once I find something I like, you basically I'm just gonna keep going. But that creation was a real thing. I can go on, but go ahead.
Yeah, my answer would have been different 2 years ago, but now it's pretty much everywhere downtown. So Amelia's Pizzeria, Decorative Creations, like the market is underrated. I'll go there.
Their bagels are.
Yeah, bagel sandwich, pretty good there. A place, moving further west, now like all Forest Grove is, when you're in Aloha, Forest Grove seems so far away. But in Hillsboro, it's like Zesty Food Carts or Urban Decanter right on the corner of Main Street. So my new place would be Urban Decanter. Forest Grove.
As Michelle said, La Sierra and Forest Grove is my favorite place. It's our version of, Cheers. Everyone knows our name. We've had many fun times there. Great drinks. Yeah, it's the best.
I love going out to eat and I love foodie type places. So, there's too many different, but one that I do love, is called Toki. It's rabbit and Korean and it's in downtown Portland over by Jake's. There's that little area there and it's like a Korean fusion place that has like top ramen fried chicken. It was amazing. And they have a more fancy upscale restaurant called Ono Cook on the during the pandemic, but they're super good. So you're feeling the need for Korean.
I'm going to recommend what I recently discovered, which is the Hillsboro downtown station.
Yeah.
This part is absolutely phenomenal. There's a couple of different food prices that I love, but barbecue got me. We went back 4 times just to get to the barbecue vendor because every time we went, they were sold out. And when we finally got there, it was so good. So please support the local businesses. So it's called the Downtown Station, and they've got an awesome place that you can sit on the inside, sit outside. It's a really nice spot, and it's really good.
Water.
I know. You can sure have to.
Off to the side, I think I'm gonna go with barbecue. I like Buster's Barbecue and Tiger. I have not found a barbecue place that has outdone them yet. It's great. Buster's Barbecue, 99.
My favorite when we go to the restaurant would be BB's Vietnamese Noodle House. And specifically their shrimp salad rolls with their delicious peanut sauce. I love it so much. So I think that's the
Homegrown Smoker in St. John's. It is a vegan barbecue place and it's real good. If you go there, you wouldn't know that it was, that's how good it is. So, and then St. Henri as far as bakery. It's in my neighborhood and, so on Saturday or Sunday, we have to great coffee, get great pastries, not vegan. It's okay.
So I live in Scappoose, and our go-to used to be a place called Mark's on the Channel, which was a restaurant right on the channel. But they went out of business during the pandemic, so we're pretty limited in Scappoose. But next spring, they're opening up a food cart place with 11 food carts. So big news for me. And as far as the new place we just Saturday, I guess it was, what the place called Bethany's Table.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty good. Yeah. So.
Also, foodie, I love trying new places and new things all the time. I definitely have a cazuela from La Sierra before. And what I would say is probably my go-to is like my favorite, like comfort food on a weekend, like Saturday, like a late breakfast, early lunch, is there's a taco truck that's on, I'm giving away my secret here. So it's a taco truck that is by Century High School.
Okay.
And they only serve one type of taco. It's taco de cabeza. And they only serve one type of taco and it's only cash only, so you have to come prepared. But they have always a line when we get to the course and they go until they sell out and they sell out every time.
Wow.
But it's like my favorite.
Is it that green food truck?
No, it's kind of orange yellow, I think it has on the outside. It's not there's 2 food trucks right there. One is in front of the 24-hour fitness.
Yeah.
This one is further down. It's in its own little parking area. But yeah.
Yeah.
My recommendation would be if you haven't been to a Linda Farm Store, which is just right by Western Elementary. They have amazing coffee and other beverages. You can sit outside and enjoy the beautiful scenery and chicken.
Everybody? We're going to juggle things again because Adam is here. So you will be next, Adam.
All right. Thank you for having me. I can talk about us. So, let's see. Yeah, let's move on. One more. So, just to give you an idea of where we are with the budget on the bond, we had a total of $515 million
to spend between what we received in the bond funds from the voters, the bond premium, interest, all of that kind of stuff. So a little over $500 million. We have to date spent just under $500 million of that. We have committed an additional $13 million. So we've got about $512 million of the $515 million committed, which leaves just under $3 million that is uncommitted. I expect that will end up closer to 2 to 2.5 million by the time we're all done. But the plan is at this point to target any uncommitted funds towards the maintenance department to keep all of these new things that we've put in during the course of the time up and running until the next one. So that's what we've been doing, spending a lot of money. The note there at the bottom, we're required to spend 36 or within 36 months, we have to spend 85% of bond proceeds and interest. And we actually had 2 separate bond sales, and we are well in excess of that within the 36-month time period. So the IRS is happy. Next. So current projects, obviously the biggest current project we have going right now is Tamarack Elementary School in South Hillsboro. These pictures are a couple days old. We actually have tile around that playground there on the bottom. We are finishing up the tile, the rubber tile around all of the playgrounds. We have a gym floor. They just put the lines down yesterday and sealed it. So the gym floor actually looks like a gym floor now. And then on the left or on the right there, you see the first of the vinyl graphics that have gone up on one of the pylons on Learning Street. When I left there this morning, they were working on the next pylon. So we're coming right down to it. I got to tell you about Jane's party. The grand opening celebration will be Wednesday, the 23rd, starting at 3:30. We're going to be having the building open. We're going to have a little celebration, some famous people will be speaking, and then we'll open the building up and welcome anybody who wants to come join us. I think Jane said this morning that she's got about 550 people signed up to be there. We don't have parking for all those folks, so we have a shuttle that's going to be running from Century High School every 15 minutes over to the new school. So anybody who wants to be there is welcome to come. We're very excited.
We just had an outreach from Congresswoman Bonnie. She wants to be there too.
Well, she should. Okay, next. So other projects we've got underway currently, on the bottom left there, we are reconfiguring the office at the Oak Street campus. So if you come in off of Oak Street and walk into the right, that will be the new reception area and office area. We are also finishing up the upgrades to the data center here at the administration center. We are installing an uninterruptible power supply. Well, we've had one, but we're getting a new one. We did a whole bunch of work in that space to upgrade the fire rating of the room, some seismic upgrades, so that's all coming along. I think all of the construction on that part of the project is done now. It's just firing up that UPS system. If you have questions about it, you'll answer those. We installed partitions in all of the middle school and high school restrooms. All right. Somebody's excited. Besides me. So, and that work is all done. Thanks. We are also putting in pre-K kindergarten, or I'm sorry, pre-K playgrounds at Folly Ridge, Brookwood, as well as Tamarack Elementary School. So that work is happening now. Folly will be done and Tamarack will be done in time to start school. Brookwood is going to lag a little bit just because we are waiting on the playground equipment. But I think by the end of September, we should have all three of those new pre-K playgrounds done. Security trio, we're reinstalling devices. Campus. Is that? Campus, all street campus, yes, we did do that. We are continuing to work on the PA integration project. We've got, I think, 7 schools left to go, and those should all be done by the start of school. We're working on the security trio at Tamarack. In fact, it's pretty well done. We've got a couple of cameras that were, and 1 card reader still to go, but that will be ready for students. Technology, we're still working on the phone system upgrade, the paging system upgrade, and classroom technology. And some of that will be done before I'm done in December. Some of it will continue on. And again, Jordan can talk about the plan. I'm thinking you're on pretty close to me right after I'm done here. Yeah, maybe you can give me an update on when all that's happening. But we've set aside bond dollars to continue the classroom technology upgrade cycles. So that will continue long after I'm gone. So, and then at the Transportation Support Services building, we are installing a gravel pad and building a metal storage building to house our grounds equipment that is currently in the space that will soon become the decent mechanic program. And you get everything out of there, and this is where it's going to go. So this is what we completed over the past year. The Liberty High School solar array canopy that you see there was completed in May. We had an open house in conjunction with the senior project night at the end of May. And there's a link there to the online PV generation and impact status. It will show you how many kilowatts we're generating, how many trees we've saved, how much, I can't remember what else is on that page, but it's worth checking out if you get a chance. We also did some upgrades to Century and Liberty High School softball dugouts.
Thank you. On behalf of the.
Yes. And then we also did the front office remodel here at the administration center. We're still working on the HVAC balancing. When we put that new vestibule in, it created some issues for the HVAC system that we have been working on. We had to do some additional casework at Brookwood. Some of the cabinetry in a couple of the classrooms needed to be moved to accommodate the teacher work area. We've done a lot of perimeter fencing and facilities, transportation, and a lot of our other schools. At the Walnut Street transportation site, we installed a new generator. It's finally here. We ordered it to be done in conjunction with all of the other work we did there that was done last summer. But that generator just arrived. So it's just a lead time issue. So that's up and running now. And then at Tobias, we had to do a little work that was required by our land use permits with Washington County.
Adam, with the upgrades at Walnut Street for transportation, were we able to get the electrical system that we need for the charging of our electric bus and drives.
I don't, we didn't, that wasn't part of our scope. I don't know if they have that now, or if we still need to do that, but we haven't done it at this point. Oh, we have done it.
Yeah, they have. Well, thank you. Okay, I was about to say, if it's, because it's close to coming, then they're probably going to.
Okay, thank you. No problem, water, thank you. Yeah.
Probably. Okay.
Okay. So what's left to do? I mentioned I'm done in December. The last school is going to open in September. So what do we do with the rest of the time? We are putting the final touches on all of the current lawn projects. We've got a bunch lists that are going to be ongoing, especially at Tamarack, for probably a few months while we just finish up all the last minute things there. We've got a big final report that we're comparing, we're presenting to the school board and the community, highlighting all of the work we've done, all of that $515 million worth of work that we've done. And really the goal there is to help our community understand that we've been good stewards of their money. We've done everything we said we were going to do and a whole lot more. So we just want to highlight all those things. We've been developing an electronic information that we can share with our facilities department that includes all of the contractors we've used, all of the specialists that we've used, consultants, all of the blueprints from everything we've done, all of the information on the different components that we've installed in all of our buildings. And it's all stuff that used to be done in, a whole wall worth of binders. We're hoping this is going to make life a whole lot easier for our facilities department. And will be useful as we move forward into the next bond cycle to help us identify those things that need to be replaced.
And that's really important because that's the transparency for the community.
Yep.
So they'll trust us.
Yep.
So they'll see what we have done with the first 550 million. And so when we come to them again soon to say, we need to finish and keep moving, we can say, this is how we do it. So that is deeply appreciative. And then we can set the turnover and keep it going.
That's the idea. So the next couple items on there are along those same lines. In order to sell bonds in the state of Oregon, you have to have a long-range facilities planning document. We did one back in 2017. You're required to do one every 10 years. Well, we're doing an interim one just to make sure that we've included all of the new stuff that we've done as a result of this bond. So we can document all of the things that we've done and all of the things that still need to be done. The idea is that it will be a useful tool like it was last time in developing the next bond program. And then the ODE has a whole dashboard of facilities information that we're required to keep up to date. That's going to take some time to make sure that we've got everything we've done as a result of this bond issue included in their documents. So that's what the next several months holds for the construction management office.
Adam, is the ODE facilities assessment, is that also available to the public on a website somewhere somehow?
Different pieces of it are, but the dashboard itself is not. You have to have a login from ODE.
But do we have some version that our person can access? Yeah.
Our long range facilities plan in its entirety is on our website.
Yeah.
That's what, okay.
This one goes into more depth in terms of, the types of systems that are in each building, whether or not you have air conditioning and every classroom, all that kind of stuff. So it just dives a little bit deeper than, and the idea is that as they develop programs to help school districts, like the Awesome grant, that type of thing, they want to know that we know what systems are in our buildings and what systems need to be replaced. So. Okay. Again, if you haven't visited our website, I would encourage you to do it. It's got information on there about every project we've done in every building. All of our budget information is out there. Information about our citizen oversight committee. So yeah, lots of cool pictures and videos and stuff. So that's where we stand today.
That'll be a topic for a future board meeting.
So I can't tell you, and Michelle, in here, but I would say if we try to do what we've done in the past, which is as old bonds come off the books, we try to fill in that gap. The next opportunity would be when the 2006 bonds expire, which would be in November 27. But I don't know that we'll be ready at that point. We definitely won't be ready probably for a capacity type bond. So again, that's going to be a bigger conversation moving forward. But that would be the next opportunity, unless we do something with those bonds and maybe extend that out a year or two eventually.
I think Mark missed the knock and the knot in the wing that came his way when I was talking about the next one.
There's always something.
Any questions, Ryan? I would like to thank our previous board members and administrative teams and everything, because what happened without them, and frankly, I love slide, whatever page that is. We asked voters for $4.8 million because our predecessors have managed the district so well. We got nearly $80 million more than that on bond premiums because our investments were more attractive than what else was on the market, right? So, so at the time when we went out for the bond sale, we paid $80 million more because of the work the people who sat here before us did. So, yeah.
Our rating.
Big kudos to them.
Yeah, we've reached out to all those folks. The grand opening we're going to have at Kennewack is a grand opening for Kennewack, but it's also an opportunity to celebrate the whole bond cycle. So we're reaching out to everybody who's had anything to do with this bond and inviting them.
That's why you have 500 people that live in.
Yeah. It's a capstone project.
Yeah.
The 2.5 or so that's left in the contingency, 85%, 36. Is there a clock on that, or can we sit on it for when a boiler breaks or?
Yeah, and that's the plan. We'll hold on to that money in the facilities budget. Well, outside of the general fund, there's a separate facilities fund. But we'll hold on to those dollars for regular maintenance kinds of things. So what they break. That's the intent.
Thank you, Adam. You're a little bit too excited about it, December. But you've always been so forthright, and this is such an incredibly important effort. If you've never lived anyplace else, then you may not understand what I'm saying. But I have been in other cities where they don't do this. And this is the reason why school districts have problems getting bonds. So thank you.
You bet. It's done.
And you're done in December, huh?
Yeah.
He thinks he is.
All right. Other questions? I think Kira will go back to page 64, slide 64. Thanks, Al.
You bet. Thank
You
you.
can stay for the SRO update if you'd like.
No. We're setting up classrooms.
I'm looking forward to that event, so.
Thanks, Adam. Thank you.
Thank you, folks, we here upstairs.
That's another construction project.
That's the new conference room next to Best office, right? So back to the one we skipped was an SRO update, and Francesca and Saida, so when we have a. Clicker to
Yeah,
draw.
clicker. What do I do?
So as Kira puts it back up, you can, so as Kira puts it back up, you can advance the slide with it.
That's good.
Okay, please stand.
No worries. All right. So, Francesca and I are gonna go over these three objectives, which were 1, 2, and 3 at one point, but now they're 1, 1, and 2. So they're all equally important. Let's go back a little bit to talk about SROs. For those of you who are not familiar with how we plan to have school resource officers in our schools or the actual program. It was back in the late 1980s, no, 1990s, late 1990s, where there was a partnership developed between Hillsboro School District and the Hillsboro Police Department and Washington County Sheriff's Department. And so from that partnership, there was an agreement made to introduce school resource officers into our school. And the main goal of that was to really foster positive relationships with students. It was for educational purposes, some law enforcement and crime prevention around our schools, as well as professional development, data collecting, reporting. It was all of these great ideas. Fast forward to 2020, 2021, where we, as a district, decided to revisit our school resource officer program based on feedback from our community, parents, students, and we revised this intergovernmental agreement in 2020, 2021. And it was a long process. And so we had a 1-year agreement that was renewed the following year, which was last year. And now we're in the process of renewing it again. And so now we're sitting down and looking at this document and seeing what has worked well for the school district, what has worked well for our law enforcement partners in collaboration, and what areas will move forward, what areas need to be revised. And so that's what the basic process is. And so we're going to go through just a couple of slides to talk about what that process looks like. So I do have a clicker. I think I can do something. Yeah, was that me or you?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So we thought we'd put up our school resource officers on these slides, just so we know who we're talking about. So it's not just this concept out there. So currently we have 6 officers working throughout all of our high school, middle schools, and elementary schools. And the original IGA is for 7 officers to support our buildings. We currently have 5 officers from HPD and 1 half-time officer from Washington County. So the Hillsboro Police Department is not immune to the staffing struggles that many other agencies and institutions have experienced over the last year. So they are struggling to build up their workforce as well. And in conversations with Hillsboro Police Department, they are working very hard to fill those 2 other positions. But in order to do that, they need to also fill the police positions on their workforce. And I believe they said they were down 17 police officers at this moment. And there's a training process that goes to having someone apply to be a police officer, to having them actually working on, in that capacity. And so it may take some time over the next year or two for those two positions to be filled. So the other officers have taken on a larger load, so additional schools, to support. So this is, the first slide. So we have, Adela, Nathaniel, Marco, and then, why don't you do it? That's great. Kevin, Dylan, and Deb. And so, they all assist in some capacity, and we're going to see how they support the schools, during the course of the day. Can you go on to the next one? So we have two sergeants currently, Sergeant Leland from the Hillsboro Police Department and Sergeant Chad Martin from Washington County. And then we also have Chief Jim Paxton, who is the chief of North Plains Police Department, and he supports with North Plains Elementary School. And that can be, you know, just popping in and reading with students, helping out during recess, kind of making those connections and building those relationships with students. And so far, and in addition to supporting our schools, they also work outside of our schools. So if there's a call for something happening outside of our community, away from our schools, not having to do with our schools, sometimes they are also called to serve in that capacity, which is why they're not always directly in our buildings on any given specific day, but they have schedules that they work with our buildings and their supervisors to make sure they have touch points and touch all of our schools at some point during the week. Yes. So how do they spend their time? So there's a database, so they provide reports on a weekly basis, and those reports are submitted to their supervisors. And then those reports are kind of condensed and compiled into these buckets. So it's anything from what we label community engagement, so home visits, family outreach, based on what our administrators are requesting of them on any given day, as well as student interaction. So really heavily connecting with students, which is the main goal, is to see our resource officers interacting in a positive way with our students on a daily basis. There's also training and PD that they engage in with our staff in our district and outside of our district. They also provide presentations when asked for at our schools, primarily our elementary schools. And then there are also calls for service or investigations that they engage in, anything from a DHS call to supporting with some mental health needs or responding to any sort of minor or major threats, either in our schools or surrounding our schools. So those hours are calculated. And then the next slide is it's really for me, I'm a visual person, so I like to see what that breakup looks like. Just visually. So the majority, as you can see, the majority of their time is spent focused on making those relationships, engaging with students and families and staff in the school, and kind of building that positive atmosphere wherever possible. And then it's split between calls for service or the training pieces, whether they're engaging with our staff or participating in training outside of the school setting that's required of their job, but also helpful in their role as SROs. Okay. I'm going to turn it over to Francesca to talk about the three main program goals and how we see that come to play. So what does that actually look like on a daily basis?
One of the wonderful things that the IGA MOU afforded us was the opportunity to provide training for our school resource officers. And we based all of the professional development that we provide based on these three program goals, which is to, number one was to foster a positive climate. And that's through students, staff, and community members, and knowing name, strength, and need, which was based on our last motto that we had, and continuing that. The second one was that education of staff, students, and families and on relevant law enforcement topics. And then strengthening community relationships by creating safe school environments. And just to be a resource for the school. They're not the disciplinarian, but they are there to build relationships so that they can provide support for buildings and teachers when needed. And so if we go to the next slide. So looking at the first one, fostering a positive and welcoming school climate. It was based on different trainings that we did. The ones that we've done the last couple of years is diversity, equity, and inclusion training, trauma-informed practices training, restorative practices and restorative circles, and working with students with identified disabilities. They had it's evident through the scheduled school visits, classroom invites. They were included in some of our social emotional videos. And then just attendance at school and district events, especially when they were responding to tragic events that occur in our district. And so that's what we did through the fostering a positive and welcoming school climate. On the next slide, you'll see how we work to educate students, staff, and families. And that training, a training example was we did family engagement and home visits. And have family engagement team come in and train on what we do as HSD and what they provide. It really became a collaborative space for the both of us to sit and tell our perspective as a school district and their perspective and their lived experience as being a law enforcement agent. And so some of them did various lessons, classroom lessons on cyberbullying and a lot on the dangers of social media and technology at all levels. The next, last area of their goals was on strengthening community relationships. And so we really wanted to help them create safe school environments for our students and to build that relationship. With some of our students, the narrative needs to change of what they perceive and assume when they see a law enforcement agent, because that has been traditionally their lived experience when they do see somebody present who is a law enforcement agent. And so really by strengthening those relationships, they can begin to picture a different narrative of what a law enforcement agent can be. And so we did some training on family and community engagement. And then some of them came to our district-wide PAC meetings and would give presentations. They also had involvement in our last year, if you remember, we had social emotional, 6 different events of social emotional learning for families. And they would come and attend with us and be participants. They were evident at the Juneteenth Pride Party, proud to be here at HSD, and then some of our Latino, Latinx events that we had, one particular that we had at Cop Stadium. And so through all of this, we're just really trying to build upon those 3 goals with the professional development that we provide as a team and as a district for them, so they can see the perspective that we're trying to support them with, collaborate with them, and then be able to change the narrative for some, as well as strengthen their relationship in the community and who they are and how they present.
Any questions for us?
So when we did the initial IGA refresh, and we did a lot of engagement. We talked to a lot of our students and our how we come back around to check in to be like, hey, we made these changes. What is the you're gonna change? Is it different now than how we looking up? How we have that feedback loop?
Yeah, when I meet with the PAC leadership teams and when I meet with them individually, that is a check-in question, and they've Sergeant Leland has been invited to come and has returned to a couple of our meetings based on like the uniforms that we have. They really wanted the opinion of those particular groups to give them feedback. We have invited a few of them to attend the PAC leadership meeting later this month on August 30th or 31st, so they can again complete that feedback loop. As far as with students, it is something that we're targeting to do in the year to come, where we can go back to of course, those students who were helping us at that time have all since graduated. We're going to be looking for the perspective and can use the support of different student groups to gather that feedback too.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I joined the board after the most recent school resource officer renewal, and so I've read some policy briefs about school resource officers generally, but I actually don't know a lot about Hillsboro's particular program area I've gotten into much, but I figured it's a good opportunity for me to ask a couple of basic questions. And so, you looked at that chart of what the resource officers are spending their time on. So these are officers, is there, what portion of their time is spent as school resource officers? That's something.
Yeah, so most of them are based in our the middle and high schools. And then they spend time, and they have a schedule where they spend time at dedicated elementary schools. But they are also pulled away during the day for situations that may occur in the community where they need, those officers need additional support. So I was doing some math, and I would say on average between 3 and 4 solid hours on any given day, they are at a school or at 2 schools. Maybe they split their time with the rest of their time dealing with traffic issues or just other parts of their job in our community.
Okay. Okay. So this SRO data summary has about 3,300 hours on it. So that's about like 1.5 full time. But is that over a full year or?
Right, so it's based on our school calendar, so when students are in school, we have a half-time Washington County person, so we know for sure they're not fully, with us, but with a full 8-hour shift. And then we have 5 other, Hillsboro.
Okay, and so then in the, pie chart, so they spend about a quarter of their time on doing professional development and internal training, just to
Receiving or correct.
or giving. Okay, that's not just receiving. Okay. All right. Yeah, this is very interesting. I want to look into it. I don't know. I was reading the news, the education news website, Edney. There was a front page story just a couple of days ago, and I was thinking about and how there was a research study recently done about what information schools provide about their school resource officers, because they found that schools would provide on their website, even something as simple as the name and biography and information about them builds a lot of trust and can start those relationships, and found that only about 25% of school districts were providing sufficient information. And so I'm really glad to see that we are, and that we are working to build those relationships.
I think if I could share with you, the benefit of having those individuals based in the school and doing what they do. It doesn't mean anything to you until you have a kid there and something happens and then they respond. That's where the rubber kind of meets the road. Unfortunately or fortunately, I've had the opportunity to interact twice. Both of those interactions have been positive. Having said that, what I mean is that this person can respond. They work with administrators on the ground in that particular site to make sure that they're responding and working together. The disadvantage and the thing that came in the past was using them disproportionately to assist with discipline. That's where the IGA was redone. That is the basis upon which we worked on it 2 years ago when we said that is not their job. And that is where we had to kind of tell the district, and Travis was there the whole time saying, these people are not your discipline. This is not what this is supposed to be. Discipline is the administrator, the school administrator's job. The resource officers help us when we have to engage publicly, when OPHS needs their assistance for removals, that type of thing. And also if something should happen in the school where they need law enforcement assistance. So it's kind of hard to understand what they actually do and the time that they respond if you're not fully engaged with what's happening on the ground in the school. And I just wanted to share with you that it's extremely helpful to know that when your kid gets hit by a car, that a resource officer will help you to investigate, will help you to find out what happened, and will assist you in working with all of the different things. So that's just an example of how they can step in to assist. And that's just a microcosm of what they do. because they actually answer to the administrators on the ground, on the site, when they need them, as they need them.
Really good context, thank you. There was another question I wanted to ask you. And when I talked to members of the community, one of them, like Nancy said, I get appreciates that it's not a disciplinary focus. So one of the reasons they like another people I talked to like the idea of stories as officers, especially because of the safety concerns out there in the world, and someone could be ready to respond quickly. So I'm curious, do we employ security staff at schools? I assume we do.
They're campus monitors.
Okay, campus monitors. And so they are providing some level of security of what's happening on the campus and awareness. And then if something serious occurs, they escalate that, they make sure school is in contact.
They bring it to their administrator, and the administrator would be the one that contacts the school resource officer. If it's at the high school, and depending on the day of the week, the resource officer is there because they have an office there. So they would be on site. Yeah, so our campus monitors are there to kind of patrol the building, walk the halls, make sure kids are getting to class, clear the hallways, walk around our perimeter of our building, parking lots. They also can look at cameras. We have cameras, and so our campus monitors look to make sure that just the school grounds are safe during the school day. And they also assist in other ways that an administrator may ask them, but if something were to escalate, they bring it to their administrator, and the administrator would be the contact with them.
That's really good to know. And so our campus school resource officers would be the only armed person on the
Correct.
campus. Good. Good. Thank you.
Any questions? So just a reminder, refresher, they are not on our payroll. They're paid by HPD and by Washington County Sheriff.
Yes. We pay for one,
Pay for one.
and we get, we're supposed to get seven, so half, 5.5. At the moment, yes.
Okay.
And doesn't it also city of Hillsboro who keep getting money as well? Correct, Mark?
Yeah, we pay for one, and the city bills were paid for the rest.
Pays for the rest, yeah, and Washington County.
Yeah, right. And since the IGA changed, we've gone through a few. Some didn't love the new approach, and the ones we have now, it seems like they're embracing it, right?
Can you repeat that again?
Didn't we have some turnover when we changed the IGA?
Oh, SROs?
Yeah.
No, what the
We had a couple, but they were advanced into other positions.
Okay.
So they became detectives, is that what happened? So, yeah.
Do they share, so the number one example of community engagement reachability is home visit. Do we have an idea of what a home visit looks like?
I would assume so. I don't know the details about home visits, but.
Well, a home visit can actually be originated either through Oregon Department of Human Services or from the administrator's point of view. The majority of yours come through the administrator and over a teacher. And that will literally be an administrator reaching out and saying, we have a problem, probably through a teacher. There's usually a tardiness absence issue. Or some other.
We don't really respond to the attendance component is not part of their purview. We may do a welfare check, just if we have not seen a child or not heard from them,
That's
or
right.
concerned about their safety, we would check in on them. If we know some things are going on and we're just like, in general concerns, like an administrator would go with a school resource officer to check in. It's a very rare day we would send a school resource officer by themselves to the home, but sometimes I would go and I would take my school resource officer with me because I was worried. And DHS sometimes funnels things through, and we utilize our school resource officer because they're a safe person for that student, because there is a relationship. It's not an unknown person at the door.
We wouldn't respond to DHS.
No.
We would work with the HPD to determine what's responsible.
Yes.
Yes.
And we don't have so I guess what I'm getting at is community engagement and relationship building is a little flowery for what it's, I mean, it seems unlikely that an SRO is doing a home visit for a kid who's never missed a day and has a 3.5. So home visit is probably following up on an incident or because there's a concern. So I guess it is community engagement, relationship building, but also it's a little
It's
bit
not.
like investigating calls for service. So I guess I see us categorizing in the big pink area, and also like I'm trying to be,
I think it's coming from a.
take a little straight
It's also
salt.
coming, I can see both sides of that, but it's also just coming from a place of care, like which is what we're trying to do in those relationships. We're worried about you, what can we do to help? It's not coming out as a punitive component or, you know, always in those. It's really, we are worried and we're wondering what we can do to help, are there services we need to connect you with? Are there other additional resources we need to do? And just like capitalizing on our relationship.
But no home visit starts because, well, they're just next on my list and I haven't seen them yet.
That is correct.
Right.
We're correct.
That-
That is correct.
Yeah, just looking at just the reports that, they have submitted, it's mostly welfare checks, so just making sure the students are, and there's a concern, and so the SRO goes out on the request of the administrators that like to check with the family to make sure it's okay.
In terms of problem.
I do agree with what you're saying though about like, let's call it what it is. If it's a welfare check, why don't we break it out and just say this many hours are a welfare check? Instead of putting relationship and communication into that's a misnomer, it's what we're doing is actually
Potentially the welfare check is the initial reason for them to go out, but in that they are building that relationship and making that connection. And they may actually know the student, because the student goes to the school, so, and the families, and so that relationship is, because the families trust that SRO to have that conversation and allow them to home and talk about and resolve the issue, which is, I think, why they put it in those buckets. But I see your conversation.
The other thing that's missing in that data is just, I think of Adela Rios because I see her like every other day at a student event, a pride party, at a kinder fair. And so being present, I like the idea of maybe breaking it out, like home visit is way different than being present in the lives of kids and families, but they do a really good job being present to proactive and build that relationship. So you don't see that in the red piece of pie.
Yeah.
But that's a big chunk of what they do in order to build their connection in a positive way.
I think in this case, just as a thought to be thinking about, to your point, that's a misnomer and it's not really true. If you're doing a welfare check, that's not community engagement. You're checking on the child. Let's just call it what it is. But if you're going to the events and you're there with us and you're celebrating the opening and you're doing all of the community things, maybe we need to be a little bit more specific in how we categorize those so that we really know what this is. Because it is hard to understand what they're doing if they're going through all that training, but that was also the training that the PAC said that we wanted for them because we wanted to make sure that they weren't operating from our point of bias or anything else. So we got what we asked for. It just looks like there is a ton of training going on. And then you have to ask yourself, well, when do they get a chance to do the job? Well, we asked for the training.
But I think it's also like to the point that Patrick said, or I think cited you clarified, they're not just receiving training, but they're also giving training. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
so they're actually the presenter of the training. That
makes a difference.
Yeah, that makes a difference.
Because in all fairness, on the MOU, it is only about 24 to 28 hours of preparing PD that we're asking them to do under that agreement. So of the 300 hours remaining, that is maybe training that they're having to do for the police department. It could be training they are providing for other people. It could be a visit they're making to a school. So I could see how we could sort the data out differently moving forward. I think the data, I do think you build relationships by being present. So that could be engaging with your community. But there's a lot of dots that I would have to connect in order to make the assumption that that's exactly what it was. I do think you build relationships when you do a welfare check. If you know that person and they care about you and they're coming to check on you, then that can be foundational work for building a relationship. But again, that's connecting a lot of dots and making a lot of assumptions that X, Y, and Z have happened. So I just wanted to be sure that we knew that we weren't requiring 300 hours of.
We're in the process of revising the MOU.
Yes, we are. We are in the process of looking at the various articles, and just to speak to this whole piece, we had a lengthy conversation about the attendance and truancy piece, which is actually in the original MOU, which the SROs feel they don't want to partake in because that is not their role. They don't want to be that person in the eyes of the students. It's on their request that be taken out or modified. So they're not that heavy that comes, even though you may have a parent that says, hey, I want you to, tell my kids to get to school. They don't want to have that relationship with students. So that's just one item that we're looking at changing. We're also looking at renewing it for 2 years as opposed to every year with the understanding that we will check in periodically to make sure things are going well, but having a 2-year agreement, if we all agree that what's in there is good, makes sense.
We're getting to a point where it's stabilizing. I could see that. I mean, it was pretty new, right? Like we took it in a different direction but for stabilizing. So what would be the appropriate point where you share with us sort of the concerns HPD or Washington Sheriff's has? So clearly one is we don't want to do truancy stuff. Okay. I'm sure that's not the only thing on the list. So
yeah, once it's finalized, our hope is to bring it forward and share the highlights and the changes that are in the MOU and what's stayed the same and what's slightly different.
what's the expiration of the current one?
Well, it technically expired. We have like an interim one right now. It expires at June 30th of every year. So we're working on this
And
as quickly as possible. So
I'll be supportive of the idea of not having to do this work every year if we're getting to the point where the changes are kind of minimal and we have a better understanding of how our agencies work together.
And I think initially there was a lot of work there initially.
Yes.
And I think we are at the point where, we can trust you to the tweaks, you feel like a better term, and then move on, and then we can get a 2-year and a 3-year agreement, but then you want to make milestones to come back and forth. I think that would be extremely helpful.
Yeah, I'm also for a longer term and then just an annual report from like the data.
Yeah, we can throw milestones in, or be thinking of that if you put to just fill in the milestones, and the milestone is, on this day, 12 months in, you let us know the data points and then go from there. And that resolves the angst that comes when parents don't know what's happening, and then they keep going spending, doing the administrative spend on an annual basis.
Questions?
Yeah, thank you for the very useful conversation for me. I was like to ask myself, could I explain this to someone else? And I think I have a better understanding of the program now. I think I would still be curious in the future if we ever get slightly more specific or granular information on what the time is being spent on. Because I don't know, I think I could explain what a teacher's day looks like in abstract. I think I'm only at 70 or 80% able to explain what a delivery officer day looks like. That's partly why I think it's really being very varied, I'm sure, but still a little curious about exactly how much of the red area is welfare checks, how much is other forms of community engagement, how do they decide on what sort of engagement to do. So nothing urgent, just for the future, I'll be curious a little bit about the drilling development.
I can see why we put the technology update next to the bond update, Gordon. Yeah. But now we're gonna go ahead and go with that.
oh, that's why.
All right, well, thank you. I'm Megan Reese, our Director of Technology Services at Jeanette Blanche. With me to explain, she runs a bunch of the different pieces of the bond and the classroom technology. And is much more of an expert than myself in the day-to-day workings of some of that. So she'll be doing pieces of this. And we did want to follow up on the bond. Adam, over time, has referred to our tech spending and things, but we've never really done a full tech update of our bond spending and projects. And so we wanted to follow along that. And so this list has our sort of full list of all of the things that were a part of the bond when it was passed for technology in the district. And you'll see in 2018, as the dark fiber was the largest project of getting that in, there was some changes to that was going to take more money than was originally allotted. And so a few of the projects were identified to provide their budget over to the dark fiber project to allow us to complete that. However, in the end, we ended up being able to reestablish most of those. The only one that is crossed out there is the fence-to-fence wireless. And so though we replaced the wireless system in all of our buildings in 2021, the fence-to-fence wireless was never done as part of the bond project. And so that's something I'll have to return to in the future if it's felt that that's a necessity. We'll go into more depth on a couple of these of the bigger projects along with, there were a couple of additions and Adam mentioned those. The upgrading paging systems was an addition. And then much like the elementary gym AV systems, we added on middle school large AV systems, and both of those paging in the middle school AV is still underway.
This was our list when the bond passed. My recollection was that 1-to-1 was something we added later.
There was, and that's why I put this sort of bullet there. There was student computers and devices.
Okay.
So that wasn't necessarily spelled out of what that meant for all the student computers and devices, but there was budget allotted for student computers. So the first big one was the dark fiber project. We completed that really in November of 2020 was sort of the main part of the project was fully signed off on in good timing to provide us with as much bandwidth as we needed as we came back in hybrid. We had a lot more bandwidth usage, and so there was no problems with that. That included about 70 miles of fiber laid out across the district to establish that core ring in partnership with the city. The district paid for that fiber to go into the ground. And then the city supports as part of the partnership, the ongoing upkeep of that fiber, doing any repairs that need done or moves as new roads are expanded in the city. We've already had to move the fiber into locations since that completion. And so that's a great partnership. And of course, the city's using that to expand their highlight. Internet is a city utility offering. ESD is also sort of a partner in this in that they manage our fiber routers at each site and give networking support there, and that connects us to the internet. Is how we get our internet services is through the Ed Service District. And so all of this allows us to connect to them and actually other school districts around us as sort of a backup to one another. And there have been times that's been utilized, those connections through the ESD, allowing us to flow traffic in multiple directions, even for other school districts if needed, if there's a problem.
At the time, we talked about minimizing or eliminating our Comcast bill as a result of when it goes hot. Has that happened?
Yes, that's my next thing. The ongoing savings of not paying for Comcast or other service providers for the connections to our buildings is how we actually are now supporting and paying for some of the other ongoing upkeep of some of the classroom technology, and that's the next.
One more question on here.
Yeah.
At the time as well, we were talking about, and the world has changed substantially in 3-4 years, as it always does. When we decided to include every building, like the original North Plains Elementary, we had talked about if we're bringing the fiber and maybe creating a path for the municipality to be able to use it as well. Did we end up doing anything like that?
We haven't yet. There have been some discussions with Cornelius and in North Plains. And most of that would be actually between the city, the two cities.
It's trying to manage with the city so much. Okay.
Yeah, because really at this point, the city's the manager of the fiber. And so, there have been discussions of that. I haven't heard that they've gone beside beyond just discussions of that to extend into the other cities as well.
One of Clavis, and thank you for inviting me to have a seat at the table with all of you today. One of the most visible to students pieces of the bond has been a technology enhanced classroom. We were able to install a standard audiovisual setup in all classrooms. And that really eliminated a lot of disparities between buildings and allowed every single student to have robust and consistent access to their teacher's education. And this investment through the bond actually could double when the pandemic arrived, in the sense that we could make just a few modifications to this setup and provide consistent guidance to teachers on how to successfully teach in hybrid with those students remote and those students in classrooms. And compared to with conversations with other districts, that made an enormous difference to our staff and our students. And after the pandemic, we actually learned that that simplified setup was preferred by most teachers, and so it's still being used today. We do have equipment that ages out or breaks, and we're continuing to maintain that investment in technology services, as Jordan mentioned for those costs.
So we are also in the midst of replacing our phone system. This has been a big undertaking in that we're fully getting rid of our old Cisco phone system, voice over IP system, and replacing it with the Mitel system. We have been doing that for a number of months now, and over the summer we'll have about 16 schools left at the end of the summer to finish up. And so we hope to be done by the end of December with the full switchover. Right now we're using both systems in conjunction with one another. One thing it does do is modernize some of the pieces of the phone system to allow people to use the desktop application that works in conjunction with their phone to check voicemail, operate the phone, transfer calls and things using your desktop. And then some individuals can also use that both on a laptop or the actual mobile app to make calls, receive calls, and so forth, using the district phone system, but being in a remote setup. The other add-on was the paging systems. The reason this got added on was because as a lot of construction was being done at schools, we added the gyms, there was a lot of remodeling and additions at some schools. And we have about 4 different types of paging systems across the district, so vastly varying ages. And so doing additions to those in some cases wasn't possible. Either the parts don't exist anymore or they had already hit their maximum of things that could be added to it. So as we started to hit those, we decided on a single paging system that we would use going forward across the district. And so a few of those got replaced, both of course in the new schools, full rebuilds, or in some of the remodels had to have some swaps. As we started to look at some of the others and trying to make a more easily supportable system, we identified the majority of those other systems and started a project to start to replace some of those. And so that's where those funds were going to, is starting to replace those so we could get to one manufacturer that would be supporting all of our paging systems. What we're left with, and the reason for that is because of the safety integration that we've been working on, and that's around having 3 different systems: our phone system, the paging system, and the access control system all talk to one another. And when you have a bunch of different types of systems out there, it becomes very hard to integrate them, and you have a lot more chance of failure. So having the paging systems all have to be the same Now, we don't have the money to go replace all the paging systems. What we came up with is actually what we're calling an overlay, of sort of a hybrid system, where we'll have 17 schools that just have the head-end unit of the new paging system just sitting on top of the old paging system. And it's able to talk to the old paging system. But that allows us to make these connections to the access control system and the phone system, all using the same interfaces of that new paging system, even though it's sitting just on top of an old paging system. That is something, as far as getting all of them replaced, would have to probably wait for another bond cycle to complete that full process.
Every student in the district has access to a Chromebook to support their learning. While this plan was created before the pandemic hit, COVID definitely accelerated those plans. And at that time, the decision was made to waive all fees for damaged or replaced devices, including pens and chargers.
With that, we've sort of reached a point, during the pandemic, we made a lot of choices around how we implemented this program that just long-term will not be sustainable. And so we've been funding lost chargers, lost pens, broken devices, all of those things, and the district has been paying with a lot of use of that's our other emergency funds. Of course, those won't be there long-term. And so we had to look at some other ways of trying to get this to be more sustainable. The biggest expense is honestly been around the chargers and pens. And so we collected devices this year. That was partially to deal with repairs from the previous year. This summer before, we ended up in a bind with so many devices coming back in at the end of the summer that needed repairs done on them, that we didn't have enough devices to give out right at the beginning of the school year. So to change that, that's why we went ahead and collected devices at the end of this year. So we could go ahead and get them in for repair, make sure everything was working, and then be ready to hand them out. So it's a good chance to sort of reset before we check them back out and then put some of these different policies in place. So one of that is we're actually going to go ahead and pull the pins out of the devices. There will be some options if teachers are doing make use of a software or site that would be helpful if we can check out some sets of them potentially. But right now we plan on pulling those pins out of the devices. The other piece of that is when we get to the recycle of the Chromebooks, the next Chromebook versions, Google is requiring those pens. Right now, those pens are just a piece of plastic. They're about $15 to $25 to replace. The next version, Google's requiring that those pens be electronic pens, actually digital type pens, and now they'll be in $100 replacement range. So we just don't see that most likely their next version of the Chromebook will get the pin version just because of that expense. So it's a good point now that we got them collected to go ahead and pull those pins out of there. The other is that chargers that, of course, will give a device out with the charger. And if a student ends up needing a replacement charger, there would be a fee for that replacement charger. As with anything in the district, just a reminder, schools administration have the ability to waive those fees at their discretion for families. But the money we would collect from charging for an additional charger would go back into the school accounts along with sort of a budget adjustment for ongoing that schools will get to deal with then buying chargers as they start to get low on supply. Both from the intake of the replacement charges or from the budget, they have to increase. So,
what's most common reason to replace a charger? Lost them? Spill water on them?
Mostly lost, or
I lost mine.
dogs left the cheetahs for them. So that and chargers have been our biggest thing. that, you know, as far as the expense going on, it's been around the church.
That was hard to foresee.
The other is just the repair and replacement. Right now, we're gonna stick with the district covering those initially, but if there's repeated lost devices or repeated repairs, at some point we get charged for that. So in this case, we'll basically cover one replacement or two repairs. And the cost of that, we're going with flat fee to just keep the application of this easier, rather than trying to do the actual charge for the repair that's being done. And so a third repair, so if you had it repaired twice, come in for a third repair, there would be a $75 fee applied and $150 again. The school can waive it if they choose to, and that budget will help. Support that we'll be giving schools will help with that. If there is some accountability here to try to add that into our program. I guess the other piece to add to this, we are going to communicate this out a bunch. There's a couple more items, but just that we have met and we're going to do a letter home around this to all families, sort of front and back English and Spanish, just letting people understand what the fees would be in the case that, and highlighting, you know, to work with schools if there's some issue with that. And then of course, after the letter's gone out, we'll get it in hot news and on the website and all the information, school newsletters and so forth. So going to try to get this communicated out to families ahead of time and have some ways that we can keep track of those number of repairs and replacement prices. Along that replacement cycle, as Adam mentioned, he said there was some classroom really that's around the replacement of the devices. We have set aside some of that device money or in student and bond money to have a replacement cycle. At least we go toward replacing those devices. The secondary devices most likely we would replace in summer of 24, 25. Elementary devices, most likely 2 years after that, it will be better long if we can get a 2-year sort of gap between those replacements. Just ongoing, that'll make that we can reuse the devices that are still in good shape as extra devices at the schools. Having that 2-year gap will make that easier to do.
And that bond money that's set aside, is that part of the 2.5, 2.9, or something?
No, I think that would be part under Adams would be part of the 13 million that was committed, because it's committed and right now I believe they have that invested to try.
So how much longer can we use bond money to replace one-on-one devices?
Because we've met that condition of the 85%, the rest of the devices we have as long as we want to spend that money.
Yeah, how much longer can we afford to do that with bond dollars before it has to start coming?
Well, we will expend all of that in replacing, in adjusting the request. We'll have to come up with a little extra funds from that, but the majority of that cost will be covered by those, but we will spend all of it.
But once we replace all the elementary ones, we're going to have to figure out how to.
Right.
Yeah, but I think Mark's point is, we're not ready to go for a bond, we can't do that until potentially 27.
Right, which if we replace those years in 25 and 27, let's say, it'd be another 4 years.
That's couple, so then, yeah, it's just 4 years to that. Right.
The classroom is probably more than that, like those ones we're replacing with the budget, like you mentioned, the savings on Comcast, but that's replacing a few things here and there as those get older and older. There's going to be more of a mass need for replacing the actual classroom setups. The other is at the elementary, as far as the change to our plan, and just this comes more out of just listening to schools, hearing from parents about screen time and other things, and kids transporting devices back and forth. So we are going to switch now that, again, as we collected all of those devices, pre-K through grades 2 will be switched back to a more of a leave at school model. A family could request if they'd like to have the device brought home for some reason. they can make that request, and it can be checked out at the school. But through grade 2, we'll leave them as a in-school model, in grades 3 through 6, as still a take-home, with the option of leaving at school if the family would choose. So again, all of these changes are around just trying to make this more sustainable for the future of our budget.
Technology family nights have been an impactful and successful initiative. A little on the history of these. Actually, Kara Hartzell, our AD who's here with us today, identified that several of our Spanish-speaking families needed additional support with accessing technology in order to be able to really support their families, their students' learning. So then a building-based technician, she worked with a team of other technicians to develop a proposal and curriculum for working with parents on technology skills. Since that time, the tech services team has partnered with the family outreach liaisons, and we now have 5 customizable courses that we can offer in Spanish, English, or in a bilingual format. With the help, especially of the digital navigator, Renee Lopez-Guano, we were able to reach over a dozen events at PACs and schools to support our parents. Jeremiah Cherry from Communications actually was able to join our team to instruct on Remind and various district communication pathways. So that's been an incredible initiative that burbled up from identified needs by our folks on the ground. And to this day, we continue to look for additional opportunities to serve our families.
Yeah, these have been great. They're really done with, as Megan said, in conjunction with the family liaison group, working with tech services, and identifying where we can go and offering that out to schools. As you can see, the one here, I think that's at Hillsboro, and one of the other trainings. So I've had a lot of great responses from that, both from the schools and parents, and we heard from the PAC about that training that was done with them. So
Like we did with the pandemic.
yeah, we've maintained the student help desk. The difference is during when we were at home, we had people answering that, both day and into evening hours. Now that those techs that were doing that are working during the day at the schools, it's more of a call and sort of voicemail. And then we both get emails and voicemails about that. That somebody's left a message and the text and call back, and it is in English and Spanish available, but it's more of a callback service than a get line works all the time. And that's it.
Any questions?
I have 2. My first one is the pens that you take out all the numbers, where will they go? And my second one is for the families that can't afford to pay the fees if they were to lose something, will that go into something like their graduate? So when they graduate, they roll them back until they're good, like if they do the books, or will we go?
So on the pins, right now our plan is just to recollect them and sort of see how it goes. There could be some definite needs that come up that like, oh no, this group really needs these back or something. So we're just gonna collect and sort of hold them and see what this year brings us. There's no reason to get rid of them. So we'll keep those, or if a teacher wanted, like I mentioned, check out a class set to have them available in class. As far as the fee, of course, again, the schools can waive them if they need. If it would be an assessed fee and not paid, and the school have not waived that, it wouldn't hold somebody back, and they'll attempt to, as with other fees, books or other things, though they might ask for it. It would not hold somebody from walking or anything like that for graduation.
Good question. Any questions? This is such a cool initiative. Yeah,
It's been great.
and, every single school visit I've had in the last 18 months, the tech advanced classroom is just, it's changed the way everybody does it. It's fantastic to watch. In a building and they're using the voice application or there's something on the screen that it's one of those things that it's just a daily change improvement in how everybody does what they do. So glad we got that. That's almost every room, right? All right, thank you. Thanks for joining us again. And now it's Connor's favorite topic.
Everyone, let's stand up. We've been sitting way too long. I can sleep, guys. I can
It's nice distraction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stretch the arm.
Pay no attention to
They
the.
don't take you to the topic on the screen.
We've got your calendar. Well, last year we spent a lot of time talking about the calendar and bringing it back because in January and February, there was talk that we would talk about the calendar and look at a potential pre-Labor Day start, starting in 24-25 and 25-26. We would be looking at a 2-year adoption and then propose that to be presented for first reading to the board in late fall, early winter, so that we get lots of calls from our community, and that's staff and families, and they want to know like when is winter break, when's spring break. So along with our other Washington County colleagues that are adopting 2-year cycles, we thought we would bring that discussion here today. All right, we're going to go ahead and go to the next slide. So we conducted the survey back in December of 2022, and we got feedback that folks were not ready for us to jump into a pre-Labor Day start for this coming year that we're in for the 23-24 year. And so we wanted to create a runway if we're going to do that and look at presenting a proposal that a week earlier than we typically do so that folks can plan and already leave and have that information well in advance. So we have a pre-Labor Day start, starting at the end of August, and then school will be ending earlier in June. And think of it like a belt, like when you gain weight and lose weight, you decompress the belt. So what it does is it gives us a little more full weeks in our schedule, and everyone looking through the year. Yeah.
Lose weight, I know those words are easy to put together.
So I just wanted us to think about these impacts and these considerations. Just having an additional week for state testing allows us to have time for advanced placement, IB testing, ACT, SAT, and time to be better prepared and equipped for those exams. Additionally, we can have some full day staff development. Andrea brought up last year we had to do many little PDs last year because we don't have enough subs to cover. And so when you put out like a full day PD and you want to train, let's say 50 people, 75 people, guess what happens when someone gets sick in your building? It's swap out time. So now we're covering the sick person and I get to go back and get back into class after I've also done the work to do sub-plans. So we want to try to mitigate some of that. And we have one day this year, September 25th, is going to be for all of our staff classified and licensed. That will be a PD day as an example that we brought into this year. So I think just kind of thinking about also those summer programs that we have and planning for that. And then just consistency of calendars across the metro area, because there's a growing number of districts that are looking at that starting earlier and ending earlier in June. And then the survey, did say that staff and families weren't ready to jump into that idea of us doing that, but I think this affords the time to kind of make those considerations as we plan ahead. So I just wanted to open it up and see if there was any feedback or questions because we had a discussion in January, February that I would bring this back. And I'd like to start working on those calendars and bring some drafts in advance of our time for you to vote on adoption. Question? Yeah.
I hear, grocery lines with, on the rare option that I get recognized or whatever. The alignment of our calendars with our neighbors is something that comes up more frequently than I kind of expected it to. So I think you're right. A lot of districts are considering a pre-August or pre-Labor Day start and wishing we would get aligned for our holiday break, for our winter break.
Are we close to that? I know we talked about that before, as far as having the aligned holiday break.
I think we have tried to, always have two full, like winter breaks, and our spring breaks have typically been, our spring break is typically been aligned. Sometimes our winter break is a little different. A thing to consider is that some districts have a longer work calendar for some of their staff or license, and so that can have a impact. So like Beaverton this year, they had to come back after we were out and continue on, and there was some dissatisfaction with some of their staff and families in regards to that. So I know that they have course corrected for the coming year to make that so that they aren't going to be coming back to that degree.
Do we know what Beaverton, Forest Grove, Metropolitan are considering a pre-Labor Day start?
I know that Beaverton is, I don't know, I know they have, typically HR is in charge of that, so there's been some new turnover of HR directors leading those districts, and so I don't know, we haven't had our typical Washington County collegial meetings for HR to have those discussions, but we'll work on it.
I know it can be considered blasphemous to consider that here, but it's always pumping around gas a minute.
That's true, and especially if you go to Costco, when you go to the right side, that's your company, yourself.
Is that how it
Go
works?
to the left side, you're gonna get some attendance. I would like to propose that I come with something for us to kind of consider. I will also do some homework to see what other districts have done. This isn't, like a snap your fingers and the calendars put together, it's a long process. And I want to make sure that we're mindful and proactive and responsive to all of the considerations.
But I think we have to sort of head nod to, let's see what a pre-Labor Day start would look like. Like it's worth it to do that work, I think.
I think so.
Yes.
I do have a question.
Sure.
I'm looking at the calendar right now. 23, 24. But I don't see the graduation date. This one, so 23, 24 is locked in.
Yes, we don't put the graduation dates on there, but we do plan accordingly. We've had some preliminary conversations with the high school principals last year. We need to make some considerations for that, and then we make the adjustments for, it would probably fall just after Memorial Day if we do end up having a pre-Labor Day start for graduations.
Are you talking about for this year?
Yes.
The dates will be coming shortly for this year.
Yeah, in June 2024.
June 2024, yes, we are just finalizing, we have a rotation, and then as you know, we have a partnership with the stadium, and so we did have to make some adjustments with the
That's
hot,
what I was wondering.
and we will be getting those out shortly.
Yeah.
We're moving away from the Friday.
Probably 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay.
Yeah, that, yeah, the 6th. But yeah, I just have an email in with me to confirm and make sure everybody is on time.
So does that mean we're gonna have a reading ceremony the next evening?
No, we will still have 2 evenings and 2 Saturdays. We just won't have Friday.
Okay, I will come back in maybe September-ish. That's like this for you to look at.
And I will say from a school standpoint, what we have heard is a 2-year adoption of a calendar would be lovely, looking at people in general. So I know you guys have said that before, but I know our schools would love to have that.
Great, thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you. I know we are slightly over, but the next one should up the rest of now. Board budget, that for those of you who are new or have been into this kind of thing, that we have budgets to attend conferences like that. Michelle, you wanna?
We're not going to talk too much about the budget, more about how to access those funds and okay, not okay around that. Rose is excellent. If there's an event that you are looking at doing, she's a great resource. Travis as well can kind of help any one of those guys can help guide that process. Our district policy for staff reimbursement extends to board members as well. And we follow GSA guidelines for wherever it is that you're going in terms of meal reimbursements. So for Hillsboro, we have been told they are a little bit low. It's $14 for breakfast, $16 for lunch, $29 for dinner. And that includes up to the 20% gratuity. So just straight out, knowing how food prices are around here. Our policy says we can follow GSA guidelines. So that's just something to be aware of, whether or not you're using a P card or request reimbursement for that. Fortunately, I think a lot of the events that we go to, the meal is provided as part of the event. So hopefully you would take advantage of that to do some learning or networking or whatever while you're there. We do, for reimbursements, we require the paperwork within 30 days so that we can get that processed and back to you. It usually takes about a week. Our team's pretty fast if all of the paperwork is together to get that to happen for you. Our policy also says it's for ordinary and necessary meal expenses. So, or any expenses while you're out. So it's just being super mindful of that. Because you're elected, I know that you're probably hypersensitive to public record requests or those types of things that do periodically come forward. Especially when people in the public may not always be happy or maybe looking for a reason to criticize our organization. So I'm super sensitive to that, ethics officer for the district. So just some reminders around that. Our mileage rate, we set that back in June, is 0.655, so 66 cents per mile for using your car for district business. So again, terminating within 30 days. If you're traveling on a big trip, again, Rose is a terrific resource to get you set up. The board's budget actually kind of falls under, it's kind of alongside the superintendent's budget, which is for the discretionary spending, fairly small. So it's, we're going to monitor through the year. If it's an exceptional year for cost, we would address that early. And any questions, I'm happy to answer now or on a one-off basis.
Dovetails with same idea. Then, but who's all going to Salem this weekend? So you going on Thursday night? Do there Friday morning? Or you go Friday? Yeah, I'm going Friday.
What's in Zoom?
Oh, the OSBA summer conference is this week. It seems to be conducted in beautiful Bend, Oregon. Now it's going to be scenic sale.
Scenic sale.
The student reps get to participate in that?
Yeah, we haven't done that.
Yeah, that was mainly for a new,
Yeah.
Fall convention. Yeah, that's the fall.
But the fall convention. Yeah. And it tends to fall on a day you have, and it happens again.
Yes.
You guys have
Veterans Day weekend.
Friday off. There's no school on that Friday. So.
So if you don't mind, maybe go.
We tend to try to carpool down together and that kind of thing. So we have to be thinking about if you want to meet with other school board members from around the state on the 9th of November. That's the bigger. Hold on. Oh.
Or there's stuff on the list.
That's
stuff on the list.
He's like New Orleans player.
You guys won't let them. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think you can go to that one.
I think I might be interested in that one.
Yes, I haven't gone yet. Yeah. I haven't.
Ever? You ever been to any
I've
NSBA?
gone once, but it was on OSBA's time.
No, San Diego.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, more than.
San Diego's pretty good.
Yes.
It's not sunny though.
No, it was cold.
It's what you're supposed to get when you go to San Diego, but
It was cold.
Yeah, it was.
It's cold rain.
so I guess, make note of these dates. And deadline for NSBA is going to be sometime in the fall, right? Probably. Yeah, what the deadline for OSBA and okay. So Rose will send us out one. And yes, like, students for sure, feel free to join us at the downtown Portland. I think you find it pretty rewarding. You have a couple months under your belt, you like know what's being a school board is all about by this. No one seems so weird and sharing. Anything else to cover on that? I think that's it, right? Board superintendent communications. Oh, yeah.
So we set this one up. Go ahead. Yeah, this one's just a reminder of the protocol for communication. I don't think this needs revision, but I just wanted to confirm that you all feel like you know how to access me, how to access cabinet members and CC me. And then the emergency response that we've implemented so far is that if there were an emergency in the district, I have you all on text message, and I would text message the last our communication after that with the school board chair, usually via email. I would like to say check your email for more details on this as things unfold. It wouldn't be appropriate to reply all to that text message and get a chain going. We'll rely on communication through Mark will be that chain in the case of an emergency. Any other questions or comments or requested changes for the way that communication flows?
It's even weird when we don't respond, but we know we don't respond.
Yeah, no, you get it. Thank you.
Yeah, don't, so we get them, yeah, text the whole board. Don't respond.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
When you email any member of cabinet or building principal or anybody, always be sure to include the superintendent on that email. Just remind me that our only employee is the superintendent. Every other employee in the district is the superintendent's employee. So even if it doesn't concern Travis, it's important to let him know that we're communicating with one of his employees. Sometimes, I would always try to, especially when my kids were in school, you know, hi, I'm emailing you as Layla's dad, not as a board member, but still copy Mike, and do your best to compartmentalize that. I think they know you're still a board member. Just, you know, but do your best to try to compartmentalize advocating for your student or students advocating for yourself as a board member from, what we would call board work. So.
We all do a great job of that, just in my experience. And then I'm always in the loop on what those communications have been. And sometimes we'll pull the content and put it in a board update on Friday if the information that's been exchanged seems pertinent to other board members. So thank you for that.
When someone emails the entire board, I will try to craft a timely response that reflects generally the position of the district. I will sometimes often reach out to cabinet members or the superintendent for clarification. So I'm responding, having a knowledgeable response. I think also, you know, back when I was not the board chair, there would be times where I would email the person directly, not a reply at all, because you can create a serial meeting and say, hey, I'm replying as Mark Watson, board member. Just like know that we received your email. The board chair would like, because you emailed the entire board, the district response will likely come from the board chair. Look for that in how many days or something like that. So, I don't know. It was just me trying to make sure that people felt like they were heard immediately or that they weren't treating that went into the void, but that someone saw it. So, I mean, that kind of thing is perfectly acceptable. Or if you have something to say, you could probably say it too. But board chair or the vice chair will likely compose the district response to any email that goes to the entire board. So the reply all that goes out will be from me. And sometimes, when cabinet and staff and whatnot are on email with the board knows 25 recipients, there's a good chance that one of the members of staff is going to reply to that and probably not the board. Because the person sending it was just looking for information or wanted to be sure they were heard and let the board know. So in some cases, not every email that goes to the entire board requires a response. I would say Director Allen was very good at, if I was lax or not expedient in my reply, just hitting me up with an email saying, hey, have you gotten this one yet? Now, so if you, I think some of you done this in the past, if you see an email that maybe has taken a couple of days, like because I was out of the country, well, we didn't have emails done, right? No. I'm missing all done to that. All right. So, but if something looks like it's taking too long, I'm happy to get pinged and remind me that it's awaiting your reply. And I'll probably let you know I'm waiting for information from staff or the reason why it's been delayed. Any other questions on that kind of thing? All right. Oh, it is. That. So we did not print it this year, but I need access. It doesn't want me to. Oh, she's gonna put it up. Okay.
No, I don't have access.
So this is what we call the big calendar or whatever. One of your pieces of homework for today, well, not students, because you wouldn't have been involved. Probably not a vet because you just got the job. Was to be thinking about departments, areas in which you'd like to learn more information. We traditionally, every month or so, have a report from a department. It's like, to your point earlier, Patrick, like, you weren't here when the SRO thing was crafted. So this was a good presentation. We try to do that, the SPED department will do it, transportation will do it. There's good opportunities for people to, over the course of your board service career, to hear from a bunch of different departments and learn more about how operations in the district work. So, if anybody has a different department or some topic that they were thinking of that they haven't heard from, now is a good time to bring up, hey, I would love to hear from such and such. So we have anything that and you guys are business too, so it may be on the big board already, and if we can follow it up, we'll let you know when it's going to be set. But so if there are departments or things you want to hear more information from, now's the time to speak up.
I was gonna say, tied to our, I guess, for our ideas of like agenda items in our working agreement, does it have to be like a majority that we agree to audit, or is it anybody can learn about it?
Oh, that's not calendar, but working groups is coming up.
Oh, this is the calendar. Okay, gotcha.
This is the calendar, yeah. Like what departments would you want to hear from and figure out when? So this is the framework of what we've traditionally heard from various departments and whatnot over the course of the year.
This does bleed into the next topic though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was this in our?
It's in the like, slide deck.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't have access. It's like.
No, but we don't have access, so nobody's had a chance to look at it, so.
We can come back to this if folks haven't.
Sure.
Oh,
But-
it says we don't have access, huh?
Yes, I was gonna say, but even without access, I guess I would defer to our viewer board members to see if there's specific topics that you were interested in, students that like things that you were curious about the district and how, what works that we could think about adding.
And we can add stuff over the course of the year too. A lot of times a presentation will manifest from a conversation we've had or from somebody's board time, making a suggestion, or I would love to learn more about like a couple of our agenda items today or from questions Patrick had or Yeah, or whatever. So like, sometimes there are opportunities to add agenda items, of course, we should understand.
I'm saying two things, and I don't want that's straight, so I can't see it, but no, but, two things that come to the top of my mind. One is the Oak Street campus and maybe coordinating time where, maybe a few of us can go to the Oak Street campus. I definitely have not had a chance to go yet. And would love to, and for even, Patrick or that, I don't think I have a chance to go yet, but that could potentially be, one that could have a little bit more coordination around. And then I remember a few years into my first term, I visited the Peter Moscow Center to look at the SPEC programs. And would love to, and that was just kind of a one-off thing where it was just my like that went, but that would also be something that I would like maybe a bit more exposure to the board for. So a field trip to the Peter Moscow Center, or I don't know if we have any other programs elsewhere, but a program overview of our study programs.
Sounds good.
So something that I was thinking about, that we started before the pandemic, but then of course everything got turned around, is we started meeting with, or inviting like Cornelius, North Plains, Council, and like Hillsboro, we would just to like connect again and just say like things that we're working on in partnership, whether growth or fiber or whatever it may be, and hearing like, what are you doing for your community and how's the district doing? I think we kind of dropped that off, but I would like to pick that up again.
Yeah, sort of joint meetings. Yeah, those are great. Cornelius, Hillsboro, and North Plains. And we did Hillsboro at their place, but they meet on Tuesday nights too.
Right.
I think we had North Plains in here. Did we end up doing one with Cornelius?
Yes, we did. They were.
I missed that.
They're all pretty cool. So I like that idea of definitely reaching out to
Those are good. Yeah, real good.
the communities that we serve.
North Plains, we went to the ice cream program. Or no, we met with them, but they said, go to the ice cream.
Yeah, they came here and said, go to the other side, right? Field trips, yeah. I love facilities. I love transportation. I haven't really toured the building in the Oak Street campus either, so I'd love to do that.
I'm taking notes on this. Traditionally, we've done the big map of agenda items for meetings, but this is also reminding me that we have a map of engagement opportunities for board meetings to field trips, curriculum visits.
Yeah, curriculum,
Yeah. So we'll put together something like that too, and that some of those come out monthly. Hey, on this Thursday, here's an opportunity to visit a school. Miss Becky will be touring classrooms to look at the science curriculum. We'll do that. The science.
We also discussed at some point pre-pandemic, the idea of a half-day retreat about 6 months in. Somebody have an appetite for it? It felt at some point where we had too much going on. We couldn't get to everything in our board meetings. They were going until 10 or 11 o'clock at night because they were just jam packed. We thought maybe we would just pick a 4-hour day one time and just knock it out. So do people have a sense of whether or not they think it's needed or they want that?
Let me ask this, did we, the pinch or the pressure that we felt last year, I thought that was because of the resignation of our former superintendent. And then that superimposed the responsibility to move forward as quickly as we could. If that's accurate, then we really shouldn't have another break. But if that's not accurate, then yes, we need to have another half day with the business so that we get out of the business of having a 5-hour meeting.
That day was pre-pandemic. We talked about it, so it was way before Mike's resignation. Before you were even on the board, and then pandemic, we had it on the schedule. We had it booked, and the pandemic killed it.
Yeah, I think the other reason that we used that was like the board training. So like if there was something that we all wanted to do as professional development together, like in the beginning, we did a lot to have like the same language around like equity, we did a lot of training. But if there's like a specific topic that we all want to learn or be educated and learn more about, that we use that time to do kind of for professional development.
Right.
So, but before we decide to defer to the professional development, I want to make sure that I'm understanding that my experience now for these 2 years has been somewhat, if we had one regular year that thought we was a regular year, and then last year got out of the water with everything. So I'm really still trying to understand what a regular, do we really need to have a retreat? The number of 4 to 5 hour meetings that we had was a lot. The question then becomes, is that typical? Is that what it should be? And will that have a retreat actually reduce that? My gut tells me, no, it isn't.
I feel like this past year's meeting schedule, or the year before, with the superintendent's resignation, was pretty standard. That was like about a normal year, wasn't it? And last year, I think, taking out the work done to hire the new superintendent, I think it felt, I think it's as close as we get to normal. There's no normal, but it's just me. It's just something she has before. Like, does it feel like last year was kind of to Nancy's point? She's asking, was that normal?
If you take out the superintendent search and that extra time, yeah.
I think that was pretty close.
4 to 5 hours, I would say it's pretty average.
Yeah.
Sometimes 9, sometimes 10.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Work session out by 7:30 or 8.
And then to Nancy's
Upstairs,
first
downstairs.
point, I don't think that having a half day retreat would actually shorten the length of time that everything needs.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to.
I think that unless we have a hard cutoff date that we will not have any meetings exceed 9 p.m., I think that there will always be things to talk about and more things to say about each topic to where I don't think we could just, I don't think the half day retreat would shorten that across the board.
Yeah, I was gonna go back to the topic of different topics, board meetings. So, there are just 3 kind of quick things. I really like what Jim said about the Oak Street and the special invitation tours, and that'd be great. A couple of things that I think would be interesting to have presentations on. I had a nice conversation via email a few months ago with Michelle, but I think more background on how the district has made the choice not to have a local option and what went into that, and what that looks like. And a lot of our peer districts do have one. I think that would be so they're going to work we talk about. Also on a kind of lighter note, this isn't a request, but just throwing out there that I have been to school board meetings and other places where they've had student presentations or experiences or recognizing students, or at one time around the holidays, they even had students come and sing at a board meeting. So
the mariachi group.
We used
We used to do that.
I wouldn't mind all this. Since I've been here, we've never had students representatives here. I would have a student element at school or maybe that.
Yeah, we used to see the big.
We talked about that too. Yeah,
It's that.
those were great. Yes.
The bureaucratic center with where are the students?
Yeah. We used to have them almost every regular session. We kick off with something. Yeah. These are great for a show.
We also in the past have done like the city, like across the meeting time,
Yeah.
where we are, and that just takes coordination for everybody.
Yeah.
I know those were highly valued by our members.
Yeah.
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 I had a third thing, but it's totally out of my head, so maybe I'll come back later.
I just feel like this year doesn't feel like we need to have the
Yeah, it doesn't, my gut reaction is probably not. I didn't wanna just cancel it without discussing it with everybody, but it feels like probably not.
We also had a conversation among the cabinet group. We have a commitment to keep our slide presentations succinct and to the point so that we can allow time for conversation. Try to get voices elevated when we have group conversations. And so to that end, we'll do our part to keep meetings at a good clip. And that'll be up to, us as a group to take as much time as we need at those board sessions.
We do like to ask questions in top though.
What we decided was we would keep our talking to a minimum, we'd do the facts and then allow for that talk time, because I know that's important. And so it'll be up to the group to see how late into the evening people's thresholds of our group conversation will go this year. So I just wanted to add that, in lieu of a half day retreat, that you guys would.
I believe that kindest way Jacobson and McPherson put it was, yeah, you guys are definitely deliberative. So, yeah.
I did remember. The third topic I was going to suggest, I don't know if this is of interest to the whole board or not. In case it is, otherwise I can stall Travis. But we were talking earlier about student representatives and their relationship. But it reminded me that I'm interested in what our high schools do as far as student councils, leadership, student body president. Is that standardized with high schools? Does each high school have their own operating method as far as how? Because I think as school board members, we have a special respect and appreciation for democracy and I think how students are introduced to that idea of democracy in schools and civics and student leadership is like that. We're fine with what we've done.
Yeah, got it. I have a list of 6 requested topics that we could add to that large challenge.
And we're discussing sort of broadly. So I would say, during the pandemic and recently after the pandemic, while things were still normalizing, I always felt reluctant to visit buildings because it would be an intrusion. And I would say that so as board members, one of the things you have access to is the ability to visit a building and just chat with the principal and walk around the school. And I would highly recommend that you do it. I stopped doing it for a long. I did it a bunch early. I stopped doing it because it felt intrusive. I don't think principals or vice principals feel like it's intrusive anymore. I feel like they are welcoming. They'd love to have you in the building. They'd love to show you how great their programs are. So, if you're ready to get back out there, I think they're ready for you to come and just email the principal, copy Travis and say, I was wondering if there's a great time, or would there be a good time, better day than not to facilitate a visit? And my guess is they would love to have you back in the buildings. Anything else on that?
They're happy to have you. It's great to bring Mark around and we're doing this.
It was super cool.
Yeah. So, and if you feel weird, you're more than welcome to come to me, and I don't have to set it up. And we can trust.
See the Technical Hands classroom in action all day. All right.
I'm trying to advance this.
Advance. All right. It's been a while, a year since we looked at our working agreements. There's a link there. I know that won't work. I don't know if everybody had a chance to look at them ahead of time or not. This is what we had last year. Is that right, Travis? Yeah, 2022.
Okay, an opportunity to look at it.
Yeah. So, as a reminder, the working agreements are the things to which we all commit as board members. Okay, look at that. To essentially treat each other with respect, follow basic protocol, don't be a jerk. Some of these things may seem obvious, but there was a point in time where it was required. You don't make a sign unless there's a reason to make the sign. Lay off the bridge is probably there because somebody fell off the bridge. Don't take it for granted that these things were assumed, but But they are our agreements. They are how we agree to work with each other and be respectful. So each of us should feel empowered to make changes as we see fit. Travis, can we talk about any, we may consider a couple?
The one thing that came up was the process for requesting information for an agenda item. And at the back page, in the third to last bullet, this is items will only be added to the agenda as a board meeting. At a board meeting, if the majority of the board agrees to consider them. And the bullet above that says that it's the board chair, the vice chair, and the superintendent will set the agenda. So I think the process we discussed, just getting a thumbs up on today, is as we list topics that are of curiosity, for example, that we run those through Yvette and Mark. And then if there's a debate about whether that's something we should spend our time preparing to present on, that we check that with the group at our work session. So.
One example being, you know, if there's something you would like a presentation on or more information you would like, and it would be 150 hours of staff time to create, we should have a discussion at the board about whether we want to dedicate 150 hours of staff time to create. Yeah. So I understand board members are, if you want to count board member they want. So, but if you want the information, great, let's. More often than not, I think the administrative team can go, yeah, we'll try to do our best to get that.
Yeah.
But if there's ever a discussion of like, I'm not sure that we have the resources to meet that request. I would like to find, I don't know how we codify that in our agreement, but I would like to find a way that we, as a group, sort of discuss whether or not that's the appropriate use of resources. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you said we have consensus that we're all agreeing that we can divert
Yeah.
all this time and energy into that.
And it might, like, we might decide, yeah, right? I mean, we don't know what the time of the future is gonna hold for it.
So, today, my limited 2 years, if we've had a question, if it came up in the board meeting or a working session, then the appropriate cabinet member responded and said, yeah, we can answer that, or no, we don't know that, or whatever the appropriate response is. And I'm trying to understand if, I'm not sure we need a working agreement to say that right there.
Yeah.
I would prefer them, if it comes up in a board meeting, that you guys tell us. You guys have said to us before, no, we don't do this, or we have this information or that information. And then there seems to be a good vibe that goes on in between. Board members say, hey, I have a question about X, Y, Z. They get pointed to the right person, that person provides that information.
Yeah.
So I have yet to experience when there is a substantively overwhelming request for something from a board member. And if you guys have experienced that, that have been here longer, let me know what that looks like, but thus far, we haven't experienced that. So I don't like to write rules and laws.
But it's not a problem that doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how we get 20 versions of murder.
There was a time when we had requests as staff from board members who had a specific interest that wasn't shared by the group. And I've seen it be said, you know what, we don't need a presentation on X. So just for example, because this seems like an easy one, and I'll pick on Patrick. He said local operating levy. If that was Patrick's idea, no one wanted to talk about that ever. The group could say, no, we don't want a comprehensive presentation on that. It could be a wild idea, and we've seen wild ideas come forward. We just wanted to affirm what the mechanism is. If Patrick has a wild idea that would take Michelle a long time, that we would have a way to say, no, it's okay. We can answer that on the side of Patrick.
Right. And I guess the reason it's in working agreements is because while we have access to cabinet, they're your staff. It's our working agreements with you. So I don't know if we need to codify it or whatever, but you should have the ability to come to the board chair, vice chair, and then the whole group and say, we've had this request. We don't necessarily think it's a good use of our resources. What do y'all think?
I would like that mechanism to be in place. And I feel like it is in the working agreements, which says that we go to you and Yvette and we say, this is an item that came forward as a request for the agenda. And then the second bullet says items will only be added to the agenda if the majority of the board agrees. My question would be, in what venue does the board agree? And my proposal would be at a work session. You could say, we're trying to figure out if the local option levy request from Patrick should be a board item at an upcoming regular session. Can we all vote? And then everybody votes and we say yes. And then I proceed asking Michelle to put together a really, I mean, that's not an easy presentation.
Yeah, there's substantive.
Together. I'm foreseeing that one being a great presentation. That's why I'm picking on it. Yeah, but in the future and in the past, I have been witness to ideas that are not, have been avoided as not great ideas. We can always answer those ideas as a one-off though. So we could talk about ultimate frisbee. And I would be happy to answer Patrick's questions about ultimate frisbee, but we might decide as a board to not have a presentation about ultimate frisbee.
So. Do you feel like the current language has been covered, or do you feel like we need a language change to make sure you're covered?
Language is great. I wonder what the venue is where the board has a say about the appropriateness of the request.
Yeah, work session, right, yeah.
Well, then the question is, does that vehicle need to be in this work? Said no. The bank said absolutely not.
You're on deck.
So I think that just needs a.
Yeah, I think that we have the weekly session. And that was just, so, for example, that's one of the things that we talked about what the language in here has been about, just like it means. I don't know if you've all had a chance to look at it at a time, but, what meeting do we tend to sign? Oh, adopted 9/27.
Yeah,
So,
talk about it this time.
Yeah.
If there's any changes, we'll talk about it next time.
sure.
And then prove it at the end of.
So I would ask for your homework to be, if there are changes to this document that you would like to make, please bring them to the first board meeting in September. We can put on the agenda as a work session item. And then if we agree to include those, we would adopt them at the regular session. Okay, everybody?
No, you're breaking the state.
I just like to lose your term. That seem reasonable?
Yeah.
Yeah, suggestion, we can put that meeting and then we'll discuss them as a group. So I guess Rose will do that. Agenda items.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, always just.
Yeah, I would go.
All right. Anything else about the working agreements? All right,
Thank you.
what's next? The ARs?
Oh, no.
No.
Yes.
Okay, we took that out, right, okay.
Why do we have, do they know it?
It's on my printed one, but it's not on,
That was handled during Brooke's presentation about the CCAC. We're going to make the move to consolidate two ARs into one.
oh, right.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't need any conversation. Yeah.
All right. Oh, look at this, we're done. Not done. Right.
You guys, you do it in 3 minutes. I want it, but just.
So really just saying,
Did you want to wrap up the EAC?
oh, yes, absolutely. So, after researching the Equity Advisory Committee, last year we did approve it and it requires our approval. It is not like the CCAC, which we invented for ourselves. It's not like the Budget Committee, which is defined by law that we do the process that we do. It is the superintendent and administrative team sort through the applications and put forward a slate of candidates that they think would be appropriate for the committee, and then we approve or disapprove, I suppose, of the members of that committee. But it is an action item that we need to take. We did not publish on our agenda today that we would be having any action items, so we don't have the required, I think we can ask for, but in general, it's better to publicize that you are going to do an action item before you do an action item. So we are going to move the approval of the Educational Equity Advisory Committee composition at the work session, first work session in September. We have the slate, it's in the presentation from earlier. All of the applications are available, not that we need to see them because the staff makes the decision, but they are all available if you want to look at them in our board area. So that's where we ended up with the PEAC. So we do need to take action. The language on the thing was actually right. You should approve it. Well,
So
take action.
so is the timeframe you're outlining, is that supported?
It means
I'm gonna include that on this meeting. And we'll start.
one meeting. So the side effect is of us not being prepared is one meeting. So,
It's okay.
yeah, I'd rather stay on the right side of things than rush it and meet one meeting. So.
I apologize, I misunderstood. I thought you were overarching deadline that you were running up.
I was, but everything is adjustable and flexible, and we will go ahead and hold our first meetings.
All right. Thank you for reminding me. At the end of every meeting, students, I think we mentioned this last time we were here, we do what's called board time. Everybody gets a chance to say whatever they want. It could be that you think everybody should own forecast, but you can say whatever they like. Oftentimes students will plug events happening in their own school or what they have going on in their own lives. We usually start with student representative time. You guys can decide if we'd like to go first. Yeah, you're up. Oh, all right.
I don't have anything.
Nothing today? Yeah, so yeah, the question is, do you have anything you would like to add today, and the answer can be no.
I'll say something. Well, first, I just want to say thank you guys for welcoming me. Very grateful I got this position. That being said, I was just wondering, I have a few questions. One is, when's mentoring gonna start? Another one is, I don't know how to word it exactly, but how much can we, as student reps, contribute to HSB? And my last question is, what's the likeliness that we're able to fix the girls' bathrooms at my school? Because last year, since like I'm the ASB vice president at my school, and even that I'm also in like a bunch of extracurriculars, so everybody knows I have a word in my school, and they kept on asking me like, "Hey, can you guys fix the girls' bathrooms?" I've never been in there, but they always said like the doors in the stalls have like a huge gap, so like when you're walking by, you can see everybody who's in the bathroom.
Remind us of high school.
Glencoe High School. I don't know if
We can get that answer for you, RJ.
Yeah.
We can research that one.
Oh, appreciate it.
But
Yeah,
this is where you bring that.
You're using your tongue exactly as you should.
I don't know if they're like 100%. I get like vague answers. Some like say it's this big, some say it's like this big. I can't inspect it. I just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
RJ, what was your first question? You said, when does
mentoring start?
Oh, mentor.
Yeah.
And the second one was what capacity?
Yeah, how much as a student rep can we even contribute to HSB?
We can talk about that during the orientation.
Yeah, we're gonna do orientation, and really, like we talked about in the interview too. There are gonna be more things that you can possibly do. It's just, so prioritize your school, prioritize your activities first. We understand we'll take whatever time you can give to the board. And we'll talk about it Tuesday. Are we doing it Tuesday? Is that right?
I think that at least some of us can be on Tuesday. Maybe.
Yeah. So we'll do an orientation, cover some of that, yeah. And mentoring, we have the list of who's up on it. I don't remember if everyone's work. If you saw your name as RJ's mentor and you feel comfortable sharing your cell phone number with him, find time to do that after we're all done. And afterwards I can give you all my phone number. So if any questions come up and you can't get your mentor, or you want to ask me a question, you're happy to do that. For that. Yeah.
I just saw one, I've kind of been wondering for a while, considering I got this position, and I want to thank you guys for that. how do you guys plan on giving us a platform to help with the kind of there's a sense of discrimination, people have told me, and there's also a sense of not feeling heard or seen within our groups that goes between the minorities and even those that don't fall under that. And I wanted to know how you guys plan on finding that and within ways that people won't be like, oh, I'm too cool.
Great.
I've never been on that area, so.
Yeah. Part of that's going to be our strategic plan. We're going to hear the student voices. We did like focus groups and we reached out to leadership organizations and we also did surveys. So there will be a team of us, including Francesca, Brooke, Beth, who would figure out how do we directly engage with students in school. So that won't fall all on your shoulders, but we would love it if you three could be a part of us figuring out how that process takes shape in the next couple of years. I mean now, but for those outcomes, a couple of years.
I was already planning on making some type of poll survey, but I was going to ask how I can do that without seeming like some sort of like tyrant. Like I'm wanting all the power.
Right.
And I wanted to like kind of do it, make it so it's anonymous, so nobody knows like I won't know who like made this and made that.
Yeah.
And so everyone's like good secure and it was very
Yeah. I really appreciate that you're asking that question so that you're monitoring the impact of what you would do. I mean, you could go out with the best intentions, but it could backfire if everyone thinks you're a tyrant. When we were talking earlier about the responsibilities of student leadership, I had made a note to myself, how can you help with our collective effort to get student voices activated so that whatever survey you did or whatever focus group you facilitated would add to our collective effort to raise student experiences all over. So we should talk about that. It is dangerous to go out and create your own survey or your own engagement process because then you're less powerful when you come to a conclusion. So if we could do that as a district and get students from other high schools all going in the same direction, we actually might make a change for student experience in the school district. So let's talk about that. And I'd be interested in talking with you all about that, about what exists now in your schools where you do feel voices are elevated and how we can capitalize on that moving forward as part of our orientation process. Because that's a big responsibility. When you're called a student leader, that means you got to do something. And then, what are my first steps? And how does that help the collective rather than just helping my ego feel good about me doing something? So thank you for being humble enough to ask that question.
I was also trying to figure out how I can, because we're gonna have a beginning of the year assembly, and I was planning on trying to immediately sit down a kind of like line that people know, like any incoming freshman going to the school that they know they're going to get accepted here. And considering I'm the director of Unity, I can try and find new ways. But I want to ask you guys if you know any way that can probably take into consideration on making people feel more united.
Yeah. We actually can connect you to some resources. If that's a project that's coming up in the next 3 weeks.
Yeah.
We do have folks who are really experienced in, we used to do things like Link and Crew, where there's a curriculum we would do to bring older students in to work with younger students and help them engage right away and feeling a sense of belonging. And some of the practices are pretty easy, like asking a kid, how do you feel when you feel like you belong? So that the question goes to them and you're not defining that for them. So we could, if you want practical advice on how to facilitate an activity like that or be in charge of an event like that, we could get you connected. I'm looking at some of our school leaders. We all used to do this like 10 years ago in our careers, but we know the people who do it now. We can get you some resources.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And surveying is something that we're pretty good at. You might want to be cautious of doing it 3 times a week, maybe. So, I mean, it does take the time and resources of the district to put them together. But yeah, it's not a thing you would do on your own. It's a thing you would engage with the superintendent's office. Then you would engage the right cabinet department to manage it. So, but it's definitely possible.
I think one of the ways that you can help is more on the, how do you market the survey so that students actually. Like, how do we actually get the word out?
Yeah, I was about to bring up how I was trying to find a more connected way to them. Because being a part of like when we get told to take a survey, I can talk from experiences like half of the class people won't take it, or half of them will joke around with the answers, and actually in the end, it messes up the actual data we get from it. So I was trying to find more ways, it's like, I guess, more connected to my age. And more practical rather than a survey and more people into like physical activity, mental activity, or something besides a survey.
We're asking ourselves that same question. Because people have survey fatigue. In the last 5 years, we've all been surveyed so much, and every survey that comes out on a Monday kills every survey that comes out on a Wednesday. So we're trying to time things and consolidate them. So when we ask questions, people have energy to answer the questions. And then the other complaint we're getting is that we don't see the result of, when I answer that survey, I don't see that it made a difference. So how do we get back to the person who took the survey to let them know that their time was valued? So I'd love to talk about that with you too. These are great leadership questions. For a student leader, that's a heavy question, but that's questions that we're all asking ourselves in communities right now. So that's great.
So just one other thing, in terms of your question about what can we do to contribute to HSD, one of the things is that with the amount of information that they prepare for the board in between our work session, it's an incredible amount of information that is valuable information. That is your first source for understanding what's coming down the pipe, right? So what I'm suggesting is that you schedule a time where you can dive in once Rose sends out and says, hey, it's all uploaded, try to get in there and see what's there. Then that way, you know what's coming down. When people ask you at school, you know what's coming down. You know what we're going to be talking about. And then that makes it look like you know what we're doing. We're communicating with you, and then you can then communicate with the school. And who knows? It might be a topic that a bunch of people have a question about. Say, hey, you need to come to this board meeting. How powerful is it when 20 students show up? Very, right? So that's another way that you can consider to make a contribution, because this is your district, our district.
Now, RJ, your first semester mentors are Sheehan and Patrick.
I have one last question. Is how do I get it so people know I'm a student board representative, not because I want the name, but because I want them to know that if they want their voice to be heard, they can come, rather than like, oh, he just wants to put it there.
It'll be on, so we'll do a lot of, you'll have the opportunity to ask questions. But it can be, your picture's gonna be on the wall, or you're gonna be on the website, things like that.
Another recommendation would be to work with your leadership group at your high school to make sure that your name is announced alongside the ASB officers or the class officers. You already have that.
Yeah, she was showing that, and I was also talking about ASB president.
Cool. Great, thank you.
Aliana, do you have anything you want to add tonight?
No. It's been a good day.
Yeah. No longer.
This is what I'm tired of.
Yeah.
I want to say it's kind of difficult starting away from surveys, but we also have to survey the kids to see what they want besides the survey. And it's like it's.
Probably, I could also say that, soon will be Club Rush.
Yeah.
And that's another great way, I think, like, once you know also who's leading all the different clubs, to get in front of that, those various recommendations, and just say, here's who I am and how I ran into the park. So, usually it's around October. And I also suggest, how can you also kind of connect this to your senior project as well, so that you're doing kind of that pre-work, but also you're using that, as your post assessment or sharing out that work too at the end of the year. So this kind of makes how you can connect that as well.
Yeah, I have a year until I have my senior project. Well, also, I don't know how I'll try and fit in time or try to make time for we get to the club rush. But since I'm vice president of my club, I kind of have to focus on that too. But I'll kind of.
We'll be like that tonight.
Quickly, thank you for making time to talk about the strategic plan. I'm really enthusiastic that we're aligned in a way that we haven't been. We've been working for years to get to this point of alignment between our strategic plans, school improvement plans, and instruction in the classroom. It's a goal for me as superintendent to bring academics to the forefront in our conversations all the time. We have a lot of important things we've talked through today, but we carved out a big time to talk about the braided rope of early literacy. So that's what you get in grad school when you're going to be a reading teacher. So that's great. And thank you for that. Thanks to all the cabinet members and our team who have aligned resources and people to actually make that plan happen. That's a community-based approach. We elevated a lot of student voice to get to that plan. And we can actually move a system this big if we stay aligned and avoid distractions. You might not know that summer school just got done and we had over 400 kids at our elementary program and another 200-ish in our secondary program. So I wanted to give a shout out to the staff at Witch Hazel and South Meadows. Went to the celebration where there was singing, dancing, cultural events, especially those that were put on by our visiting teachers from Mexico were really cool. And they did a blurb about what dance was going to be shown by each grade level as the cute little kids got up there to do their things. And the parents packed the gym for the celebration for our summer programs. Right now, Kinder Kickstart is starting. Was at W.L. Henry maybe yesterday to see 4 or 5-year-olds getting ready to be kindergartners. And they're great. They hardly need us. They know exactly what to do. It was amazing. I appreciated the update about the bond. Thank you to people who vote for school bonds because that made all of that come true for us, including please come to the August 23rd Tamarack Grand Opening. It will be a great event and a celebration. I think it's characterized today as a real capstone for our bond activities. Celebration in our community that will endure for years and years to be a great place for kids to learn. Next Wednesday on August 16th, we're doing a summer graduation for students who've completed high school just now and can be celebrated, although they missed walking at regular graduation. We do a summer graduation. So that's at Glencoe at 6 p.m. It'll be a small deal, but it'll be a big deal for those students who reach the finish line just on their own timeline.
And you said it's next Tuesday?
Wednesday, August 16th, 6 p.m. It starts on the dot at Glencoe High School. And then welcome to our student reps. Thanks for that last conversation. Really appreciate it. And thanks for making it through a whole day. Thanks to Rose and Yvette and Mark for planning today and all the staff who put together presentations. This is a long day and it takes a long time to put together, but it went really well. And I appreciate everybody's planning. And I want you all to feel well informed about what's going on. And I feel like today had a lot of content. So I hope you learned something today. Please ask anybody who did presentations questions as they occur to you 5 hours from now or tomorrow or whenever. Thank you.
All right, so we're director's time. We'll go that way. Nancy, do you have anything you want to add to me?
Thank you to everyone. Thank you. So glad to see that, to see your faces. I love your energy. I like where you come from. Keep it coming. Reach out, I am one of your mentors for the semester. All it takes is a text to me and we can get that conversation started. We're here to support you guys and love you guys. So, thank you. Appreciate the phone call, Travis. Getting us all on one-on-one and getting us ready. And Rose, as usual, thank you for saving my training up.
Want to get anything to add today?
A couple of things. I want to thank Michelle and Brooke and Audrey. We've had some conversations about some policies and things, and I appreciate the time and helping me with budget and understanding that more. I do want to throw out something. I know Rose is going to look into it later for us, but the texting students, and I remember this from a policy from maybe 2 years ago, or maybe, like Rose said, it's an orientation, but that it needed to be a group situation, like two adults and the student, not just one-on-one on the texting. I think there's a policy or something about that, with the way that you communicate with students. Particularly with texting, but I think it applies to email too, but I do vaguely remember that. So something we need to keep in mind when we look at on that, we're not getting ourselves behind.
Yeah, thank you.
And just welcome to the students and looking forward to working with each of you. And hope everyone enjoys what's going on.
You know, Laura, anything to share?
Laura's got plenty to share. Everyone for allowing me to bring Laura today. It's fun. Welcome to the students. Super happy that you all are on board and know you all this year. Welcome to event. I know this is the first board meeting that I've been, that you've been here. And so, just want to say congratulations again and welcome. And yeah, other than that, really appreciate the conversations that were had today and looking forward to a really super. Just thank you to all the staff for preparing our presentations today. Welcome to the School of Friends. Welcome to your here. And looking at it was a great retreat. We're going to have a great year. Really positive. I have to head out for a meeting, but thank you so much for everything.
Actually, anything to share there?
No, just take this opportunity, like I say here on the board, to say thank you again to all my board colleagues for being such a joy to work with. And I sometimes see in national news cases where there is not a spirit of collaboration on civic values. It's really special to serve with all of you. I was reading a book recently on emerging democracies, nations transitioning into democracy from totalitarianism or authoritarianism, and it said that we often think of a written constitution as being important in that process, and it is, but a written constitution is really only important to the extent that the rule of law is applied to citizens. And so when I look at these working agreements, they're very important and valuable to have them in writing, but the reason that we have such a pleasant experience is because we have a spirit of charity and collaboration, and so the pleasure to serve all of you as well.
Yeah, anything to share there?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone in your presentations and all the information that I received. It's a great introduction to this role. And, you know, I'm really excited to get to work. So thank you.
Right. Yes, thanks. Please extend our gratitude to all the cabinet members or staff members who participated in presentations who aren't here to hear. But yes, thank you, everybody. It's a long day. Takes a lot of work to put together. I want to thank Travis and Rose, especially for helping get it put together kind of on an earlier timeline because I was gone for so long. And so most of the framework was put together way in advance of when they would mainly have to do it. So thank you for being flexible on that. Welcome to our students. I look forward to working with you this year. Welcome to my colleagues. I look forward to working with all of you this year. I think Patrick's right. We do respect each other in this room, no matter if we do. I'm not going to agree with anybody at 100%. It's not going to happen. My wife would be the first to tell you that. So, but we can disagree respectfully and treat each other with respect. I think we try to do that in this room. So, all right. If you're bored tomorrow night, you can come see my band at the news. We're going to be playing downtown. So,
oh,
then stop it. And we are adjourned.